And welcome to the World Championship here in Tokyo, Japan. It has been a long time coming, but we are here for a very exciting event. I'm joined by an international cast featuring myself, Stephen Darling from the United States, but I'm not the only one here, so take it away.
I'm Michael Kohanam from the United States.
And I'm Mike Patujas from Greece.
And I'm Alberto Marazzi from Rome, Italy.
Gosh, it is so wild to have everybody here, right? Because usually we only see each other on the screens, but we are going to be having quite a great time today with a lot of different duels to cast, both in the Speed Duel division and in the Rush Duel division of Duel Links.
Yes, I'm very excited for both. I know some of our viewers may not be familiar with either of the two formats, but we're going to do our best to bring the action to you and help you understand what's going on in these exciting and fast-paced Duel Links duels.
And it is one of those scenarios that the whole championship is here, and I'm very excited to see how the four of us mix together as a whole team will interact with each other.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great chance to be here in Tokyo, Japan with you guys as well, because we usually get the chance to see each other on screen, and now we're here in Japan, so it's just something special, especially because, you know, we have a lot of different players and duelists, and really exciting to see, you know, the action today.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
well, we do need to go over a lot of information, though, so it's probably time for us to switch gears here so we can talk about the tournament, because not only do we have tournament introductions, but we also have to talk about the rules of this tournament. But I have to say, I am very excited. You're right, guys. This is going to be a good tournament. So, with that in mind, why don't we go ahead and talk about our Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship again. It is a tournament to determine the world's greatest duelists in the following categories: the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel that we'll be casting on this stream, and Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel.
This is the first stage of the finals. In the main tournament first stage, there will be 4 rounds played in a Swiss draw format. This means that players with the most similar results, DP, will be facing against each other in their next matches. The winner of each round will be determined by a best-of-5 match. Once a deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round. Upon completion of each round, you will be awarded 3 DP for a win, 0 DP for a loss, and 1 DP for a draw. The top 4 players after 4 rounds will advance to the final tournament in the 2026 Duel Links Speed Duel regulations.
So the final tournament will comprise 2 semifinals and 1 final played in a single elimination format between the 4 players who advance from the main tournament first stage. The winner of each round will be determined by a best-of-5 match. Once a deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round.
And yeah, duelists must follow the Forbidden Limited list effective 31 July 2026, and duelists cannot use any new cards, characters, and skills scheduled to be added to the game on after August 6, 2026. Duelists must prepare 5 decks, each with a different character and skill, and at least 3 decks must have a legendary skill set. And also, duelists can only have up to 3 copies in total of each card across all decks.
And, again, duelists can only have up to 1 copy in total of each limited 1 card across all their decks, and up to 2 copies in total of each limited 2 card across all decks. Cards that you can only obtain 1 or 2 copies of in-game can only be included up to that number in total across all decks. Each duelist can select 3 tactical cards and include up to 3 copies of it per deck, but if only 1 or 2 copies of a selected copy are obtainable in-game, or if it's limited 1 or limited 2, then you could only use 1 or 2 copies respectively for that deck.
Here's the schedule. We're opening it up now, and round 1 will start at 9:10 a.m. in the Speed Duel division. At 10:30, we will cover round 2 of the Rush Duel division, followed by 1 p.m. Speed Duel division round 3, 2:40 p.m. Rush Duel semifinals, and 4:20 p.m. the Speed Duel semifinals. Following that, we will cover the other semifinal match at 5:50 p.m. With a close to the tournament at 7:10 p.m.
So regarding Rush Duel regulations, the main tournament first stage will comprise 3 rounds played in a Swiss draw format. This means that players with similar results will be facing against each other in their next matches. The winner of each round will be determined by a best-of-5 match. Once a deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round. During each round, you will be awarded 3 DP for a win, 0 DP for a loss, and 1 DP for a draw. The top 4 players after 3 rounds will advance to the final tournament.
And the final tournament will comprise 2 semi-finals and 1 final, played in a single elimination format between the 4 players who advance from the main tournament first stage. The winner of each round will be determined by best of 5 match, and once the deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round.
And those decks are going to take a lot of fixing because, again, duelists must follow the Forbidden Limited list effective as of July 31st, 2026. They can't use any new cards, characters, or skills scheduled to be added in the game on or after August 6th. And the duelists still have to prepare 5 decks, each with a different character and skill. At least 3 decks must have a legendary skill set as well, and duelists can only have up to 3 copies in total of each card across all decks. Duelists can only have up to 1 copy in total of each limited 1 card across all of their decks, and up to 2 copies in total of each limited 2 card across all decks.
Cards you can only obtain 1 or 2 copies of in-game can only be included up to that number in total across all decks. Legend cards for Rush Duels are an exception to this rule. Duelists can have up to 3 copies in total of each Legend card with a maximum of 1 per deck. However, if a Legend card is Limited 1 or Limited 2, only 1 or 2 copies respectively in total can be included across all decks. Each duelist can select 3 tactical cards and include up to 3 copies of each per deck. If only 1 or 2 copies of a selected card are obtainable in-game, or if it is Limited 1 or Limited 2, only 1 or 2 copies respectively can be included per deck. Legend cards cannot be selected as tactical cards.
So, one of those rules really kind of got my brain thinking because there's so much that you have to figure out in order to put your decks together. But unlike some of the other formats we have, you're not just picking 2 decks like Master Duel, and you're not just picking the 1 deck in the TCG. You've got to literally figure out how you're going to spread your entire card collection around 5 decks. There's some really cool stuff you can do in the Rush Duel and in the Speed Duel side.
Yeah, the deck construction rules are fascinating because to qualify for this tournament, most of the players only needed to play a single deck and master that deck. And there's such a big twist on that, simplicity, as difficult as it is to qualify, that now they really need to master everything in their division.
And you have to have an arsenal of 5 different decks in order to bring in the World Championship, and trying to play a little game, a mind game, in order to understand which deck it should be used in which specific case, and what deck are you going to utilize when you are facing a certain opponent.
Yeah, I think it will be very interesting to see the deck selection of our duelists, because for sure, thinking both about Speed Duel and Rush Duel, have in my mind a couple of very good decks that most of the players, I feel like, will be playing throughout the event. But I also feel like, as you mentioned, it will be, just thinking, what if I play a deck that my opponent is not expecting? So, very interesting to see that in action. Yeah.
And we've seen that historically too. I think Crusadia is always the big example from Duel Links history where we're like, wow, I can't believe that deck's here. But it's so nice that there's not only creativity here, but we have some of the best duelists in the world. Like, this World Championship is stacked like none other, with returning champions and so much more. Oh, it's going to be a good show.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. And as you had mentioned, I think that the 4th deck and the 5th deck are going to come down a lot to player preference. I think a lot of players are in agreement about maybe what maybe the top 2 or top 3 decks in each division may be, but there is going to be significant variation in the players' deck lineups because it's a lot less certain, well, what's the 4th best deck to use, 5th best deck, and I think we're going to see a lot of variation there.
And I think this, as you mentioned, that when you have master deck, it might not be the best choice for this championship, right? But I think that it is one of those decks that will definitely bring as a 4th deck, as a 5th deck, in order to be sure that you are bringing something maybe unique, and also that something that you really know and you're really comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are, because we're just starting things off.
Let's see if you can satisfy me.
And yeah, it's gonna be quite of a show.
Oh, we got Whispers of Good and Evil. That's Velmonica's skill. And Infernity Revival, so we can see Infernity on the other side with Kalen.
I must face him head on.
It's going to be an incredible duel here, and believe that is actually Sen Viper on the top, on the red side there, playing Callan Kessler, and he got to go first.
That is huge.
That's a big deal. We're going to get to see some very familiar monsters, and it's going to be shades of prior World Championships if you're just a TCG fan.
Hey, yeah, he's kicking off with the Infernity Revival skill. So he was able to return 2 cards to the deck to send 2 from the deck to the grave. His hand's now empty, and he activates Launcher.
And we were talking about how important it is for Infernities to go first and win the coin toss. It's one of those scenarios that you're bringing a deck to the tournament and you are really hoping that you win this coin toss, go first. And right now we can see what Infernity is capable of and why it is here in the World Champion stage as the first round of Speed Duel.
I mean, I love the deck, honestly. It's just so synergic, has a lot of different options, it's super consistent, and also, I mean, that little Kribber Pine, honestly, it's just incredible card. It just gives so much addition to the deck. And, I mean, just look at this. As you mentioned, Mike, I really feel like the winning the coin flip is a big deal.
Because we're about to see now, he summoned Reaperdocus. You always know they're up to no good when they summon Reaperdocus. And we're about to see what this Infernity deck is capable of. So he did use the launcher to get back the Necromancer and the Archfiend. Archfiend searched for the Infernity barrier, so now he can negate anything on the opponent's turn. And he's nowhere near done, because this deck has so many ways to either to summon monsters from the graveyard.
We were talking about it this morning. I told you, he not only has a voice line with the monster he's about to appear on the screen, but we also have an animation too. But it is so lucky that Senpai Pierre got to go first, because it's just insane to start off with Trishula and everything else that's about to happen.
Yeah, this deck summons Trishula so easily, and the Infernity Revival skill actually locks you into only synchro summoning one level 9 monster during your turn. And that one level 9 or higher synchro monster that you summon is typically going to be that Trishula.
And Trishula, first of all, I really love the animation. I didn't know if you experienced it with me as well. And we can see right now that Reaperdocus will activate the effects and Infinity Launcher will be utilized again. And now with an empty hand, obviously from the skill, we are going to summon back Infinity Archfiend, and I think right now we can see why Infinity is so strong going first, right?
This is gonna be looking very scary, especially because the deck is capable of putting Abyss Dweller as well, if that's the case, so it's very easy to get access to an XYZ. But at the end of the day, he also has 2 to 3 trap cards. So there's Infinity Barrier, which essentially is a counter trap, then there's Infinity Break, and then also, you know, you got to have the Infinity Suppression. So you have so many different tools.
Ah, but speaking of tools, he's brought out the Proxy F Magician, so he's going to fusion summon, just like you were saying, Mike. It is changing Trishul into a beast monster. Beasts and Fiends, what does that make?
That makes the Chimera.
And
here we go.
It is one of those scenarios that you can really see why Infinity, as we said earlier, it is very important to go first. And now we can also access our Chimera in order to advance our plays. And as you said, Michael, Reaperdocus means no good when it's out, right?
Yes, because the Chimera needed a beast and a fiend, so by turning the Trishula into a beast, he was able to use Proxy F Magician to fuse these monsters together, and he'll be able to rip a card out of his opponent's hand with Chimera in the end phase. So just like that, Sengov's hand is cut in half. And this is even putting aside all of the trap cards that his opponent is going to end his turn with face down, including the barrier that we know can negate anything.
You were right, this is an incredibly strong deck.
I mean, just look at this, because essentially you got to get rid of 2 cards of your opponent's hand, and then essentially you get a third one with Infinity Barrier, you destroy another one with Infinity Break. It's just getting, you know, out of control. But this is what the deck does, essentially, right?
Yes.
It's just super explosive decks, and if your opponent doesn't have any interruption, it just, I think you're a witness in this. And then there's the Abyss Dweller just on top of it, and yeah, it's very good start.
Very strong. And I think this really has a statement that's being communicated to the opponent. I'm willing to use what many consider one of the strongest decks in this game right now. I need to get this win. I'm willing to risk losing the coin flip, but it doesn't look like he is going to lose here.
Yeah. Don't forget, even if you lose the coin flip, Infernity Revival does have a part of the skill that lets you summon a set of 2, 3, and levels 2, 3, and 4 monster to help break the opponent's field with Trishula. So it's not hopeless, but you definitely want to go first.
And I want to mention also something else. It is one of those scenarios that you want to utilize, for example, Trishula, in order to have access and information to what your opponent is playing. But in Speed Duel, you can actually tell from the character and the skill that it utilizes. So it is quite unique to have so important stuff. But we see that Triplet Tactics Thrust has been activated, and can we see a comeback?
Perhaps. I think it's going to be hard to come back with how few cards Sengov has, and knowing that there's at least an Infernity Barrier and an Infernity Breakdown there. But I guess he got the Dark Hole with the Thrust, which he was allowed to activate because Dweller used its effect.
Well, you can't negate that with the Infernity Barrier. Maybe
you can, or you can use the Masquerade's effect
to
summon a monster that can't be destroyed.
Yeah, it's considering his options. Yeah.
Yeah, but you lose the Archfiend.
Yeah, I think the barrier makes sense because he wants to keep the Archfiend on the field, which would be gone. Yeah, so he is going to use that. Whispers of good and evil skill. That allows him to set a trap. If he sets it from his hand, he gets to draw 2 and return a card to his deck. And he can activate the card that he set the same turn he sets it. There's a lot of skills in Duel Links that are stronger if you're second to help offset the advantage of going first.
And clearly we saw the advantage of going first, right? Shota Inoue just did amazing stuff setting up everything from Callan Kessler there, but now it looks like Sengaov is going to try to work his way back. And I think you have to expect this, especially if you're Sengaov and you've been playing this game and have such a staggeringly amazing career that he does. He's got to know, he had to envision you're going to have to fight your way back from maybe 2 cards and that's it. So Valmonica was a good choice for him in this duel so far.
It's a little rough for him though. He's activating Skelta now and he doesn't even have the monsters in the pendulum zones to benefit from taking that damage to get the Resonator counters, because this deck basically needs Resonator counters on its pendulum monsters, Angelo and Demano, in order to function. If you can't get 3 Resonator counters on one of those resonance counters on one of those pendulum monsters, you don't have access to your link monsters and other cards that you need in order to win.
Well, he definitely needs monsters. Looks like he added the Invitare from his deck to his hand.
And I believe right now that we are waiting for the right moment to activate Infernity Break in order then to utilize also the effect of Abomination and not get rid of 1 card but 2 cards from our opponent's side of the field. And this is one of those scenarios that I think it will be really the game-changing when you activate Infernity Break.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of understanding where to use it, because, I mean, Shota can tell that his opponent now is just left with 1 card in hand, and it's just a matter of, you know, where do I feel like comfortable going for the break, because at this point in time, I feel like he has the advantage for sure, but really needs to understand. I mean, you can tell he's thinking about it, not the monster's just been summoned.
Yeah, you might want to use it here,
right?
Before Sengov can activate his monster's effect to copy the damage effect of a spell in the grave.
Definitely thinking about it when you're at the World Championship. You cannot make a mistake. There's no going back from this. But we're only the first game in best of 5, so looks like we are going to go ahead and activate the monster effect here.
So he is going to use it successfully here. Don't forget, you cannot Infernity Break the Valmonica monster, the Valmonica cards in the Pendulum zones, because they can't be targeted as a result of the Whispers of Good and Evil skill. Oh, but he's going to use the Infernity Suppression to negate the effect instead of destroying the monster with Break.
Makes sense if you've only got the 1 monster there, because if you negate that effect, you know what your opponent has set from the skill because they set that trap card and they've only got 1 card left in the hand. Honestly, this may be a very commanding position for Shota, so why not use the negate? I guess that's what he's thinking.
Here's my face down.
Oh, but speaking of traps.
I activate my trap card.
So we can activate right in the turn that it was set, and it is one of those scenarios that can we consider Valmonica to be on one of those decks that potentially can find a way around going second against Infernity. Seems their traps are extremely good, extremely powerful, and it's very useful to have them utilized the turn that were set.
So Sengov's using Followed Rhythm, and it looks like Shota is going to chain his IP Masquerade's effect. It's got to be Closed Goddess here. He's using the Valmonica monster as one of the link materials.
Oh yeah.
And I know that was certainly Sengao's plan to link summon with his monsters, but I don't think he wanted his opponent to do that for him. And wow, what a gorgeous copy there,
Underworld
too.
Goddess of the Closed World hits the field.
Ooh.
It's my turn. I
Very, very well played here, yeah.
Here I go. A direct attack.
Here it is, yeah, selling first game.
Oh, that's not over yet.
Not yet.
This steel Druis Worm
Last card
is in
in
his
hand.
hand.
Bystial's recently being added. Your eyes do not deceive you. If you haven't been keeping up with Duel Links, there's a lot of fun stuff that's just been added to the game, but that Bystial Druid's Worm will get special summoned here in front of the Underworld Goddess. She has to attack.
Was really not expecting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we can activate Break to Druid's Room, and since Chaos Goddess can negate any effect of Special Summon Monster from the graveyard. And
Except Shota has a card in his hand, so
Yeah.
he can't activate Break.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he drew.
Oh yeah, he didn't even like.
He didn't set it.
set
He didn't
it.
summon it.
Must be a monster
but
then.
I mean, who's expecting Druid's Worm though in
No,
Velmonica?
I know, but I mean, Sengaov is one of the best to do it, so he's still in this game, but unfortunately it looks like play is going to pass there after we see the Unchained Abomination summon, and here comes the direct attack. Ooh, it's good.
do we have another Bestial maybe?
My thoughts exactly.
Oh, and that's game, but what a strong performance to start this off. Shota Inoue taking the first. Remember, it's best of 5, so he's got 2 games left if he's going to win, but Sengaov has many chances left.
Sengav did get one more turn than I expected he was
Yeah, I
getting.
mean, he is the best to do it, and he certainly has a restored reputation, but at the World Championship, there's so many good duelists. Everybody's good here.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard losing half your hand there when you need 2 Pendulum monsters in the Pendulum zones in order to get the deck functioning. And you're starting with 2 cards. And the skill can help offset it a little bit by giving you some additional cards without having to draw them. But at the end of the day, the Infernity setup of ripping 2 cards out of the hand and having some trap cards as negations was just too strong to overcome.
And now, how would you believe that we will approach the second game? Meaning that, can we also bring, for example, Infernity and try to win the coin toss in this example?
Well, it would be nice to take Infernity and then maybe tell my opponent, you know what, maybe I have my weapons as well. I'll try to take my chances and tie the score up because, going 2-0, it's going to be very tough, to overcome. But, I really feel like also in this game 1, losing the field spell for Velmonica was a big thing. But let's see here.
We got 2 Crow Hogans.
Except they're very different,
Yeah,
right?
one of them has
Yeah.
an archive skill. Sengav's has an archive skill.
So this is going to be really interesting because not only are the duels important, but what decks you play and when. And so they both decided that Crow Hogan was the right choice, but it looks like Sengaov is using that maybe to beguile what he is actually playing. I didn't see a Blackwing skill.
Yeah, he had the Beast from the Abyss skill that teams up Fallen of Albaz with the Bystials. But we see the Blackwing skill on the other side of the table.
All right, adding full Blackwings there and then discarding with the skill.
So this was one of those scenarios and matches that I really was expecting to see in the whole championship. Blackwing against Branded. This is one of those scenarios that really excite me, and I want to see how Branded can approach Blackwing going second, meaning that Blackwing setup, especially with monsters like, for example, Blackwing, Assault Dragon, and Full Armor Master, can really strike Branded strategy, right?
I mean, I also feel like Shota might have had this thought, meaning my opponent lost the first game. It is quite likely he could play Branded, so I'd rather play, another deck that maybe, can tie it up. So it was, very interesting to see this, but the mirror match as well, it's, something very difficult.
Well, speaking of birds, it looks like Droll and Lockbird was activated, and that's kind of a Blackwing player's worst nightmare because you search from the hand so many times, or from the deck to the hand. But it looks like we did get out the first Blackwing dragon, so Shota doesn't feel too phased. I also wonder if he maybe didn't decide to play Blackwing because he was worried about Branded, but because you win that first game, you get to experiment a little more. It'll be interesting to see how these duelists choose their decks over the course of the tournament.
And
Yeah, that Droll and Lockbird is brutal here. It's impressive that Shota's still able to assemble a field, but there's no doubt it's going to stifle him, especially considering the fact that he did open up with the play into Black Whirlwind and would have been able to get multiple activations of it had it not been for that Droll and Lockbird.
yeah, so had already found the extra copy that he needed in his hands in order to advance. So Droll obviously very strong against Blackwing. It was not quite the option right now because as we can see, Blackwing can really, if he has already the correct pieces in the hand, can really advance. And I want to see how Shota is going to approach this field under Droll and Lockbird and what he's thinking about to establish.
Yeah, I mean, playing under Droll and Lockbird is never easy, especially for a deck that maybe needs some engine going. But at the end of the day, I agree with you, Steven. Like, when you think if your opponent is quite likely to play Branded, they'd rather go with Blackwing. So, you know, having, you know, this mental thought of like, yeah, if he wants to come back right now, I think it's, you know, could be the case of me playing Blackwing and, you know, counteract it. But so far, it looks like the draw lock bird is not really impacting Shoda's strategy.
Now, there's certainly plenty of more plays to make, as Boreas Storm allows you to modulate its level by sending a Blackwing from the deck to the graveyard, and that would be another easy way to Synchro Summon it away, summon something else, and then banish those monsters for the Black-Winged Assault Dragon. So it'll be interesting to see if Sengawa's Crow Hogan loses to Crow Hogan's cards.
He's also going to use the Black Feather Whirlwinds effect. Since he summoned a Synchro monster, Blackwing, he's able to special summon his banished Blackwing.
And right now, I'm thinking about what cards do you want to see when you go second against such a field with Branded? What are the cards that you really want to focus on? So apparently, the card that you want to resolve is the effect of Fallen of the Albas and find the correct spot. But it's not quite easy to have the effects being activated and also resolve.
Yeah, you really need to find your pieces, especially because Blackwing plays some field breaker cards such as Dark Ruler No More, Giant Tornado. Against like the this kind of matchup, they're not gonna be super useful, especially because, you know, they're specific cards. But yeah, it's not gonna be super easy. The good thing about Blackwing is the consistency, especially because of the skill. So it really gets your engine going very fast.
I mean, that's true for Branded and actually most decks in Duel
Yeah,
Links,
yeah.
which is one of the greatest things about the game.
Yeah.
It's going to be harder now, though. Look, with Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss and the fact that he's got Full Wing Armor Master who's unaffected by card effects, that Fallen of Albaz, if it really is in that hand, it may not do much.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be tough to fight through. He's going to need something that deals with a couple cards at once.
Yeah, but we do have that. It could be a Lava Golem. It could be a Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode. You could just say, wow, that was a lot of cool cards you put on the field. Here, take this one instead.
However, the thing that we can see is just set the Albas and make Lenatus. I think it is one of those options that you can just utilize the fact that Blackwing have been utilizing some dragons lately, like we see the Hot Red, and just trying to fusion summon with your opponent by making a contact fusion with Fallen of Albas and the Dragons of Sota that has brought into the field, and just make, for example, Lenatus.
No, yeah, I mean, I agree. It could have, you know, a little bit of options, but like Branded has, you know, very, you know, good engine. Maybe he finds a way also to play and you know, the Branded fusion, just get the engine going.
Yeah, it's going to be tough though because the skill got the Blackbird close and set the Armor Master, so he's able to use that. Plus, he has another negation on his field. But Sengabe is going to use his skill. Sends Fallen of Albaz to the graveyard. I missed which card he got.
I think it was the Lupelion.
Okay.
And honestly, with 6 cards in hand, he might be able to fight his way the whole way back. As long as he deals with the immediate threats of the Blackbird Close and the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss, you actually are in a decent position, and you've got a lot of mileage from... We all know how well Branded plays into a number of different fields, but the Bestial Alba loss that's in the graveyard from the skill actually could come up here once he gets through the other effects. You don't want to just bring that out now. You kind of need to work your way up.
Yeah, I think the full Armor Master might be hard for him to get through without that.
But it still is unaffected by card effects, so it's just a big old 3,000 defender. Oh, very smart there, trying to get away from his opponent being able to quick effect destroy one of his cards. So very meticulous play, worthy of a duelist of this reputation.
Yep, looks like he's targeting the Blackwing Sharnga, the Waning Moon. And he does banish it while there's nothing on his field to destroy, as you mentioned. Oh, that's right, the Blackwing
Assault Dragon,
Assault Dragon will deal 350 damage every single time he uses a monster effect, so that's kicking off now.
And especially against Branded is one of the scenarios that you really cannot afford to let it be on the field for so long, because you cannot advance your plays without activating a lot of monster effects, especially in the start of the turn. And for me right now, I think that we may go for Siren also, and then go for Albalos in order to activate the effect of both Siren and Druis, and trying to utilize some effects, probably prioritizing, as you said, the Blackwing in order to not taking damage after every effect that has been activated, and also Lenatus for me is still a threat.
Yeah, Lenatus is a very, very big threat, but on the other side, he really needs to take care of the Assault Dragon as well, because it's becoming a problem, because losing life points card after the other, it's, you know, a big threat. But that's what Blackwing does. I mean, I think we were talking about this, like, if you feel like your opponent is playing Branded, then, of course, this is the deck, you know, that you will pick. Then, for example, you know, like, in another kind of matchup, it's a little bit more complicated, but I really feel like it's a good deck to counteract Branded, for sure.
Well, he's in a winning position now, or at least he's certainly fighting his way back again, getting the Bestial Avalos to the field. And now that the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend is less of an issue, it means you're only really staring down one larger-than-life threat. Activating monster effects is kind of scary because the Crow Hogan skill, of course, gives you that Blackbird Close, that counter trap to negate activated monster effects. But slowly but surely, this duel's changing. There's the super polymerization.
Oh, that could be huge. That's how he's getting rid of the Blackwinged Assault Dragon, which was threatening his field after it got 4 counters on it.
Wow.
And I think right now Branded showcases why it is one of the, I will not say the best, but it is a discussion that I think that we are going to have later, but it is one of those best decks that you can bring in the World Championship right now, and it really feels so strong. It feels in huge levels against any other deck at the moment, and with this hand, with it was 2 Bestials and the add of Lubellion, I believe, and paired up with the super polymerization, I really find this deck to be very, very explosive.
No, but the deck is incredibly good, incredibly consistent. He has a lot of different options, and of course, the cherry on top is the super polymerization being drawn for sure, like dealing with his opponent's field as well. Here, I think it's just a matter of understanding how to further extend this and try to push this even further. I think he has his chances, because it's really looking good now that he managed to deal with Shota's field.
I think you're absolutely right, Alberto. You know, at the beginning of this duel, you think it's a replay of the first match where it's just so powerfully, you know, swinging into Shota's way, but now Sengoov working his way back out, activating the Branded Fusion, performing another Fusion Summon. And what we all know about Branded from playing it in so many different formats is the longer you play against it, the more likely it is to win. And Blackwings have kind of used all their combo cards already, so this may be a tough duel for Shota.
He got Mercurior to his hand, he summoned Mirror Jade. I think it's over this turn.
Yeah.
And I think that we could utilize the effect of Mirror Jade on Summon in order to be protected with Lost.
Yeah, that as well, just, you know.
We do have additional Synchro Summon.
Okay, so the Blackbird Close is in his hand then.
Yeah.
Since he could activate it from his hand.
Yeah.
That makes
Yeah,
sense.
so he locked up the zone there for this moment.
So that was problematic, locking up the zone. But now he essentially gets to Synchro Summon using monsters in his Grave and Banishment, using Blackwinged Twin Shadow. I don't know if that's going to be enough to win him the game, though.
Oh, but it's Silverwing the Ascendant. So just trying to put up something on the field, maybe do a little bit more damage to the opponent.
Yeah, I think he's just trying maybe to understand if he can survive this turn. That looks like, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Oh, that
Also
is
get to-
strategically good.
But at the end of the day, we still have a Mirror Jade, a Cartesia, and obviously the Mercury in hand. So it is, even if this doesn't end in this turn, I'm pretty sure that Brand is in very good spots right now.
That's the problem.
Oh, and that definitely doesn't make things any easier. Tri-Brigade Mercurior being discarded there to negate the activated effect of Chinook. And I think he may have cleared it.
Yeah, despite his best efforts to survive the turn, it doesn't look like it was enough.
And right now, I believe if we don't have a Bestial, it will be the end for Shota. And wow, I was not expecting that at all, to be honest, because Blackwing feels right now it is one of those decks that if it wins the Toinkos, it is a very explosive deck and establishes such a great field. However, Branded managed to come back from it and obviously take the win.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned it at the beginning. I really feel like Branded has a huge advantage now in this field. Blackwing is very consistent on the other side because we saw what an impressive opener that was. And then if you feel like your opponent is playing Branded, I think it's a good choice indeed, you know, to bring Blackwing. Sometimes it's just not enough, you know.
Yeah, it was really surprising to me too because we saw such a commanding performance from Shota on the first turn of both duels. You know, he won the coin toss both times. But now, not thinking so much about the past, now we got to think about the future. Both of those decks are known, and they no longer can be used based on the rules of this tournament, at least just for this round in this match. So you're not facing Blackwing, you're not facing the Trishula combo, so you have to think, okay, what else does he have out there? What deck should I choose? And the same for his opponent.
Yeah, I think the deck choice gets more interesting here because at the beginning your opponent could be using anything, but now there are fewer decks that you can really anticipate.
Speaking of interesting,
I'll protect my team.
Eyes of Sovereign Defiance.
wow.
This is a Snake Eyes skill.
I didn't know we were going to see Dia Bellstar here this weekend.
And now we have Snake Eyes against Heroes. And Heroes, I think it is one of those decks that, as Infinity, really wanted to go first. And
Yes,
they can find their way going second, but definitely want to go first. And we see that they lose the Toinkos, and Snake Eyes, one of a very explosive deck, is going first. And I really want to see how Shota is going to utilize this. And starting things off with the Snake Eyes.
I mean, I'm very happy to see, honestly, the Bellstar Snake Eye, because I was not expecting it. It's like a super consistent deck. It's very nice to see it in action. But then the strategy sometimes maybe, you know, could go a little bit off. And yeah, I mean, I'm very, very happy, honestly, to see this kind of matchup, especially because on the other side, I mean, Heroes. So, I mean, it's gotta be there, right? So.
Well, a hero, you know, sometimes does win in the end, but you know, this is a relatively newer deck. I don't think we've had a qualifier where Dia Bellstar and friends were included. So this is kind of something where, you know, the duelists don't have thousands of matches under their belt from something like the WCS qualifiers or the Kaiba Corporation Cup. So this is relatively frontier and new. So if you're paying attention at home, you might learn a lesson or two from some of the best to do as we link summon IP Mascarena.
For any TCG players out there, this deck actually functions pretty similarly to the way it did in the TCG. And it has a lot of the cards that were used in the TCG in the Snake Eyes deck. So this may actually look very familiar to you, even if you're not particularly familiar with Duel Links and its skills.
And right now, I think it is one of those scenarios that you can check for cards. For example, if there was in the Biru, it will definitely be activated here. And however, we're going to see Princess probably to be summoned on the field. And now, I think we will activate the effect of Popular to be brought back as a spell and trap card, and the effect of Princess to special summon the Snake Eye Dragon. As Michael said, it is pretty similar to the TCG for our duelist right now that is watching us, and I think right now we are going to expand a little bit more.
Yeah, man, the deck does what pretty much we said in the TCG. For sure, the card that, in my opinion, has changed things was Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spot, which was an incredible card, giving you easy access, especially to the Dia Bellstar of Black Witch. And then, of course, it plays a lot with the extra deck, summoning linked monsters. So, and it's really cool to see, you know, monsters being put on the spell and trap zone that can later be used again.
Yeah, this deck is a little bit more trap card focused because this skill is able to search for those sinful spoils, spells, and traps. So those are kind of, they were not as used in the TCG, but are heavily used in the Snake Eyes deck in Duel Links.
Well, speaking of heavily used, though, it is such a Snake Eyes field, though. I mean, it's perfect with Flamberge, Dragon, and of course you've got IP Masquerade in the Spell and Trap Zone waiting to be special summoned out. You're protected by the Nightingale. It's a very solid field. But we're going to start things off here by using the skill which sets Doomlord. You can go ahead and flip that up. And if you haven't seen this card in a while, it allows you to just banish something on the field. And that pushes your opponent to use cards like this.
Yep, the advantage of going second. You only get the Doomlord if the opponent has cards out.
That's right.
However, one of the issues that Hero also faced in this particular matchup, it is, as we said, they struggle a little bit going second, so they utilized field breakers cards like Dark Ruler, No More or Lava Golem. However, it is one of those scenarios that they do not match against Snake Eye because they have also interactions in the form of trap cards and also in the graveyard in the form of Princess.
Yeah, I mean, those are very good cards going second for sure, but I feel like they're facing the wrong deck, meaning, you know, those cards don't really do what they're supposed to against this type of matchup.
Well, you can't use Lava Golem. You're locked into level... during your main phase, you can only normal strike some level 8 or lower monsters or Dark Fire. Oh, you can actually. Dark Fire or Wind. Oh, no, Dark Fire or Wind Hero monsters, sorry.
Oh,
so you
okay.
can. You can use Sphere Mode, though, because higher than level 8.
Yeah.
So in this scenario also, it is accordingly that you still have a lot of issues to go on. So we can see that Shota also is waiting for the right moment to bring in front the IP Masquerena, and he just did that. We are talking about it, and I believe that in order to be
Yeah, the Dark Ruler no more!
That is
So-
the card.
this is exactly the scenario that I was talking about, that he might wait for the right moment in order to play around Dark Ruler no more. However, he broke in the front IP Masquerena, and then it was answered by Send with the activation of Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah, that was very, very well played by Senga, honestly, here, because, like, you know, there was the IP Masquerena being there, and he just waited for the right moment. The Dark Lure no more was there, and here is pretty much free, I guess, to extend his combo here now, especially using the Destiny Hero Malicious from the graveyard.
Where we're ultimately heading, if you haven't seen Destiny Heroes in a while, is Destiny Hero Plasma with the D4 spell card. And certainly this is not going to be the last turn of this duel because of the Lyrilusk Assembled Nightingales effect being used, attaching material, protecting the opponent, Shota, from having any damage. But this was so clever. I love that Dark Ruler No More play, really sort of sussing out the patience of Shota and saying, oh, you're not going to use the effect immediately? Well, now you're never going to use the effect.
The Dark Ruler also stops damage, so now he's doubly protected. from taking
True,
damage.
true. I'll help you too.
But that is what the Nightingale is for, right? It's for when, not necessarily Dark Ruler no more, but in general, when your field gets broken, just to buy you that extra turn.
And we still have Princess in the graveyard, which is also very important,
I special summon a monster.
because it is one of those scenarios that the issue with Dark Ruler no more, it is a very powerful card. However, it is for sure that your opponent will take a turn, because obviously they take no more damage. So with Princess and Snake Eye Dragon on the field, you are guaranteed to have more follow-up in the next turn. And right now I think we need to take serious and be careful against how we are going to play around Princess.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it gives your opponent the chance to, you know, play for another turn for sure. But I also feel like in this deck, the card is very powerful because it also gives you access to your extra deck, because there's the Destiny or Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, which I really feel like has been one incredible card. It's just too good. It keeps coming every single turn and dealing with your opponent's field. And, you know, the deck really aims at summoning it as soon as possible.
I think then Sengal's plan really is to try to frustrate all of his opponent's efforts, play through all of these different card effects, but then ultimately get to that beautiful Destiny Hero Plasma that he revealed. Because when it's on the field with the D-Force card, of course, it can't be targeted. You're not drawing any new cards, but do you really need to when your opponent's effects can't be used, right? They're negated. So I think he still has a chance here, but he will ultimately be giving Shota a chance to come back as well.
Yeah, there's no doubt Shota will get another turn. It's a question of whether Sengov can set up negations for anything Shota can do on the following turn. Each part of the Snake Eye skill is once per duel, so he's already used that first part that got the extra Sinful Spoil spells. I went to Divine Temple, so I think that makes it a little harder for Shota to come back.
And it was very important that we brought Princess back, but we didn't have space to activate Snake Eye Dragon and utilize all the effects to get some follow-up, get those effects, and trying to find our ways into the next turn in order to have more answers because we had already bring Yabelsa in the field.
Yeah, that's something to always be mindful of in Duel Links. If you're unfamiliar with Duel Links, you don't have those 5 main monster zones and the extra monster zone like you do in Master Duel and the TCG. So that drastically affects some of the themes.
Speaking of drastically affecting that, Stratos coming in and destroying the spells and traps means that Sengalov, is trying to really limit Shota's options. So between the Plasma that's likely coming, a Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and everything else going on, he's about to show us the life force of all things.
Yeah, I mean, this is the plan, right? He can't deal damage, and he can't destroy the Lyraless monster. So all he can do is destroy everything else and set up as many negations in the form of Plasma, for one, as he can going into the next turn.
Here's a question for everyone. Do you think he's going to use Plasma to absorb the Nightingale so it can't be used again?
The Nightingale? Oh, well, he has an option. It's the Nightingale or the Promethean Princess, so it can't be used again while it's equipped.
What does he choose? Oh, the princess. Okay, that says something.
Oh, well, I think that's the play because the Plasma's negating the effect of the Nightingale anyway. So he's betting on keeping it, and that's not the most dangerous wager with D4's face up.
Taking the princess out of the graveyard definitely helps there, so that's why he's up there and we're back here.
And also Princess Titi is one of those outs that Shota has to Plasma because it's activated in the graveyard, so it's not negated. However, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to stop your opponent from having access to outs to Plasma.
Yeah, no, exactly, because you know, Snake Eye really could have dealt quite easily with Plasma this way. It's gonna be very, you know, troublesome for Shota, because like he surely has some options, but dealing with this field it can be very, very difficult, especially because there's the Enforcer onto the field. I guess what could be his goal, I mean, you can tell he's considering these options. Maybe some, you know, tools like some field breaker cards. Let's see what he can pull out.
It looks like he's going to start with normal summoning Snake Eye Ash. Unfortunately, the effect is negated.
Thank you, Plasma.
Yeah, but you could still use Snake Eye Ash to send the cards to the graveyard, because Plasma famously is only negating effects that are on the field. And so once the monster's in the graveyard, it's still going to be able to summon something, but it's not going to be the same as having a monster who can use this effect. So Shota just sitting there rubbing his nose, trying to figure out what's next.
Yeah, I don't know if he has a second Flamberge Dragon, but even if he does, it's not as strong as Plasma, and Plasma's negating its effect. He does.
Okay, so
it's actually not even as strong as the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, because of the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer's effect weakening it for Ruin's Grave. So that monster's not as scary as it typically is.
No, it is not.
And I think that right now we are considering maybe the potential option to go to attack with Snake Eye Dragon into Plasma, for example, in order to be destroyed, but it will be it will be game, so
yeah, he would lose on the damage, and there's no main phase 2 to use the monsters for anything. So
my monster's effect activates. I end my turn.
Yeah, good
catch.
catch. Good catch here from Senga. He activates the Destroyer Phoenix Enforcer, and yeah, plays back to him. But we mentioned this, like if you manage to have this sort of lock onto the field, so like the Plasma plus the Enforcer, it could be very too much for your opponent.
And now Sengov doesn't get to draw a card. That's the cost of power.
He doesn't need to draw a card. He's just fine. He's just fine. Wow, what a commanding finish. 5,300 attack directly against Shota. Sengaov, who lost the first game, is now up 2-1.
Yeah, that Plasma was just too strong to overcome, especially for a deck that is full of weak level 1 monsters with powerful effects that Plasma negates. That was just too much.
And I'm thinking it is quite odd that the strategy for going first with Hero, it is to bring Plasma. And as we actually saw that the key for going second also is Plasma, it is quite interesting.
I mean, the card is unbelievable, like super powerful.
It helps to precede the Plasma with Dark Ruler no more, right?
Just in case.
So but it's not just the cards, it is the Duelist. That Dark Ruler No More was so well timed.
Yes.
The fact that he like waited, he didn't just immediately negate everything, he had patience to be like, oh, you're in a position where now this is the time to do it. Stop your effects. And there was a version of this duel where Shota could have done it earlier, but I guess we'll never find out.
Yeah. Well, Sengov's an incredible duelist.
Oh, what a record. But Shota obviously just, he is supposed to be here too.
Of course.
But his back is to the wall now. If he loses this game, he's going to have one less win on his record.
Shota's not going out without playing a branded deck, so we saw the Beast from the Abyss skill trigger there.
And I want to see this current matchup because Senga has bring something very unique for me in the World Championship, which is a mixed combination. I don't want to spoil things, but we can see that he's facing a very, very unique strategy. However, Brani going first feels very strong, but Senga had, I think, for me, had proved us that he can go second, because in both scenarios he went second, and in the one he almost won, and now we saw how explosive his deck was
I
going
think
second.
he always went second, right? So far, I think he, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just reliable. Sometimes
Interesting.
you know that the skill is going to work in your favor because it has that additional effect because your opponent controls cards. But we do see that Shota is setting up a very rewarding branded field here, right? He's got all the pieces of the puzzle, but here comes
Oh.
Typhoon against the branded Lost.
That is unexpected. Like, if you're Shota, you start wondering what is going on, you know?
I think unexpected is an understatement when you get your branded Lost Typhoon.
Because I mean, it's a good car for sure, but like it's something that you don't really expect, maybe, I guess.
I think it's a really big play when you think about the decks he's already faced so far. Valmonica, that would have been great, because you have to control a non-pendulum Valmonica monster for the skill's protection effect to kick in. So Typhoon may be something that we see later in the tournament, prevailing on Sengov's side, but so far it only just stopped the branded loss. And I think he's fine. Shota's getting plenty of monsters on the field.
Yeah, I think he'll be okay without that branded Lost.
So we have activated the effect of Rebellion as Chilling 1 and Chilling 2, the effect of Cartesia to Fusion Summon. And so we are going to experience 2 Fusion Summons in the same Chilling. And I think that Shota right now is considering his options.
The thing is that it's, I mean, like with branded for sure, you really want to set up the Mirror Jade. You have also the Masquerade. Sometimes it really depends on what you want your end field to look like, because the deck, of course, is capable of having access to essentially every single card of the deck. So.
Well, it looks like the next card we're going to see here
Yeah, the
is
Mirror
Mirror
Jade.
Jade. So doing a great setup, and obviously when you see Odeon, you think there may be some traps involved, and especially when you see the Typhoon. But I'm curious to see what it is that you saw, Mike. Curious to see what it is that you saw.
Yeah, it is one of those duels that Senga definitely cannot be right off when go second. Definitely has some aces in his pocket, and I can tell by how he's playing through this whole round 1 of this whole championship, that he stays calm, he knows exactly where to activate his hand, and as you said, Steven, the Dark Lunar No More was very well timed before, and I'm pretty sure that we are going to experience something like this right now.
Yeah, I mean, our duelists are for surely mastering their decks. It's, like, here at the World Championship, the competition is extremely, extremely high. And here, yeah, as mentioned, impressive opener from Branded. But then on the other side, let's see Senga, what he's able to pull out this time, going second for the 4th time in a row.
His Sanctuary of the King's Treasures skill activated. So that lets him put the Temple of the Kings out, so he can activate a trap the turn he set it. But we know that Shota has, well, we expect he probably has Branded Banishment face down since he added it to his hand, along with 2 other back rows. So I do think it's going to be hard to fight through with the Mirror Jade's effect also online.
And this is what we mentioned about the timing of the decks. Is Sengov going to regret this? Or instead, because he's got 2 wins and he just needs to close this one out, did he want to use what he considered his weaker deck first, and he's saving a big surprise for last?
Oh, the skill gets a level 10 monster. He got Sphere Mode.
And speaking of Senga being good at go second, I think Sphere Mode is one of those cards that you really want to see in your hand.
Right out of the anime.
Yeah, using the skill this way, it's great, honestly. Just getting the Sphere Mode out of your deck and then just say, yeah, okay, just summon it. And then, yeah, I mean, like, with branded, for sure, you really want to set up the Mirror Jade. You have also the Masquerade. Sometimes it's, you know, like, here at the World Championship, the competition is extremely high. And here, yeah, as mentioned, impressive opener from Branded. But then on the other side, let's see Senga, what he's able to pull out this time, going second for the 4th time in a row.
Yeah, that blanks the branded beast for now also. Wow, that was easy for him.
Yeah,
Right.
just tribute 3 monsters. It's just that good, right? Mara can still do some amazing things. Oh, but now we've got Crusadia, so he's going to be using trap-based monster cards, or I guess monster-based trap cards, either or.
Oh, that is a very, very good strategy.
Mm-hmm. And very, like, in tune with Odeon.
Yeah, you called it that Onion means trap, definitely. And right now, despite having summoned the sphere mode, we can still utilize all our trap cards. And with the Temple of the Kings, for me, one of the strongest continuous spell cards in the game right now. It provides all these powers to trap card decks in order to activate one trap card the turn that it was set.
Yep, he set Shape Sister and Apophis the Swamp Deity and can activate them this turn with the skill. He discarded the Centurion Trudia. You don't want to miss that one. I guess it's a Centurion deck.
Yeah, but he is banishing that Centurion Trudia. Shota is with his Bestial there. I wonder, since we have 2/2, are we going to use maybe Herald of the Arclight? I believe it's still at 1 in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. It's weird to see cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links that are, you know, kind of phased out of other formats of the game, but...
Yeah, I don't think it's limited, but I think it's in a bundle. You can only get
that's
one
right.
of.
There's just the one of. So under the rules of the
So,
game, it would have to be in this deck, and it would just be the one time you could use it.
But I think it will make sense to someone, right? I guess you go for it. It's just a very good card against Branded as well. Oh, there's the Branded Beast.
Oh, so with the Gruus Worm on, he can use the
Oh.
branded Beast. So now he gets to destroy a card and then also use Gruus Worm's effect.
So not only getting rid of the targeted face down, which is going to be activated now, but it'll still likely get sent to the graveyard. And then he still will get to use the Druid's Worm to send one of the two. I would imagine you send the Tuner. The Shape Sister must be the target.
Well, he can negate the effects of cards, so he can negate the Beast. So his monster will survive after it's summoned.
Oh, that's right.
But we still have the effect of the Druid's Room. And
Yes.
we are talking about Senga, how it is very strong going second, but also Shota, he's here in the World Championship, and prove us why he's competing for the World Champion title. And it was very good catch to wait for the moment to summon Druid's Room and utilize the effect of Brand Beast in order to not only take one card, but take 2 cards eventually from Senga's side of the field.
Yeah, we have said a lot of good things about Sengo, but as a reminder, Shota has 20 gold icons. He is the #2 duelist to ever do this, so I think he's shown a great, spectacular set of duels so far. We'll just see if he can make it out of this one alive.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. I've never seen a deck like Sengov's current deck.
Yeah, it's a very interesting mix. Like, you don't really get the chance to see this often. Like, the Centurion deck for sure is, you know, has been around for some time, and then of course mixing it up with, you know, like this strategy, a lot of trap cards, and then Centurion. It's very, very, very interesting.
I think it's also the consequence of the rules for Worlds, because Centurion decks typically use the like Courage to Rise Archive skill, but because you need to use 3 legendary skills for the World Championship, that may have incentivized Sengov to use this particular skill with Odeon.
A lot of forced creativity there, but this is what you get when you make the best duelists in the world make the toughest decisions ever.
Yeah.
And how do we even call this deck? It is Centurion, Crusadia, Odeon trap card.
Yeah, I guess the Crusadia card is really just another trap
Exactly,
monster,
yeah.
so it's like, I don't know.
But I want to say Crusadia in the name. I'm posting it.
Well, I mean, this is the start of the 2026 World Championship. We're only 1 round in, and we're seeing incredible duelists do incredible things. But now we're going to see what that Synchro Summon is,
I
so...
think it's a 12, if I
Yeah.
add the levels correctly.
That is a lot of stars coming from those trap monsters.
And Oxila.
Look at Phalanx with its effect. Actually adds to hand.
It looks like we're going to slow things down here as we're setting trap cards.
That's fair for an Odeon deck.
Yes, yes, but he's not going to win it this turn. But now we've got a face-down card.
Oh, so the Branded Banishment, does he have Fallen of Albaz in there to fuse with the Oxila?
I think we
For another mirror
because
change?
we activate Brain Fusion. Will you know?
So we are going to go ahead and bring back the Mirror Jade, actually. And that could be enough to change things up here. Non-targeting banish feels pretty good at this stage of the tournament.
That is strong.
So we had Prime Fusion activated, but then we activated effective Lubellion to Fusion Summon, so Call of Albas has been shuffled into the deck.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, come back.
okay, so
Yeah.
that wasn't it there.
Mm.
I mean, bringing out the...
Yeah, there it is. Yeah.
Some
Mirror
extra
Jade is
steps.
just as strong.
It's my turn.
Yeah.
I draw.
I mean, win or lose, Sengov did a great job breaking that field.
Oh, yeah. Incredible stuff
Trying
here.
to mount a comeback.
Speaking of mounting a comeback, though, Shota discarding the Bestial Lubellion there. Looks like we're going to grab a Bestial Magnemite from the deck to the hand. And so I think, given, I mean, those trap cards that are face down, Sengoa better have some kind of defense there. But either or, if Shota wins this duel, we'll get to see what Sengov's final deck is. So that's a win for me either way.
Activate my monster's effect. I activate my continuous track.
Look upon your doom.
And right now we can see how well Centurion has been mixed with the trap cards, and this is one of those scenarios that we said that Orion is very strong, and we will experience Centurion trap card was activated in order to
I activate my monster's effect.
negate, but wait, we have also right now more follow-up in the hand because Alba is in the graveyard, so we can special summon Cartesia, activate the effect of Fusion Summon, and go to Lubellion once again.
Activate my monster's
And
effect.
we have one card left in the hand that will be utilized in order to Fusion Summon. And for what we go now?
Perfect timing for the
oh,
Chaos Star Source.
Dragon.
He is going to force Sangov to show those cards.
Look upon your doom.
Nah,
Activate a
Apophis.
face down card.
It's a special summon it.
And then something else is about to happen.
And now, I special summon a monster.
Because summon and destroy, it's still the same card.
Yeah.
Take this, direct.
Wow. So no Bestials here. Sengaov is going to lose this duel. And Shota is attacking directly now. So we have got ourselves a match. Two of the best duelists at Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel in the world. Bringing us to a Game 5 on round 1. That's what you live for.
Love to see it.
I mean, what a game.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Like, it was a back and forth all over, and then you couldn't just tell who would have won it. I feel like Branded is kind of relentless deck, so it was just, I think Senga really put in the work. Now going into the final one, I have a deck that I'm thinking of that Senga didn't play, and maybe he's playing, so which could be Infernity maybe? What do you think?
Well, we have not seen him play in
Because we haven't
so
seen
it is
him playing. It
possible.
could be possible, right?
Does he have a legendary skill left? Does he use 2 legendary skills? I don't
He
know if
used
anyone's been
2
counting.
legendary, and then the 2. Yeah, he might
So
actually have a
sure,
legendary
guys,
So it has to
skill.
be a legendary skill. You can kind of narrow down maybe what your opponent might be playing, just
So
like you did.
You're telling me the master of going second is going to go first?
Oh,
see
there
what's
it
up.
is. Oh!
What?
You called it.
I don't have a Millennium Eye, I promise.
Infernity Revival. And
Oh,
the
wow.
opponent's Yusei bonds with the Converging
What?
Stars. This is one of my favorite decks.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because you played this during the WCS
Yeah, I played this during the
qualifiers, right?
qualifiers. A little stronger back then. It's been weakened since then.
It's still good enough to compete at Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, it does some incredible stuff. I hope we get to see it do that stuff and he doesn't just lose his whole hand.
Okay, well,
But
let's
even
see.
if he does, the skill still does incredible stuff.
I love
so
that, you know, he's playing the different version of Callan Kessler from Team Satisfaction. We get both looks, right?
But we get to experience Infinity once again, win the Toinkos, and right now it is 2 out of 2 in this World Championship. And we activate Transmodify.
wow. Wait,
Right, so he'll send his 2 to the grave and get a 3. I assume Necromancer to bring back the
yeah.
Archfiend.
Wow, I haven't seen Transmodify in a long time.
Oh, it says he has no cards in his hand stage. We'll kick a card from the deck to the graveyard. I don't know if anyone saw he used the Infernity Revival skill early on to return a card to the deck and send the Archfiend to the graveyard to get this all started. This deck is remarkably consistent because so many cards in the deck are special summons from the grave, and the skill gets everything into the grave that you need there.
Certainly experienced a lot of confidence there. You know, I always love to watch the duelists and their expressions, and as they went into this 5th game, Sengoov did seem like he was a little, not concerned, but whatever it was, just focused, really feeling the moment. But this is a strong finish.
Are you reading confidence on Sengov?
I mean, it's hard. He is a very steely duelist. Not in the bad way. He is just very focused.
I'm thinking maybe you're reading an Infernity Suppression, which could negate a monster effect.
That
but
is true,
Infinite Impermanence,
Oh,
actually,
wow.
would,
Speaking of negating,
would not be stopped by that. That can be huge here.
Wow, what?
That might have been the only card that could stop him.
Oh, and he had it. All right, it's Shota's turn.
Bonds of the Converging Stars.
Riding Duel Acceleration. Let's rev it up. Wow, this is...
Since his opponent controls a monster, he gets to get 3 monsters of 5 randomly summoned to his field, including the level 8 tuner, and the other 2 monsters have their levels set to 2, so he can immediately synchro summon.
What an interesting choice on the Infinite Impermanence, so that if you're going second, you can stop your opponent, but if you're going first, you have a way to like clear something out that hurts you in a Dark Ruler No More kind of way. That's a really good pick from Shota.
Satellite Warrior, he's going to try to destroy some cards. He didn't go for the Quasar yet.
So
Quasar there.
we're talking about Senga going second and has provided all these amazing duels, but we can see Shota now go second, and obviously the Infinite Impermanence was very well timed into Necromancer, into the correct spot, and we can see, as Michael said, one of those decks that you are not truly expect to see in the World Championship, yet being here and showcasing such a strong start, going second against an Infernity, which we're talking about how strong it is going first, but right now we can definitely see how Shota is going second and just spamming one monster after the other.
I mean, look at this. Now Senga is just defenseless.
Yeah, his face down card
He
was
has
just
one
the,
monster in defense.
he just had the droplet he was forced to use.
Excuse me?
Just the one, but only having the one monster in defense and nothing else. I think this is Shota's duel to win. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes at this point, it is going to be a good time for him because, again, he's already got, you know, enough damage, I think, right there between the 3,000 and 1,250, but he destroyed the monster. Shota wants to show how strong he is.
I mean, Senga, I think right now already knows the outcome, and Shota, it is some attacks away from breaking this victory and taking the first round 1 victory in the World Championship, and Shota advances with the first win.
That Infinite Impermanence was brutal. He actually did not have the suppression down, but so he could have been vulnerable to cards like Ghost Bell as well.
Know,
but
that's
even
insane.
so, he was all in on that Necromancer's effect resolving, and once it got stopped, there was nothing he could do.
I was really not expecting it. Like, we were already thinking, okay, now this is going as the previous games that we witnessed with Infinite, and then the Infinite Permanence was there. Wow, I mean, what a comeback from Shota, honestly.
I know, but again, I told you, 20 gold icons. Shota is one of the best duelists to ever do it. And so that could have been the World Championship Finals right there. That's how good that was. But we're only around 1 of speed duels. That's insane.
And I mean, for my opinion, every round will be like and feel like a World Champion final because the players are so good, right? It feels like every player here has making so much playtest, is very experienced, he knows what he's doing, and it felt like all this back and forth. It was very frustrating to see those duels go going first, going second, and we definitely didn't know the outcome from the start. And I think we got a little biased with the Rush Modify, right?
It was exciting. It was exciting. It's so cool to see the creativity of duelists because based on the rules, you do have to make some really interesting choices. But nothing in the rules said you had to run Transmodify. That was just Senga of just doing something different.
Yeah. I mean, I completely agree. I really feel like every single match will be, you know, a match you really want to win to advance into the semifinals. And also at the end of the day, it's not only the hard work you put throughout the whole season, but also the deck choices, how you want to play that, depending on what your opponent also is playing. So it's really also a matter of what do you feel like doing in the moment, right?
Yeah.
So
and there's not that many Swiss rounds, so every round counts a lot for getting into the semifinals.
There's even less Swiss rounds for Rush, though, which is what we've got coming up, and that's exciting, too, because if we had to live through that match, how are we supposed to go through the rest of this day?
And, you know, we have it so easy up here. For the players, it's incredibly stressful.
Because you've competed in the World Championship before, right?
I did. I took the, 15-hour flight to Japan in 2009, and I lost in the first round of the, World Championship in the TCG. So I know the feeling, and, it's so exciting to be here. It's, really disappointing to lose, especially in that first round. But that's part of the game, and these are players who win a lot, but they're also very used to losing a lot, and they know that's part of the game.
So since you are a veteran, any advice for Senga right now that He lost his first round, but he's still in the World Championship.
Yeah, I don't think he needs my advice, but you know, keep playing, keep winning, right? Like you lost round 1, but you can still win the rest, and that's kind of the mindset of all of the best players. That if you lose, it's okay, brush it off. Next round's a new round, right? Don't let your loss set you back.
Stays in the past, right?
Well, yeah, don't let it set you back more than it has to.
Yeah.
One of my favorite World Championship competitors, it was Jarrell Winston, who brought the Exodia deck that made top 8 that year. He used to always say one duel at a time. Don't think about the next duel, don't think about the duel behind you, just think about this duel, one duel at a time.
Yeah, I think it is one of those matches that you need to have in order to compete in such a high pressure tournament, and I cannot even imagine the pressure on the players right now, competing for the World Champion title and being in Japan. It's very, very unique for each player, and right now I believe that they have been into the zone, as we say, and it's quite stressful, right?
Yeah, I mean, but I cannot really imagine the feeling of, you know, playing countless duels and then, you know, being here and, you know, see essentially what it is. But here we are again.
Yeah, speaking of seeing, it looks like we get to be treated to a match, and it doesn't seem like it's in progress. They're starting it fresh for us, so it's going to be Tadashi from the United States against Zheng Hao from Singapore.
My Destiny heroes are far superior to the elemental heroes.
This will be neat to actually catch up on everything here. Oh no, we don't get to see it.
Well, it was a replay.
Shucks, I guess it was a replay. Hey, I'm excited to see anything here, though. But
yeah.
it is true that, like, you're right about the experience and about, Mike, what you said about it being different, because for some people, you know, going to Japan, this far-off island, is a dream for them. But for other people like Shota, this is his home country, and he wants to bring honor to his country and win this tournament and be the World Championship. So everybody's got a very different story as they cross through here. It's just wild.
And this is what I love with the World Championship, that because obviously us working together, US with Europe, and it feels so same for the players also. Having the experience to see another culture, because for me every continent has different way to approach the game, and it is quite unique to have such a unique and marvelous and wonderful tournament in order to experience how players from Japan, from United States, from Europe are treating the game, and how their mindset are going to approach these tournaments, and what decks and strategies are going to bring.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like we always talk in our events about, you know, friendships in Yu-Gi-Oh!, traveling with friends and play testing and going abroad with other people. But I really feel like Japan is something special, you know, like it's maybe where everything started. So it's like, you know, the competition is extremely high, of course, but as you mentioned, it's not only about culture, friendships. It's just the whole thing that makes it special, right?
And there's also the personal reputation, too. Not every duelist thinks the same. I think it was Paco Wako Taco in the surveys where he said the duelist who has the most fun is the winner. So he's got his own mindset. But not every duelist is like that. Some are Yami Yugi, some are Seto Kaibas, and they have to be #1. And if you get that first round lost after your flight, I mean, it's a hard thing, but you just have to, again, just get back in there and keep dueling.
Just keep going. I will say, I can't speak for, you know, recent years or the current players, but the year I played in 2009, there was a ton of camaraderie, not just with the players from my own country, the US, even though, you know, we hung out basically the whole time, but also with the players who love Yu-Gi-Oh! From the other countries. And the other representatives, there was a player from Japan, Satoshi, who brought us all around because he was bilingual. He was kind of showing me the country. I'll never forget him. And this was 2009, 17 years ago. There was a player from Paris who I recently went to Paris with my wife. She was messaging me on Facebook, giving me recommendations of where to eat. And it's like, this is somebody I've met, you know, for a week in 2009. And like still, he's a contact and someone I've been in touch with, you know, extremely limited, but someone, you know, I've never forgotten and will never forget. And I think that this is an experience for a lot of the players that they will never forget, whether they win or they lose. It is a life-changing experience. And one thing I do wonder, though, is if you're playing in your local country, if it feels the same. I wonder if it's the same for the Japanese players.
So
but I think for the
you got to qualify for America then, right?
Yeah,
Go back to the World
to know whether it has that same incredible feeling as you know, traveling and competing abroad. But I think for most players, I think they're going to experience that this weekend.
Yeah, I mean,
and maybe already have.
I remember, for example, when there was the World Championship in Rimini years ago. So, like, for sure, the World Championship is something special. It's the event of the year, right? But as you mentioned, I really, like traveling, I think is, we conceive it different, like going abroad, not staying in the same country, maybe I guess. But yeah, also like for example, last year in Paris, it's just nice to be in the whole environment, seeing players going around and duelists. It's just something else.
So let's talk about some of our duelists here. Of course, we were talking about duelists from around the world. So from Germany, we have Sniffus. The United States, we have Tadashi. Greece, Paris. And from Japan, we have Ashu.
On the next slide, we have Misaka from Japan, Yu from Japan, Losprin from Japan, and from Korea, we have Sen Tiras.
So again, from Korea, as we just experienced, we have Sengao. From the United States, we have Sen Vaifir. Again, from United States, we have Ents. And from Mexico, we have Norentino.
And then we have Zenzo, Hagura, Ryosuke, and then in the end, we have Bayatenda Tintron.
Certainly an amazing cast of Speed Duel players there, and I don't know who's going to be the champion yet because none of us do, right? There's still going to be 4 more rounds of Swiss. So why don't we go ahead and take a break, and we'll be back with the next Rush Duel round right after this. And we're back. Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. We had a heck of a round one, but we're about to actually go into the first round of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel tournament, which is going to be a fun time.
I'm very excited for Rush Duels. It's fast-paced, a lot of action. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it is one of those formats that really feels quite unique, despite, for example, Speed Duel, which reminds a little bit of the TCG in some senses, but obviously it is a unique strategy that with its own regulations and its own rules, and Rush Duels feels something else, right?
I mean, I love Rush Duel, honestly. I remember last year moment was my favorite when baseball was there. I was like so excited, and I mean, I really can't look, and I can't wait honestly to see our duelists in action, and to see also the deck that they brought, the decisions, and especially to see that if there's a pattern, if there will be a deck that will be the most played deck, a certain cards,
Yes.
Very nice to see that. Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier, how in Speed Duel, we kind of know which decks are very strong, which ones we expect to see, and you were absolutely right about your prediction with Sengav running the Infernities. But with Rush Duel, I feel like there's only maybe about 2 or 3 like set decks we expect to see out of each duelist, and then that's when the creativity comes in, and every Rush Duel deck feels so different from one another. This is going to be a very different vibe than Speed Duels.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think one of the things I was most looking forward to is seeing which decks players bring for the Rush Duel tournament, because I think there's basically 2 decks that are 2 of the strongest decks that you can play in Rush Duels. But then how are players going to fill out the other 3? And I think that will be really interesting to watch.
And in my mind, I want also to discuss how powerful a certain card is. And
I know
pretty
which
sure
one.
which one.
Yeah, I know which one. It is that good. That guy who told you all that, 10 minutes was not enough time for him to talk about that card. It is very powerful.
Yeah, and I think you can actually find the interview online, but for now, I think that we need to go for the Rush Duel regulations. So, the main tournament first stage will comprise 3 rounds played in a Swiss draw format. This means that players with similar results will be facing against each other in their next matches. The winner of each round will be determined by a best-of-5 match. Once a deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round. During each round, you will be awarded 3 DP for a win, 0 DP for a loss, and 1 DP for a draw. The top 4 players after 3 rounds will advance to the final tournament.
Yeah, the final tournament will comprise 2 semi-finals and 1 final, playing a single elimination format between the 4 players who advance from the main tournament first stage, and the winner of each round will be determined by the best-of-5 match. Once the deck is used, it cannot be reused in the same round.
And speaking of their decks, duelists must follow the Forbidden Limited list effective as of July 31st, 2026. They can't add any new cards, characters, and skills scheduled to be added to the game on or after August 6th. And they must prepare 5 decks similar to Speed Duels, each with a different character and skill. At least 3 decks must have a legendary skill set, and duelists can only have up to 3 copies in total of each card across all decks. Duelists can also only have up to 1 copy in total of each limited 1 card across all of their decks, and up to 2 copies in total of each limited 2 cards, so we're going to see a lot of variety across all decks.
Cards you can only obtain 1 or 2 copies of in-game can only be included up to that number in total across all decks. Legend cards are an exception to this rule. Duelists can have up to 3 copies in total of each legend card, with a maximum of 1 per deck. However, if a legend card is limited 1 or limited 2, only 1 or 2 copies respectively in total can be included across all decks. Each duelist can select 3 tactical cards and include up to 3 copies of each per deck. If only 1 or 2 copies of selected card are obtainable in-game, or if it is limited 1 or limited 2, only 1 or 2 copies respectively can be included per deck. Legend cards cannot be selected as tactical cards.
So we know the rules, now we get to see the gameplay soon, and I think that's going to be what's so exciting, because when you think about that spread of cards and the spread of effects and whatnot, it's just so weird to think that, well, you know what? Why don't we just let the duelists do the talking with their cards as we see Moke fighting his opponent. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a good one.
And we also get to see the actual reigning world champion on stream.
So I think Steven already talked about this. There is an actual interview that I had the pleasure to take from the current world champion Yumehara, and it was how insane he was talking about the Shiny Shady.
Oh, Shiny Shady is so good though!
Such a beautiful commentary from his side,
But let's talk about what we're actually seeing on the screen, because Shutaro is using Royal Rebels. That was not on a lot of Duelist radar for this tournament, but he's got great defenses out there. He's set up for next turn. His opponent, though, looks like he's going to be using, is that Balloon? What?
So he gets to special summon a monster from the graveyard.
And with the balloon, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to gamble a little bit and try to find a level 6 or lower monster to send to the graveyard in order to be special summoned.
Yeah, so Kenya's skill allows him to summon that Ether Dragon with just one tribute, but he did get hit by Shiny Shady.
Wow, Shiny Shady is that good. But let's talk a little bit briefly about the Rush Duel rules, because it's maybe a little different for people who haven't played this side of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Again, in a Rush Duel, at the beginning of your turn, you're going to draw until you have 5 cards in your hand, and you have as many normal summons as possible. That's why you keep seeing Tribute Summon after Tribute Summon, because that's a normal summon too. But speaking of normal, we've seen this before, only going to be 1 direct attack because of that trap card.
Well, 1 direct attack is still going to be a lot of damage from that Grand Maju.
Well, that is good. This deck is incredibly powerful, especially because of the Eternity Ether Dragon, which alone just does so much, essentially just get a ring of 1 card on your opponent's field. And this was an impressive, honestly, opener here from Yumehara Sensei. Let's see here how Shutaro, with his fresh new cards, can deal with this. And okay,
there you go. He's Shiny Shady. He thinks it's a great card. So talking about Shiny Shady, when your opponent summons, you're going to be able to discard a card and then target 2 effect monsters on the field and flip them face down. But he used it on his own cards to get them in defense to avoid big attacks from his opponent.
Well, that and Royal Rebels have cards that will destroy all cards, face-up monsters on the opponent's field.
So you believe that he just wants to find a way to generate 1 turn, and from that scenario, he knows that he can deal 1000 damage in order to seal that win, right?
Seems to be the plan. And Royal Rebels, again, you know, their main sort of theme is tributing over level 5 or higher fiend monsters.
Yeah, so he knows this deck well, because Doom Metal's effect destroys all monsters on the field and inflicts 100 damage for each level. Since all face-up monsters, since those 2 monsters are face down, they're now able to protect his life.
Very smart of the world champion.
I mean, he's the world champion.
Yeah.
You have to be so clever in order to be here.
That 100 attack points is enough to take down that Grand Maju.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big monster in attack points, but not in defense points. This is going to be really interesting, too, with such a smaller pool of duelists for this, because there's only 8 competitors in the Rush Duel World Championship here for Duel Links. We actually might see a repeat World Champion. We haven't, but it's going to be up to Yumehara Sensei to draw his way out of this turn.
You can tell his disappointment, though. It really seems like it's disappointing. Maybe he could have played it a little bit differently, I guess.
A lot of emotion there, but here's the Ghost Cyclone. Maybe he's going to be able to come back after all.
Well, he doesn't have 3 or fewer monsters in the graveyard to draw the extra card, right? But the skill gets him the Ether Dragon and a card, though.
And he also needs the coin toss, right?
Yeah, well, he wanted a Tails to reduce the attack points of the monster, so that coin toss was not optimal for him. Instead, he increased his monster's attack points, but he attributed anyway. But he destroyed the gate attack, the Legend Trap with the Aether Dragon.
That's big.
Oh, huge! And now 1 attack, and he wipes out the rest of his life points after the Grand Maju's attack.
So wait, we thought Yumehara Sensei was disappointed, and that's what it looks like when he wins. I can't wait to see what it looks like when he actually has to feel the challenge there. But yeah, he is doing well here. That's his first game, you know, on his round. Wow, just good stuff.
I also feel like when the competition is so high, and I mean, even though you win a game, but you made a misplay, I feel like you don't feel well about it, just because you know that you could have played it better. I mean, at the end of the day, it's important that you seal it out and just say, next one, okay, it's fine. But still, I really feel like you really want to do your best, you really want to prove you're, you know, the current reigning champion, but still, what a performance. Like, you know.
Yeah, was there anything he could have done differently, or was he just
I don't
disappointed
think so.
with his
I don't think
draw?
so. I feel like maybe the Shiny Shady activated could have done differently. I don't know, because
like maybe you could have waited till the tribute monsters are summoned on the Royal Rebel side and flipped those face down, because he decided I want to hide. Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm thinking of, because I cannot really see any other scenario.
Because his monster had only 0 defense, so in any case it was like destroying them.
In any
with the
case.
effect, yeah, in any case. But the fact that I loved is that we talk about it, how pressure this tournament is, and we see that a world champion who obviously has nothing else to prove, right?
Yeah.
He's here with all this pressure, and he might make a misplay. We still don't know, because we are not as good as he is at the end of the day. And for sure we saw how frustrated he was after that move.
Even after winning.
Even after winning.
That's the sign of a good champion, though. Somebody who's like, you know, I won, but I didn't win hard enough. I've got to try better. And speaking of try better, looks like we've got another match here, as it's going to be Gavin Sogetsu on Shutaro's side, and his opponent is going to be SHUEISHA Velgeir, also with a skill, but this time a legendary skill.
Typically, the legendary skill for him is a Void Velg deck.
Yeah, Requiem Contact is probably what's behind that circle, and Void Velg is such a really cool deck for this format. Honestly, it's maybe one of the better decks, but isn't as popular as some of the top choices.
I love this deck. I use this in the qualifiers.
Well, did you set 3 monsters, set a spell or trap and pass?
Sometimes, but you know, setting 2 back rows would have been better, typically, unless that's a Shiny Shady down there.
That's true. That he may be singing the praises of Shiny
All
Shady.
according to plan.
All according to plan.
When you see a card in hand,
Shiny
you already know
Shady.
that.
There you go. Yeah.
All right,
Wow.
So okay, he special summons Meteor Drake, but he won't be able to use the effect with his monster face down, so he's just shooting off the Shiny Shady right away. Meteor Black Rising. This is actually a deck I've played quite a bit as well. I enjoy this Meteor Black Rising deck as well.
Very strong. The goal of it, of course, is to bring out the Meteor Black Dragon using kind of like some Joey Wheeler-esque cards, but it's a 3,500 attacker that, depending on what your fusion materials are with the Meteor Fusion, you might actually be able to destroy a card as well.
Yeah, so if you special summon a normal monster, you get to destroy a card. Those monsters combined do not make a normal monster. They make an effect monster, so you don't get to get the bonus effect of a fusion spell to destroy a card.
But he's already got to face that monster, that Shiny Shady, powerful and certainly thin down the hand so that when Yumihara Sensei draws, he'll draw 5 cards. But does he get to draw 5 cards as we reveal off the top of the deck here for Meteor Dragon?
And one thing that I want to mention is that Yumehara was waiting for the first summon of Shutaro to activate Shiny Shady instead of waiting for potential 2 monsters in order to utilize more advantage. And this quite caught my attention because it means that he really respects the first move that Shutaro makes.
Also kind of difficult when your biggest boss monster in this deck is a normal monster, which could not be flipped by Shiny Shady, so he knows his Shiny Shady quite well.
Nice cut, Steven.
And here also something peculiar because the Void Velg Beyond Probe can be Contact Fusion. So it's very, very nice, you know, summon here that we are seeing here up on the screen. This card is very, very powerful. Essentially can destroy 1 face down card in your opponent's spell and trap zone.
Limited 1 now.
Limited 1.
Powerful card.
It wasn't during the qualifier.
I mean, the deck itself, I really feel like it's been there for a long time, the longest time, I would say. But it's been, of course, adjusted throughout time. And I feel like it's still very, very powerful, for sure.
Kenya's shaking his head.
Watch closely.
Yeah, let's see what he ends up doing next here.
He has 6 cards in his hand.
I activate my monster's
Okay.
effect.
Chaos Cool Stars. He can discard a card to draw a new one. If you didn't like what he had, that might help.
Here's what I'll do.
But where do we go from now?
He's got a lot of resources. That's what I feel would kind of embellish confidence here, right? You've got so many different cards.
Oh, he got Void Velg
Wow.
Requiem with his White Rider's effect. He's in great shape.
Yeah, he's in good shape.
That was the card you really want to excavate out of your deck, right? You really want to see it and then get it.
Well, now he's using the skill to put it on top and draw a card. So
Yeah.
now he has 2 of them. They each are only 1 tribute to summon, even though they're level 8 thanks to the skill, now that he's used it.
There's a few skills in Rush Duel like this, but I think this is very strong considering all of the additional power you can get from this beautiful Void Velg Requiem. Certainly putting on a showcase of style here, but the next one won't have the animation, but we know it's gorgeous too.
I activate Void Velg Requiem's effect. Chaos Overforce.
Send the top card of the deck to the graveyard, gain a bunch of attack points.
I contact fusion a monster.
What are we testing right now?
This is going to make Forbidden Requiem, right?
Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous.
Here it is. Beautiful
Yeah,
card.
this card is insane.
And it's also very powerful, as we say.
It's, I mean, like, essentially by sending Throptic cards of deck to the graveyard, you get to destroy cards in your opponent's field up. You know, the number of active monsters. It's just too good of a card. Yeah.
So it looks like he only hit 1, unfortunately, for him.
Yeah.
But still not bad, and then he was able to tribute summon another Requiem, and now he can contact Fuse.
Once again.
Yeah, Forbidden Requiem's in a bundle, so there's only 1 copy you're able to play. but Dark Matter Requiem is not, so you can summon multiple copies, and it can put a monster face down, gain 1300 attack, and gain piercing.
Oh, wow.
Changing the battle
Curse
position.
of the Rising
Oh, wow.
Light!
So big attacks and big damage here. It's very interesting that, you know, Yumehara Sensei, Kenya, he really likes changing battle positions. I think that in Rush Duels, you know, this is a more battle phase focused game, but even so, I think he's got a mastery of this.
This might be over. He's going to pierce over the defense position monster, pierce over the attack position monster, and attack directly.
It's very depending on the last set card that is behind in the spell and trap zone. But I believe it's obviously not shiny because we don't have any cards in the hand. So it can only mean a negate attack maybe.
Yeah, he would have flipped that immediately if it was a negate attack, if it was a widespread ruin. So
and look at the flex of emotions. You know, Kenya taking that second game there, but still very steely, very locked in, and at the same point, you know, doing that sort of pat on the face, like, okay, wake up, you've got this, you can do the next one. And his opponent kind of feeling himself there. I mean, he's already down 2 games, so the next one, that's 3 chances for the world champion to get around.
Yeah. I think Voidvelg and probably Worms are 2 of the strongest decks.
Which we haven't seen in this duel yet.
We have not seen Worms yet. And then players kind of have to fill out with the others for the other 3 slots. But we'll see.
Yeah.
So we may see a weird mirror match maybe. Because
it's possible they might load Worms. One to close it out and one to stay alive. Yeah.
They still have one of their best deck still in their arsenal. And I think, for example, it is one of those scenarios that you really want to bring this. When you are 0-2 against the world champion, you have to bring your best deck, right?
I mean, I feel like if you're 2-0 and you have to come back, you surely want to bring Worm, which is the reason why I think the world champion is not bringing Worm now. I mean, I feel like let's see what.
Looks like none of them are. Neither of them is playing it.
Okay.
They both have archive skills.
Oh, so neither of these characters are playing what their characters are all about. Let's see what they end up bringing. It's going to start off with Shutaro, Moke Moke, like as in Moki Moki, the monster.
It's my turn. I draw. From my hand.
Oh,
Hero. Okay.
Yeah.
Elemental circulation, he reveals, and he gets to get some cards from his deck.
Going right into the Hero Descent there, yep, to bring back the Elemental Hero Avion.
Hero being good both in a speed duel and in rush duel, it gives Shoujo to my heart.
That's the beauty of Duel Links, right? All popular character decks tend to get a lot of support and strong skills, so you can play them.
There's been years where Elemental Hero Neos was like the scariest card in existence. Hey, and heroes are back. So, interesting, by the way, notice that Moki Moki ended up really taking those headphones off. He is just going to be present and in the moment and work his way back. We've been wrong before. I think, you know, in that first round of speed duels, we really did kind of think that Sengalov kind of had it. The infinite impermanence from his opponent really surprised us. Maybe this is the same thing. Maybe we're about to watch Moke Moke win 3 duels in a row.
So using the Hero Rush Rising skill, he sends a card from the field to the graveyard, and then he's allowed to, he has to weaken a monster on the field, so he chose his own, and then he gets to get fusion.
All right, so we are going to fuse our first monster here. Elemental Hero Sparkman and Elemental Hero Avion. Doesn't make sense in the normal TCG, but here we've got Elemental Hero Voltic Wingman.
Voltic Wingman's effect is kind of like a miracle fusion. It allows you to fuse monsters together. Interesting point, though, for TCG players out there, there's no banish zone in Rush Duels. So the monsters get shuffled into, returned to the deck instead when you use either the miracle fusion legend spell or the effect of that fusion monster.
It is one of those scenarios that you really want to utilize when you play Rush Duel, that you have to respect how different are some certain rules and trying to understand that, for example, cards like Miracle Fusion and all those cards that banish are very extremely good, but we think that we are starting the things very good job right now with the curse being activated. And
incredible.
Wow. No way did he change the monster into attack position just so there was a monster for Hammer Shot to destroy. That's
amazing.
Insane.
And because it's his first turn, he got to draw 2 cards. But look at this. He's ending his turn with 3 cards in his hand and no monsters.
That may spell doom. Wow. He was playing the Dark Magician deck, too, based on the cards that I saw.
Yes, he used the Illusion of Execution skill. He did reveal Dark Magician to do that. This is a very spell-heavy deck. I think this play is very unlike a lot of other decks out there. It's also one of the few decks that can return spells to the deck easily.
That's right.
It's very common to return monsters to the deck, but recurring spells is less common. But when this happens, I mean, that's not a good sign. We know one of the cards in this hand is
but Shiny Shady.
I think that we will not be forced to say Shiny Shady in this tournament because it is one of those cards that you expect to see in every duel because it is such a strong and powerful card.
Yeah, it's a must-off for sure. It's the card that has to be in your deck. And then, of course, if you see your opponent having at least one card in hand, you have to think, of course, the card is there.
He's using Hero Rush Rising again since Kenya has no monsters out. He has to weaken his own.
Well, you could always fuse them off. He's got a fusion in hand as well as Elemental Hero Sparkman on the field.
I think there's a good chance of that.
Oh, and now he's able to get a card back here with the Star beginning, discarding or sending Sparkman away.
Well, sends the top two cards of the deck to the grave, then he can add a level 5 or lower normal monster fusion or polymerization from his graveyard to his hand. So you can get those fusion materials he needs for that fusion he already has.
It's going to be a difficult decision. If you're unable to close it out, you have to know that the Dark Magician is about to arrive. And really what the Dark Magician deck does, I don't know if we're going to get to see the full thing, but it just boosts up the power of Dark Magician with various powerful spell cards and then attacks for 6,000. Doesn't look like we're attacking for 6,000 now, so Yumehara Sensei is going to get another chance. Is he praying before he draws? I think I saw a little moment there.
Can't hurt.
Part of the cards be with him.
I think he was not expecting maybe to surviving this turn, to be fair. Like, I was expecting him maybe to have a negate attack, for example. That was not the case.
That's a hard choice in the Dark Magician deck because you really want to always have spells or the monsters that help you get to where you need to be. So maybe you're defenseless unless you're running Shiny Shady.
I was not expecting him to survive that turn.
Yeah.
With all those cards, possible fusion summoning. But he has another shot here. He's using the Illusion of Execution skill. He'll have to reveal... he reveals Dark Magician Girl. And he gets any spell. 1,009.
That's
good. That's a good one.
Wow, so now he's going to get Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl? Yeah.
Nice. Stone of Dark Magicians, he gets to summon, the Girl from the hand and the Dark Magician from the grave.
And I think right now we can experience Dark Magician, as Steven said, being summoned on the field, and we still have the knives in the hand.
Yes,
Very crucial right now.
but Shiny Shady... Oh, Shiny Shady can't put the Dark Magician face down. That's a normal monster. It can only put Dark Magician Girl down.
Yeah.
I figured he had the Dark Magic attack since he took the 1,000 knives. Oh, this is getting good.
He still has a couple of
wow.
cards.
Yep.
This may be enough to win just in this. I'm on pins and needles.
This would be an incredible comeback.
It
because
would, it would.
I would have thought he was going to lose on the previous turn.
I love how you say comeback when the world champion is up 2-0.
Wow.
But Steven talked about it in the previous game, that Shiny Shade is very powerful, but needs to be activated in the correct spot, because if your boss monster is a normal monster, it cannot target it because it doesn't meet the requirements, and this is why Dark Magician being summoned here is very strong as a card and very threatful, because you can activate all those powerful spells and not be threatened by the effect of Shiny Shady.
The danger here is that his life points are so low at 1,400, and Shining Flare Wingman or another powerful fusion can just come in and wipe them all out, even over an attack position Dark Magician. So he needs to be really careful. And I don't know how careful he can actually be, because he also needs to start destroying cards and, evening that up.
This is rough for both of these duelists. They're really feeling it, but to a degree, you're right, because if he tries to go for an opening and doesn't finish this duel, then that's Moke's attempt to come back. Whoa, but he had 2 copies.
I think that's limited 2, right?
It is limited 2,
He has
yeah.
both copies.
Wow, so he's going in.
And he had the Dark Magic attack for the back row. I guess when you're drawing no monsters, you have to have quite a few spells.
It makes logic.
Yeah.
I feel like he really felt like he needed to get rid of every monster of his opponent's side of the field. Okay, but leaving a card in hand is quite like he has another Shiny Shady.
It's possible. Yeah, it's like a typical strategy to try to clear the opponent's field before they redraw to 5, so they have fewer cards to work with.
Only drawing 3, though. Maybe there's a Miracle Fusion? Let's see what happens. Oh, that'll help him get to
elemental
it.
circulation.
It is a start.
Very Jaden Yuki turn, right? Start with the pot of greed Bubble Man.
And it is so cool to experience because it just come to my mind from your words, Steven, that we experienced Dark Magician against Elemental Hero.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow, is there anything is possible in the World Championship? But I really do love that about Rush Duel is that there's so many nostalgia cards that even if you jump into this strange new rule set, you do feel right at home.
So it feels like we are experiencing two different generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Battling right now, with Dark Magician being on the same field as the Wingman, and right now I think it's just like the show, we can experience all this cool back and forth.
I feel like here is a matter of understanding where you want your opponent to activate the Shiny Shady, because you kind of really figure out he has one in one of his back row. And as mentioned before, he's at 1400 life points remaining, so it's really a matter of understanding where can I push and seal this one out. Because we know that the left set card was already there from the previous tournament, has not been utilized. So we can assume maybe, you know, could not be some sort of, you know, defense card.
Interesting, slow, methodical play here, because technically a Flame Wingman can win this. Oh, there's the Shiny Shady. We don't want to see no Flame Wingman.
Yeah.
Discarding the Dark Magician Girl was a huge commitment, though, because now we can't use the Illusion of Execution skill next turn, unless he just happens to draw a Dark Magician.
Oh, draw 5 more cards.
Moki sets 2 and passes. Look at the emotion he's expressing here.
Oh, that's devastating, because he was pretty close to ending it very early in this duel.
The drama of the World Championship, and we are just in the early rounds.
And Illusion of Execution. I guess he drew one of those magicians.
Oh, but he does have it. Wow.
I mean, it's logical. He drew 5 cards, right? And when he has already Dark Magician on the field, it is in a very good spot, because the issue with this deck is to find access to Dark Magician and try to protect him on the field, because you can utilize then your powerful spell cards. But right now, since Dark Magician is on the field, he's not rated by any form of interruptions like Shiny Shady, for example. He can just pop off and make all those cool plays with those powerful spell cards.
Yeah, as soon as you get access to the Dark Eradicator Sorcerer as well, which is the case, you really get to understand how good the deck is, because you can also shuffle 10 spell cards from the graveyard to the deck, and then essentially recycle them and reuse them.
The spell he added with the skill was Secret Order. It does have the variant art, but it still does the same thing. We're going to special summon Dark Magician back, and it's going to gain 700 life points or 700 attack points, and cannot be destroyed by your opponent's trap. So this is...
Oh, this might end it if that back row isn't going to be helpful.
This really depends.
Yeah, Dark Magician gains attack points since more than 4,600 now.
Okay, I think maybe we've already made it a little bit of relief on his face as we see the attacks. We may be a few seconds behind here, but maybe we have a 2-time world champion as, yeah, he raises his hand. That's it.
What a duel.
Wow. Every one of these could have been the finals of a world championship unto itself. This is an amazing tournament.
That was a 3-0.
3-0, it was commanding. But each one, it wasn't like a clean 3-0. He really had to work for those.
Yeah, I mean, in that duel, I really thought he was goner on like the second turn. I thought heroes were just going to close it out.
Yeah.
And I think he himself was surprised that the most he could muster was the 1 Fusion Monster and 2 Sparkman.
Do you know what's interesting in this World Championship format about a 3-0? We didn't get to see his other 2 decks, and no one else did.
Yeah.
A lot of secrets still out there.
And I was thinking about it because in Speed Duel, in the round before, we got to experience all the arsenal of our duelists. Right now, we didn't get to see 2 of the decks that the world champion has bring into this tournament, which, as you said, Steven, it's very, very strong cards to have some information hidden from your opponent, and it felt like it was very back and forth. It felt like heroes would definitely seal this game, but can you expect less from the world champion?
No, I mean, but also it showed up briefly on screen. He lost the first round.
So yeah, because this is round 2 of the tournament. That's right.
He lost the first round, and that's why he was so committed on it. Because like now is the later it will be the 3rd match, and then essentially that will be the match if you're going into the semifinals or not. So Well, very well played. I mean, what can we expect from the world champion? Honestly, last year it was a show-off in the finals. We remember it was a straight 3-0 victory, and it comes back here once again, you know, with a 3-0 victory. So
he's had to shake the rust off a little bit, but he's back in there. So I guess that emotion we were seeing is him having a chance to make his way back into the top 4 on the final day, and then maybe be a 2-time world champion.
Yeah, the hope is still alive, right? That's where I think that's where he's at, right in his head right now. Like he can still do this.
Can we say how wonderful it was to experience Dark Magician against Elemental Hero? It is one of those scenarios that I really find joy to my heart.
I mean, I also feel like those two decks could be the decks that can be safely say represented throughout our field here at the WCS. I really feel like it's you know, very powerful decks, and here we also get the chance to see another match of our Rush Duel duelists.
Looks like we've got Takuma Kitamura, also known as Taka, versus Richard Pacheco, Paco Waco Taco. Again, this is round 2 of our Swiss Duel rounds in progress.
And both of our duelists won the first round, meaning that who's winning this one advances to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, they have a strong chance for sure. Obviously, if you don't have any wins going into round 3, it's going to be hard to get top 4.
And I think that we are experiencing a mirror, I believe, right? It could be.
I think it's from the top. I mean, it is a replay, though,
Yes.
so don't worry. We're not.
It's a replay, so we can't. Well, this is Royal Rebel on one side. I don't know what Paco Waco Taco is playing, though.
Yeah, because
Could be
it's a
an
replay,
archive
we don't see
skill.
the skill. Yeah, that's what's going to be different when we have to check back in these. But I'm so glad we get to see these, so we get to see all the great competitors from this tournament. But just 1,200 for now.
I'll end my turn. Watch this.
So right now I feel like Paco didn't
Oh, so
have
it-
the exact, we just saw the skill. So it is Dark Magician again. So we saw both times Dark Magician goes first and just set 3 cards and could not find access to their monsters. So consistency might be one of the issues that the Dark Magician is facing, but
It also looks like he's stuck, too, because since he set those 3 cards and he hasn't used them yet, maybe he can't get rid of the 6 cards in his hand, and he may not be able to get out of this duel or summon Dark Magician at all.
so you believe it is one of those scenarios that he cannot find access to activate any of the spell trap cards currently on the field and could not be able to advance further his game state, right?
That's what it seems to be, because again, I play a lot of Dark Magician on Rush Duel myself, and you have to be very careful if you commit those cards in the field and you don't have a way to activate it. This is the situation you're in. No, not like this.
Getting his turn again.
But at the same time, remember that the skill on the Royal Rebel side of Tak prevents him from ever changing that monster to attack mode unless it's by a card effect. So he's actually in a decent position that maybe he can just slowly but surely draw. He's playing Dark Magician and just believing in the heart of the cards. I can't believe my life.
He has 2 more turns of 1,200 direct attacks.
He does, he does.
And it's
Shades of
over,
Yadagaras.
And the fact that
Oh, a monster!
We got a monster!
There it is.
We don't have a monster. Shiny Shady prevails. And that one is a really good Shiny Shady, because Wizened Dark Magician could have discarded one of those cards in his hand and then special summon Dark Magician. But instead, it looks like we're going to see a tribute summon instead for Dark Magician Girl.
All right, he's making some plays. Star Protector's protection will make it so Paco Waco Taco can only attack with 1 monster this turn, or declare 1 attack this turn.
And we had to also notice that Taco didn't summon any monsters because he didn't want to trigger either Trapple or Shiny Shady in order for Paco to still have 3 spell or traps in the spell and trap zone.
Yeah, he really patiently waited for, you know, the first monster he got, the Wizened Dark Magician, and then here, as soon as you got the first monster onto the field, you just, you know, get to activate all your spell cards. Or it's another Shiny Shady.
Wow.
Yeah, so he'll put his own monster down to prevent some damage and the Dark Magician Girl, since he can't target the normal monster. Dark Magician, 1,009. Now he has so many cards.
He
though.
does, though.
Now it's gonna be. Now it's dangerous for Takuma.
Yeah, and not every duelist runs this card, but if you run Pierce and you're playing this deck, especially against the low defense points of the Royal Rebels, you might be able to win the duel straight up. But
Who needs Pierce when your opponent has no monsters?
Exactly. Wow, okay, so now we're going to go ahead and bring back...
Dark Magician Girl, right?
Well, you can actually bring back the Dark Eradicator Sorcerer.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't realize he had that.
Uh-oh.
Can
Oh,
this
Dark Resonance Burst, plus 2,000 attack.
be? Can this be game?
Yeah, oh, I think so, yeah.
7,000.
Big numbers. It's kind of a high risk, high reward deck, right? We saw that Paco Waco Taco was stuck with so many monsters, but looks like he was only able to attack with one monster that turn anyway, based on the effect, I think, of Monster Calling. So he was
that's
stuck.
right.
Yeah, so he's working back up. He's in a very commanding position, but at the same time right now, Taku could just bring this right back.
So Taku has to face, obviously, a Shiny Shady, because I think that everyone in the room had already read about it, but right now needs to face an established field from Dark Magicians, and still I cannot find a way that he can clear the whole field.
Well, it looks like we're going to go ahead and tribute to beginning the summoning speech.
Oh, and there's another one.
So both of them had 2 Shiny Shadies, right?
Seems like it. Both activating. You can see the Shiny Shady before he discarded the Dark Magician Girl, so we're back in here. You know, I'm not sure why we didn't get that second attack, but either or, we're back here now. He did discard the Dark Magician Girl, though.
Yeah, it wasn't the Monster Calling. I don't know. What
Yeah, it wasn't the Monster Calling. My apologies for that.
I don't know what that was.
Oh, it was the trap. It wasn't any effect.
Oh, the Star Protection.
Oh,
yeah,
It was his opponent's. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Sorry, friends. Sorry, friends. But that is why he was only able to attack with the one monster. But now Dark Magician's in defense. But this is crazy. Turn 10.
Yeah, you know, he had so many cards. His turn was so unnaturally long. I forgot about the Star Protector's protection activation.
And that happens to duelists in every format. Don't worry, friend.
And how will we approach right now? Because you know Paco doesn't have any more Shiny Shady left, because we saw 1 that was sent to the graveyard and 2 being utilized in the previous turn, so you know that doesn't have any more Shiny Shadies.
Just what an incredible duel, though, going back and forth and back and forth.
His energy throws the masses into a frenzied fury. Royal Rebels Hard Rock.
And now we get to experience how Taku is going to try to maneuver through 2 set monsters and 1 Dark Magician, and obviously the 3 Spell and Trap cards. And now Paco it is in 900, with his life points are getting a little low.
Especially because I feel like he must not having many trap cards left in his deck, because he used already 3 Shiny Shady. So
Oh, wow, though.
that is it, yeah?
Yep, so looks like the first game there. Taku is going to make it there in the battle of the Rock Stars. But that was an incredible duel. I don't think I could have predicted that it would have gone as long as it did, but it just didn't go in Paco Waco Taco's favor.
Yeah, that was an unusual pace of play. Like, I feel like that's not very typical of Rush duels.
Well, I mean, there's certainly back and forth in Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush duels, but you're right that you don't usually just see, nah, it's your turn, pass.
Not a lot of draw pass, right?
Yeah. Wow, though, that's interesting. It shows you that there's a lot of decks that we haven't seen in this tournament yet, and even when we see the same deck again with a different duelist, you get a completely different look.
And I really love the fact that, as you mentioned, that Dark Magician had a problem with the Spell and Trap card zone that was filled with 3 spells, and Paco could not advance his plays, and so Taku didn't try to summon any monster in order to trigger any trap from the Paco side.
Speaking of advancing the play, let's go ahead and go into game 2 here. It looks like we're going to see Zweijo Zwil Velgir versus Tiger. Interesting. We can't see the skill icons on the replays, so I'm curious to see, is this actually the musician princess?
We're about to find out. No, it's
great.
great.
Oh, it's great. Okay, I got excited.
Power Capsule Red.
So Gradius, powerful deck that I think took a lot of the tournament scene by surprise when it sort of showed up out of nowhere in a previous Goha Rush Festival. And it's still good, even though it's had some changes on the Forbidden Limited list. I think it's still good.
Yeah, I think this was one of the top decks in the qualifier. It's been weakened since, but it still remains strong, as you can see. So Heaven Sent Sky Savior Angel. It's a Sky Savior deck. It's not a legendary skill, it's an archive skill. You use it with Zuijo.
That's interesting, though, to actually have Celestial Warriors at the table. If you haven't played this deck, it's such a cool, like, fusion combination. You're always just trying to find your right parts, and some of the parts can actually change their names and vice versa.
Yeah, what's more interesting to me is if he's using SHUEISHA with Sky Savior, he's not playing Void Belg in his
That is
lineup.
true, yeah. He decided Void Belg wasn't it for him.
I mean, it's a bold choice, to be fair, because, like, you know, not playing Void Belg, it's a big statement, you know. It's
Powerful deck with, like, a built-in Dark Hole. That, you're right, it is a really big choice not to use that.
He's got, yeah, he's using Langa's effect, summon Lua. He has another Lua on the field.
I activate my spell card. Fusion!
So we're going to go ahead and fuse now for our first Celestial Warrior. There's some new types in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. Of course, Rush Duel has these too. But Cyborgs, you know, and Magical Knights. And of course, now we've got Celestial Warriors, which I think are only reserved to fusions. There aren't any of those in the main deck monster types.
Yes. I think it's, yeah, so you fuse the warrior with the, you know, the fairy,
And they
one of the
ascend.
celestial beings, right?
Cool vibes, but let's see if Paco Wako Taco can have a quicker turnaround this time than his last duel. Draws 5.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool deck because Lua and Soleil can change their names into the other while grabbing a fusion from the deck to kind of facilitate fusion summons all over the place.
Yeah, but how you're going to deal with a Wish with the Sky Saver and a potential Shiny Shady?
Yeah,
It's too many monster interruptions right there.
In that case,
yes.
Speaking of Shiny Shady, has been activated in order to target, I believe, both monsters of Paco. And we have, though, the power of Capsule to answer this, but we are still in such a quite difficult spot.
Power Capsule gets Gradius.
So now we're actually going to destroy the face down card. What's really interesting about Shiny Shady in this particular matchup is the fact that, like, the face down monsters can still be used for, like, contact fusion. It doesn't really do as much of the job. When you have Gradius, it's a normal monster. So Shiny Shady, great as it may be, doesn't necessarily cover all bases. Yeah, Power Meter being activated. Mistook it for another card, my apologies. But now we're going to go ahead and contact fusion here.
This deck really only summons one fusion monster typically.
That's it,
It's Vic Viper Ripple Laser. And its effect will reduce the attack points of up to 2 monsters on the field by 800. So commonly when you see the Gradius deck, it just keeps looping the Ripple Laser and reducing the opponent's monster's attack points until they hit 0, and then tries to attack from there to end it. We'll see if he's able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually the deck is very, very good at doing this over and over and over, just because, like, you get easy access, one Gradius and Gradius option, so you can really do it very easily.
Sort of whittle your opponent's life points down until they lose by submission. Speaking of submitting, though, 2,500 plus 700, definitely doing some damage here. Paco is getting back in.
Gradius' option copying the attack of the Vic Viper Ripple Laser is pretty nice. 2,500 attack level 1 monster.
Do we know the last set card? I believe no, right?
Don't think we got to see it.
So here's the Heaven Sent Sky Savior skill.
I was the fusion. We knew about it, yeah. So I wonder how Taco is going to interact with Paco's side of the field, and we got back the fusion.
Yep, he stacked it on top, so we knew it was there for Lua's effect, so he was able to retrieve it. Ciella's effect will reduce the attack points of a monster.
Doing 5 Celestial Warriors and then bringing that ship down to size.
Denkus
Doing it
will-
again.
Yeah, increase his own monster's attack points. Ciella weakens, Denkus increases.
Well, they have the Grace, which, you know, could be a very good tool to deal with Paco Wako Taco monsters. Let's see now what's the plan.
So we've got Soul Sierra. We're going to go and activate its effect now, and then destroy those spells and traps. Looks like it was just more gas, no break, so it was another trap to stop this.
My monster attacks.
Yeah, I guess the plan is to kind of cut off some of Wako Taco's resources. But Gradius decks typically use the Avaricious Destiny Draw skill, so They're usually not at a shortage of cards.
And speak of it, and there it shall appear, because
Yeah.
that makes sense. You're recycling your fusions. You only get so many of those. It's true that you could, kind of throw things down with the larger Nick Viper fusion, but we'll see what we plan to do here now as we're trying to destroy a spell and trap.
Yeah. So the skill gets him an extra card, and that card is Pot of Avarice.
That's pretty good.
Provides so much, right? And it is one of those skills that really had made the deck faction, because, as you said, not only provides some drop out, but also provides all these resources back to the deck.
It's one of my favorite, to be fair, just because it works so well against Shiny Shady. Like the Concat fusion mechanic just helps you out a lot in the matchup, and then of course also, yeah, the Pot of Avarice just gives you, the edge of just cycling back resources over and over. It will be very interesting to see if we get the chance throughout the day to see a mirror match, because that it's difficult. Like, it's a very difficult kind of matchup. And there are certain cards, especially in this deck, which are specific, I feel like, for most of other type of matchups. But in this case, I really feel like Paco is really putting in the work to seal this one out. And as we were mentioning before, the deck just spams Ripple Lasers one after the other. Yeah.
Oh, so he's bringing back, I think that's beginning, right? The one that destroys the
Yeah,
spell or
so
trap.
that's smart.
So in case that card is negate attack or something comparable.
Line up the shot, and then
Oh,
fire.
sorry, Spread Bomb is the one that destroys the spell or trap. So,
Yep.
so that's what he retrieved.
But those are perfect numbers. He is going to win this duel, so Waka Waka Taco bringing it back.
And he advances to the next game with a 2-1 record. And it is one of those cases that you can take the leap and try find something more aggressive to bring into the next round, into the next game, game 4, because you had the advantage of the extra win, right?
Just incredible stuff, though. And you were right, though. We've been talking about Gradius, all weekend as we were trying to figure out what decks the players might bring. And it is a solid choice. I think it works well against the Shiny Shady. I think it does so much work with the Pot of Avarice. And it just kind of grinds it out. And no particular weakness, right? It's just a bunch of little monsters that can practically all have the same names. It's good stuff.
It also uses a legendary skill, which fits in well with the
Oh,
rules of
that's
the
true, 'cause
tournament.
you gotta have
the
the three.
players are required to use at least 3 legendary skills. And even though it's not attached to a single character, only some characters can use it. So it is a legendary skill instead of an archive skill.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
This is very good to mention, because it is one, I think Michael said it before, it is one of those cases that this tournament, World Championship, has certain regulations that you need to follow, and this changes everything.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like Gradius, it's a very pick for the tournament. I really feel like the consistency of the deck and the way he plays it out against most of the current, decks is very powerful. Now the score is tied up, so which means that it's gonna be very interesting, especially to see who will be the winner. But I guess we'll find out later on, because we had a lot of other rounds ahead of us during the day. But it's been very nice to see our duelists in action, and also to see hopefully who will be advancing with a 2-0 record and getting a step closer to the semifinal.
Yeah, I think when we tune back into Rush Duels overall, it is going to be the next semifinal. So it's wild, because we're going to miss a little part of the story there, but my understanding is you can watch it within the app too, so I'll have to catch out the games once we get a break. But man, my goodness, so much good stuff so far. So much good stuff. Any predictions of what we'll see next, or is it all just craziness from here on out?
I will say William.
Yeah, true. Gosh. Gotta say, the thing that I think is most surprising here is that there's a certain point where you just like, Yumihara Sensei, you saw he got that confidence back, right, when he got that second duel, because there's a chance getting there. There is sometimes a little bit of relief when you're like, okay, I am just here to have fun. Because remember when Pakawako Taco, we were talking about the survey responses, and I'm pretty sure he was the one that said, the duelist who has the most fun is the winner. So as long as he's having a good time, I guess he won.
Yeah, I mean, these are probably the most competitive duelists in the world.
Yeah,
right?
clearly by the
So, like,
metrics, yeah.
So they're here to win as well as have fun, but only one of them can.
Yeah, only one of them can. We only have one trophy, unfortunately. So, well, for each division, obviously.
Yeah,
So we're not going to make like the world champion share with the Duel Links guys. Oh my goodness! But speaking of sharing, this has been fun too. By the way,
fun.
we don't get to do this all the time, so if we seem like we're effervescing, it's nice for Europe and the United States to get to team up. But let's talk about our player introductions for Yu-Gi-Oh! Rush Duel. So, starting with Yumehara Sensei, the current world champion from Japan. Representing the United States, Paco Waco Taco. From Bolivia, Shelmy, a former world champion of Speed Duel in 2024. And a very famous duelist from Italy, right? Giorgio.
Yeah, Giorgio.
And the other 4 players in this prestigious tournament are Taku from Japan, Moki Moki from Japan, Yuku from Korea, and Sen Grido from Korea.
Certainly a lot of the Sen team here, right? Both in Speed Duel and in Duel Links. So if you're friends with them, man, you're in good company. Some great champions. Wow, though, there's just such a stellar lineup. I think that's the hard part. When you show up to the World Championship, you know, there's some characters, I say, what am I saying? It's like the show is real, but there's some duelists that you really want to see win, but as it gets closer and closer, there's only one who can be the champion. And so it's hard because it's becoming more complete. You know, when we first showed up here, anybody could win it. Now, not so much.
But it's also about the mindset, right? Because we were mentioning this. You also say about Paco now, you really have to have fun. And at the same time, we saw it with our world champion. It was like, okay, I won, but at the same time, you really want to put in the work throughout the whole year.
Speaking of putting in work, we've got a great deal for you at the Coda web store. If you scan the QR code on your screen, if you're willing to put in substantial amounts, you can get 60/40 crystals there. And there's also some great deals for 20/30 crystals and 11/30 crystals. If you don't know what crystals are, those are the gems that you can, of course, purchase that you don't earn through the game, and that can be used for some great items, including things like the Chronicle cards. I think that's been my favorite thing, actually, as we've gone through the World Championship, is seeing the Chronicle card upgrades, the way that people have customized their cards.
Yeah, the Chronicle cards were a nice addition to Duel Links.
You really were. They really were. Do you have a favorite, like a card that you're just like, this is the way this is supposed to look?
Oh, that's a hard one. I really, just in general, I like the I think it's Luminescence, the light.
Yeah, the light coming
I
down.
put that on my trap hole.
You know what I
I really like that one.
I put that on my shiny shadies. So there's shiny and shady, which I guess describes me well.
So this is a very good debate that you just started, because I was wondering which is the best trap card of the format right now.
Oh, yeah.
Between Trap Hole and Shiny Shady, what would you choose?
You know, there's a third answer, and it might be Negate Attack.
Oh, you
because
think so?
I think with Negate Attack, what's so different about it, Shiny Shady, you can read it really well, right? And Trap Hole, once you get through it, that's it. But you were talking about it earlier, Alberto. You're just like, oh, he's got to destroy all the spells and traps. He has to sort of clear his plate, because if you attack into a Negate Attack, you may have lost the duel.
Yeah.
So that's my vote.
I agree. I really like it, especially because you cannot read it. You know, that's the thing. As you mentioned, like if Trapple gets activated, that's it. Shiny Shady, yeah, sure, you can kind of bluff it, but you know, it's kind of difficult, let's say it. Negate Attack, it just shuts down your strategy, essentially, because you know you get to draw new cards, and yeah, I might go with that as well.
I think the Gate Attack is the most backbreaking card if it's activated, but it's so vulnerable. Because every card that can destroy a back row card will destroy that card before you have the chance to activate it. Whereas there are a lot of monsters with effects that destroy spells and trap cards, and you can trap hole them. So I'm going with Trap Hole.
All right. You, Mike?
Shiny Shady, I said my pick from the start.
I already knew that. Yeah, for sure.
Not biased.
No, but I mean, it's cool, too, because we've got a wide range of opinions, but what we've seen on the screen is the duelists have a wide range of opinions, too. So anybody could win it. I know we're getting into late rounds of the Rush Duel tournament. I can't wait to peek back in on them. But on the Speed Duel side, I mean, there's even more different decks you can choose. They're not just talking about like 2 or 3 different trap cards. Because that's the thing about Rush Duel is it's very spell-centric right now. There are traps being used in the game, but obviously people have clear favorites. But when you switch over to the Speed Duel side, no rules. Everybody's using something different.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more Speed Duel cards in the game, right?
Yes,
So you have a lot more options.
Yeah, and the variety that provides all these unique strategies to find a way, and also which generic card needs to be utilized from each strategy in each deck. It's very important, because when you bring a deck, you need to understand your weaknesses and adjust to it. And I think it is one of those scenarios that we really want to experience through the next rounds. But I think for now, we are going to a short break, and we'll be very shortly back with some more Yu-Gi-Oh! Action.
and welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. We have been waiting to cast more duels, so I hope you're excited to watch. Again, I'm Steven Darling, and we're back here, but a little round of introductions might be in order because we did take a little bit of a long break, so who else is with me?
So from the United States, I am Michael Kohanam.
I'm Mac Patujas from Greece.
And I'm Alberto Marazzi from Rome, Italy.
If you missed the first couple of rounds, there was some really good stuff, but the good news is we've got really good stuff ahead as we go into another round of speed duels, as well as a semifinal for rush duels, and then 2 more semifinals for speed duels, and some great gameplay. If it was anything like what we saw earlier, good duels.
And it is one of those matches that we really were expecting at this current environment, because it is the World Championship. If it's not the time that we have the best players out there competing for the World Champion title, for this sweet spot into the semifinals and potentially to crown the World Champion.
And speaking about World Champions, we also got the chance to saw one in the Rush Duel previous Future match, and I really felt like the atmosphere was great. It was really intense, very focused on his cards, and you really want to get your win, and a variety of decks, both for Speed Duel and Rush Duel. Can't wait to see it.
It's hard to believe, but I think the players are going to get even more locked in as the tournament progresses and the stakes become even higher.
Yeah, they've really only got a little bit of time left to go, and this is what they've been working on all year. When you think about it, the qualifications to be in the Duel Links Championship are different than any other tournament other than maybe Master Duel. And when you go through that whole year, you dream, I'm going to go to Japan, I'm going to compete. This is their reality right now. This is their moment. This is their time to duel. So, gosh, with only so many duels left, it'll be weird to see who actually manages to get to those semifinal spots and who our next world champion will be.
Yeah, that's a great point. It takes a lot to get to this point. And there's a lot of dedication required to have the skill set necessary to get to this point.
And I think that there's not a better way by seeing just in action, and we have on one side Yang Hao and yes, Osvaldo Israel Dorado Olvera.
When you face the enforcers, you better get ready for war.
Now, going to be interesting here. Don't get too excited for the Supreme King Jaden there. He is using an archive skill, so that means he probably is not playing evil heroes.
Yeah, it's Beast from the Abyss, so we're looking at a Fallen of Albaz Bestial team up. On your mark, get set, duel. Stardust Synchron gets added to his hand.
Very nice choice, honestly, here to use the deck as the first one.
Yeah, I mean, it still has a very strong skill, even after it's been weakened a bit.
Very popular deck for the qualifiers, but it's true that it doesn't quite act the same that it did the qualifying season. But obviously, great start here. I think you're right, though, Alberto. You know, choosing to start with this, you're not burning a deck. You're just trying to get a whole bunch of combos done, and if maybe that works, then you're up a game.
You have the right to utilize it right now because it is still at the beginning of the match, so you can afford to be more risky and try to find the victory in a sense that you can play Stars as your first option in order to try to advance to the next game, knowing that you have already taken one win from this deck. However, if you lose, you still have 2 more games to trying to get back into the game.
I think it's a bold choice. I mean, at the end of the day, the deck is still super good, super valid. I feel like it's a bit weakened to Bestials because, of course, now, you know, we only have, you know, the starter Synchron, which, you know, you really have to be careful and, you know, how to use it. And, I mean, let's find out, especially because I was not expecting, you know, Zhang Gao, on the other hand, you know, playing branded either. So it's gonna be very interesting to see.
We're about to see why Bonds of the Converging Stars is so strong, because he just synchro summoned Crimson Dragon, which is needed in order to use one part of the skill that I think we are about to see activated.
Yeah, Crimson Dragon was really popular when the Centurion deck originally came out, because obviously being able to synchro summon on your opponent's turn not once but twice sometimes in the right setup helps. But we just saw the skill, though, again, because you're controlling Crimson Dragon, you're getting all these sort of level modulated tuner and non-tuner monsters. So here's another limit over Excel synchro.
Yeah, in a flash, you just tuned all 3 together, and since we're making it 12, I think we're about to see Shooting Quasar.
And can I say how much I love that we have experienced Dark Magician, Elemental Hughes, and now Shooting Quasar Dragon on our beautiful stream. It is one of those moments that really brings joy to your heart.
It is the magic of Duel Links.
It really is. The thing that's so cool about Duel Links is powerful cards, obviously, but it really feels like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, right? Each character has their own strengths and weaknesses, and obviously the animations are great, so it's nice to see revving it up in full force.
Norrentino's wasting no time using Crimson Dragon's effect. He now gets to send it back to his deck and summon a different level 12, getting Red Nova Dragon.
Very solid opener, honestly.
Yeah,
from
the
him.
deck can still open pretty strongly. You can't really get Necro Valley anymore since it's now shares a limited status with Crimson Dragon. So it's not as strong as it was in the qualifier, but it's still a phenomenal skill.
But I love Zheng Hao opening up here with the Beast from the Abyss skill because getting the Bestial Albalos to the graveyard, that's a relevant card in this matchup. Being able to negate the effects of the opponent's Synchro Monsters may really pay off here.
If he can summon
If
it.
he
I
can
think
summon
that's
it.
going to be tough with the Red Dragon and the Quasar on the field.
The only thing that I don't like about Norrentino field is that it is very, very weak against super polymerization. And if Zheng Hao has already drawn this card, it will be very difficult for Norrentino to deal with it.
I mean, he has the Shooting Quasar, which is a negation. He also has the Red Supernova Dragon, able to banish all of his opponent's card, and not gonna be easy. Of course, the super polymerization, we also saw it in our previous future match here for Speed Duel.
Man,
Santa
he was forced to,
Claus.
he was forced to use the Quasar negation on the Gruis Worm to stop it from going to the graveyard, and then he lost the Red Nova Dragon to Santa Claus.
Just really great play-by-play action there because you're trying to make your opponent use their most powerful effects and be like, ah, joke's on you, I was ready for this anyway.
Well, maybe not having super poly, but Santa Claus, yeah, I mean, it's a good card.
Yeah, that's brutal. He lost his interactions already.
Yeah.
And having Beast going second, placed by the effect of Lubellion, it provides so many interactions in the form that not only that you get to destroy one card, but also it can help you try to hide your monsters by tributing some Bestials in order to activate the effect of Beast. So it is a very nice card to have in order to interact with your opponent.
Speaking of nice cards, here comes the Chaos Star Source Dragon there, able to destroy 2 cards there, and it looks like it's going to target the face down and the Shooting Star Dragon, but also Saronir's effect is going to activate. And, wait, there's more, right? Brandon lost.
Yep.
It is 2 cards or 1 card? I think it was 2 darks, right?
Yeah.
So there they go. Goodbye, Shooting Quasar.
Yep, Quasar's effect will activate, allowing him to summon Shooting Star Dragon. You gotta be careful with that sometimes. If it's destroyed in a higher chain link, it won't be able to use that effect. But here it can, and I think Norrentino really needs that here because he's definitely struggling.
Gotta survive.
And Shooting Star Dragon, bringing back memories from the past, has been summoned on the field, but I think Zheng Hao, by taking back this Prime Infusion in his hand and by activating, we can definitely see how much in advantageous spot he's in.
I think we're gonna see Mirror Jade pretty handily handle the Shooting Star Dragon.
Well, it's super important here. Each of these duelists has 1 win and 1 loss in their Swiss rounds heading into round 3. So this is so important to get a win if you're going to try to claw your way to the top cut.
It feels right when we have seen, I think it's 2 times we have seen Brands in the stream. It feels so strong and it feels like it just provides so much more than your opponent's deck. It feels very scary.
Well, the way it deals with your opponent's resources is very impressive. I mean, I really feel like Norrentino's opener was very powerful. Like, you have a negation, you can banish all of the cards with your opponent's side of the field. Sometimes it's just not enough.
Yeah, his opening was pretty standard, and for the modern version of this deck, and it's not. I think it's not enough. I think there are a lot of stronger openings out there now, and he kind of experienced the downfall of just setting up 2 strong Synchro Monsters, each with 1 effect that you can activate 1 time, and then losing them both.
That might have been a
easily.
choice though, right? Because if you have 5, it's best of 5. Hopefully you win that first one, but you can just put what you consider your own weakest deck first in order just to kind of offset what it is you're going to play against and maybe not fall into the pit trap of burning up one of the stronger decks you might have. Because again, you do have to bring 5 decks into the championship.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate for him in a sense because he ended his turn with 2 monsters on the field. A lot of Duel Links players, I don't know about here at Worlds, but a lot of players use when you're going to raw Sphere mode to deal with 3 at a time. So his opening was immune to that, but still left vulnerable to the Santa Claus that his opponent gave him in exchange for the Red Supernova Dragon on his field, which could have had a devastating effect had he been able to use it.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that because we have seen that players mainly play Lava Golem, for example, or Sphere modes, but we saw that Xianhao chose to play Santa Claus. However, we are heading to the second game, and I think we have Mirror. I didn't go to see the. I didn't had the time to see the skills, but I believe it will be Infinity Mirror, right?
They were both Infernity Revival.
Yeah.
Well, looks like we'll be able to see that for just a second. We'll be back in just a bit with that. But still interesting to see. Was that Infernity? Gosh.
We're too excited.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see the duels. We want to see the duels, but it is what it is.
I love watching Infernity.
It's so weird that like Infernity has been a very defining point in this tournament. You know, in the very first round we had, the beginning of the tournament, Infernity started, and hey, it looks like Infernity's back on the screen otherwise, so maybe just need to restart that so we can catch back up. So once more with feeling.
Okay, here's a live match. I believe this is a live.
It is, it is.
Okay. So we got Wings to the Heavens, so that signals Blackwing, and we have the Infernity Revival, which signals Infernity.
Yeah, but Infernity is going first, and we know what that means. So if you, maybe you weren't playing Yu-Gi-Oh! When Infernity was at its prime, maybe you don't realize there's a deck out there whose whole strategy is to get rid of the cards in your hand and then do everything else afterwards. That's this deck.
So he'll send this creepy little punk and Sage to the grave, allowing him to dump 2 Infernity monsters and get the Mirage.
Yeah, I was thinking about, imagine Infinity Mirror, but the point of Infinity, it is to let your opponent without cards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but in Infinity Mirror, you love that.
Ooh, Ghost Bell. Ghost Bell is
Ghost Bell is
good.
amazing here. Negates the Mirage, and he didn't have the crap
wow,
card to negate it.
Wow,
That's fast.
That's the second time that we've seen Infernity just get stopped dead cold. The first time with an Infinite Permanence, and now with the Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. Maybe as cool as Infernity is, maybe it's not the one. And now we see the Blackwing combo here, using the skill, being able to add those cards and discard that Droll and Lockbird that was no longer needed.
Wow, he also had the Droll, unless he drew it as his 5th card.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, but I think he was very well equipped for this duel. And now we get Simoon the Poison Wing. So using the effect of Black Whirlwind there to add Vata.
So do you believe that Infinity, despite being so strong going first, it might be a little fragile?
I think it is. I think, you know, when you think about Infernity, you're trying to catch your opponent off guard and just demolish all the resources so they don't draw a card they can use to interact from the hand. But if they do, and we've seen that twice in this tournament, it's just not 100% consistent. At the World Championship, you might need to be a little bit more consistent than Infernity.
Yeah, it feels like since all other players know very good the deck, since I think most of them had it in their arsenal, I believe that they know the exact spot that they are going to activate their hand wraps, and as we can see, it is the second time, as you mentioned, Steven, that we have seen Infinity just getting hit by one hand wrap and passes back to the opponent.
At least we got to see at the beginning.
Yeah. Norrentino's leaving nothing to chance. He's summoning Raikiri and using its effect to destroy both cards.
Great choice, though, with the Forbidden Droplet being hidden down there. He's forcing it, which means the next Synchro Summon obviously won't be affected by this card. Oh, but 2 copies.
Not a good opening.
Yeah, but you know what? Xianhao at this point is in 0 cards. It has 0 follow-up, and I think that Norrentino right now, it has 2 cards in hand, and
yeah, I mean, the rest of this duel is a formality.
Yeah,
it's over.
That's pretty much
There's
it.
absolutely nothing, John.
We're not trying to be untoward. We just know that it's a Synchro Summon or 2 away from closing this out.
I mean, the deck is capable of putting up to the field so many Synchro monsters that it's just, you know, a matter of time that, you know, Norrentino can seal this one out. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Inferior is still a choice for the tournament. I feel like it's well represented because essentially every duelist we saw on stream had Infernity in their arsenal. But I also feel like it's a matter of matchup because not every single deck plays a certain amount of disruption from the hand, like hand traps. So
that's true. And unless they're tactical cards, they're limited in how many they can use between the 5 decks.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think high risk, high reward deck, sort of. Yeah.
Those tend to flourish at the World Championship, though.
Yeah.
We've seen some crazy stuff before, but with nothing on the field, you're absolutely right. I mean, at this point, maybe Norrentino's just trying to show how good of a duelist he is. Like, if I keep doing this combo, I don't have to do the next duel. This is my break as long as I keep clicking.
So there is a strong mind game right now, because when you're 1-0 behind, you're obviously nervous, so he might take some time in order to relax and just be more confident in the next duel. And on the other hand, Yang Hao, because he's going to potentially lose this duel, it's better to let him lose as fast as possible, so he's still on the nerves of the loss when entering the third game, and in order to not to provide to him some time in order to just calm and get, as you mentioned, Mike, to leave all this pain of the loss behind.
Yeah, it really depends on how you wanna
Approach
it, no? Yeah.
I see what you're saying, that technically this could have been a very quick turnaround, so he was forced to make his next choice, but instead Norrentino has taken his time, not only just to show off, but necessarily to breathe himself, right? He knows what he's doing, he's in control. The more time he takes in this duel, the more he can relax. Makes perfect sense, and he is the winner of this duel.
1-1, score is tied up, and yeah, I mean, no facial expression. The match is far from being over. The score is tied up.
Yeah.
That ghost bell was key. As we've seen it before, stopping that first special summon where they would bring back the Infernity Arc feed could be completely crippling to the deck.
Yeah.
And it's amazing to watch. You know, the deck is either has a very high ceiling if it goes uninterrupted, or it can just crumble so quickly.
Yeah, I think it is one of those calls that you have made when you bring this deck to such a tournament, because as we discussed, some players choose to run some field breakers, some others cards like Santa Claus, we saw Sphere Mode, and it might be a good choice, but against hand wraps, it feels like something is weird. But we are heading straight to game 3, and I think we have from the one side Yang Hao bringing, this is a very nice matchup. I was really expecting that.
So Dia Bellstar versus Belmonica.
Oh. Yep, 2 archive skills here.
Yeah.
And I think the key factor of this is because Belmonica mainly some of the community choose to play Dimensional Fissure. It is one key card that you want to have, but we saw Snake Eye Dia Bellstar to activate Wanted as the first thing, and I think we are going to experience one combo that it brings back memories.
Phantom Nightmare all over again, but it's no nightmare here for Norrentino as he gets to go first. If his opponent is running Dimensional Fissure, this would actually be a really difficult turn for him because he'd be losing all those monsters to the banishment. But instead, looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect there to bring out our Snake Eye Oak, and you're right, feels like a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's cool seeing this deck in dual.
Oh, it is.
It's a new addition.
Well timed too, given the Great Chronicles animation for Dia Bellstar and Friends.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like yesterday for me that we saw this deck in TCG, right? And it's still there in Duel Links. It's great to see also how differently the deck is played, right? So,
So Poplar's added to hand. Since it was added to hand by Ash's effect, he can special summon Poplar and use its effect.
But Michael, as you have mentioned before, it is very crucial with Snake Eyes to be careful with the Monster Zone, right? Because Snake Eye Dragon, you don't have 5 Monster Zones as you had in the TCG. You have only 3 main Monster Zones, so you need to be careful how many monsters you have bring back, so Snake Eye Dragon can activate the effect to special summon 2 Snake Eyes from the graveyard.
yeah, I mean, it's very easy to extend and sometimes to overextend with the deck, right? Depending on what access you have. But yeah, I mean, I feel like this is very interesting type of matchup, especially because we saw how powerful the Belmonica deck is. And on the other side, yeah, I mean, we also talked about Dia Bellstar, right? It's definitely a very interesting choice to bring the WCS this year. It's been one of the decks that lately, you know, has been played quite a lot, I would say.
Yeah, a lot of people are getting into Duel Links because Dia Bellstar's in here. Like, I was really surprised to see how popular it was enough to make people just jump in. But when you think about it from a competitive perspective, we know very much what this deck does because we watched it over and over in both Master Duel and in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game. But you're right, you know, because of the smaller zones, Michael and Mike, you guys were talking about it, you can't do the same sort of rough combos because you'll leave some level 1s in the graveyard.
Yeah, and that's why the deck is a little bit more reliant on the trap card, the simple spoils trap cards to interrupt the opponent's turn. But Promethean Princess is still an incredible card for interrupting your opponent's turn. And we just saw him summon that here.
We know what the Lyrilisk Assembled Nightingale is from the prior rounds. It's great protective stuff, and wow, even using the Spiritualism. This is a deck that is designed to just get through anything.
Yeah, Spiritualism's a cool card in Duel Links. It has a lot of niche applications in certain duels.
Cannot be negated.
So the
And
logic,
it's non-targeted.
Sure.
so the logic behind the Assembly Nightmare it is to have some protection because having the Assembly Nightingale on the field,
Oh, Hate Grenade.
that's a card to start. So it provides protection, so you get generate another turn because Snake Eyes has so much resources gaining back through the effect of Snake Eye Dragon, but we see that Hit Grenade has been negated.
Yes, by Silvera, by sending Diabellstar to the grave, so Diabellstar is able to send a card to the graveyard to special summon itself back to the field. It looks like he's sending the Poplar and perhaps using Diabellstar's effect.
Yeah, that is what you were mentioning, Michael. Like the deck plays with trap cards. Like it's very consistent on what the deck has always been doing. Like putting the Masquerade onto the field, and then you can link summon, and then you can extend. But then at the same time, you need trap cards because like it's the addition the deck was missing. So.
However, at the time, we still have issues with the main monster zone and the monsters that can be brought back through the effect of Snake Eye Dragon, because if we summon Princess, we will not have the zones that we are required. So we might need to go for IP maybe first in order to link summon and go for the extra monster zone, and then make Princess in order to bring back some monsters.
We'll talk about what we witnessed. The Agathococological Voice field spell was used to go ahead and get the Selectrice Velmanica. That is bringing us to where we're at now as we activate both of the pendulums there, and Velmanica Creation being banished is going to activate its effect. But you're absolutely right, Mike, that now we're going to find the IP Masquerena using its effect early, going to go ahead and link summon, and not commit to the same mistake that we saw earlier in this. Remember, not that it was a mistake, it was a choice, but you really can't leave anything on the table. Again, this is the World Championship, so link summon, materials are link 3.
It's like,
Topologic Trisbana.
That was not expected.
We all double took. That was 4 people saying the same word, like what?
Yeah, I was expecting Chaos Goddess, to be honest.
But now he does have the spots. Yeah, this is a very different look from the same deck.
But do we value so much the field spell that we will sacrifice? Because Trisbana also hits our cards.
Then using the effect, because the opponent special summoned a monster while there were 3 resonance counters, the field spell immediately took possession of the Topologic Trisbana. Its effect was still activated, so maybe that's the plan here, is just to make that activation happen in the same chain.
Oh, this is
Yu-Gi-Oh!
a wild chain. Chain the Invitari,
An ironic
Starlink Stare of the Snake Eyes.
Let's wind it back, shall we?
Okay, so he's going to send Selectrice to the back row to get banished by the Trisbana.
That's cool.
Oh, I can't wait to see when the smoke settles what happens.
Wow. Okay, minus 1,000 damage and banishing all the spells and traps, which is a great way to avoid the skill, right? Because if the skill for the Velmanica is working, you can't target those pendulums. Why target when you can just banish everything? Wow, this is some really great action as Promethean Princess returns to the field, and we are going to go ahead and put the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon in the spell trap zone.
Ooh, this
Triple tactics.
That's very interesting here. Yeah.
Oh, he's getting followed rhythm. I don't think he's used the part of the skill that allows him to
All
set.
have already Dark Hole.
Dark Hole.
And Trisbana does not get destroyed.
Yeah.
Because it was summoned through the effect of Masquerena.
Exactly.
Correct.
Is this what I think? Is this Superstar Slayer Typhon?
It's got to be Typhon.
I mean, the materials are right.
Yeah.
Wow. Norrentino is feeling
way.
that. He's even smiling. There's a little bit of like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's here. But also, yeah, that's a pretty good play.
What a play that was. That was an incredibly nice catch from Jiang, honestly. Yeah. I know you can tell Norrentino here, it's just, yeah, I mean, it's something you don't really think of.
Oh man, Norrentino has his own Hate Grenade, and now it gets to use Simple Spoils of Subversion to put the Typhon in the back row.
It's not doing too bad.
If he could apply a little more pressure, it's over.
Yeah, it could be moments away to seal this one out. Yeah.
just a real big turnaround. I don't think any of us expected any of that to happen, but that's the World Championship for you.
And we have all right now with Yapelsa and Poplar. We don't have the field spell in order to provide some boosting to our monsters, but I believe that there is some more room for us to interact and try to find those spots in order to go to 4,500 damage in order to seal this game.
Yep.
Now, did I catch that right? Is that a second Flamberge Dragon?
Yeah,
Yes.
it is.
Yes.
We never did that in the TCG.
Yeah.
That's true.
But it paid off because that's exactly what he needed to close this out, especially considering that his opponent has slightly higher life points than normal because of the Valmonica of card effects.
Yeah, but he has more than enough damage.
Wow, fascinating. So Norrentino up 2-1 now against Zhonghao. We got ourselves a match, but Zhonghao may be able to bring this back. Let's see if Norrentino can settle some of those nerves down that we saw earlier. You know, it's wild. I love that the emotions are like on their sleeves in a way I don't think we see in any other event. I mean, that's the World Championship.
And I mean, it's one of those tournaments and championship, as you mentioned, Steven, that it requires not only good deck building skills, not only piloting your deck skills, but also all the nerve and how to manage to calm your nerves and try to find your emotions in the spot, because it is very crucial for you to understand how this game is played. And in order to interact with every of your opponent in this highly competitive stage, it requires a lot of skills.
No, I mean, we also saw some very niche interactions, like taking the Tris Baena and then understanding that the triple thrust with the Dark Hole would have not been destroyed. What a match, honestly. Like this is very, very high level Yu-Gi-Oh! So let's see here for the fourth game what we have ahead of us.
Yeah, and then summoning Typhon over Trispana so it wouldn't go back to his opponent in the end phase.
Yeah, as well. Yeah,
that
good
was a
stuff.
crazy duel.
And I think Norrentino has just won the joint course, and this is definitely what you want to do against Tondion, which mainly means Treasure of the Kings and some trap cards. And Norrentino, I didn't saw the skill, but
Beast from the Abyss.
yeah, I mean, it can mean only one thing, and I believe that we are going to experience once again how powerful Brand it is.
I mean, if you're leading 2-1, I think you really want to try your chances and seal this one out, right? So you want to play Branded, you want to do your thing, and you want to do your combos. But, okay, we see an
Stopped
Infinite
again.
Permanence.
Yeah, Infinite Permanence has proven to be really powerful over the course. Every time we see it, it makes a really big impact, but playing it with Odeon makes perfect sense for the extra trap support.
Well, here's Springen's kit.
Oh, and second copy.
I thought that first imperm was on a Cortese. It was a little suspicious. But
Yeah.
now that I know we had two, it makes a little more sense.
Wow.
Yeah, because usually you really want to wait, right? It's not really the right moment to do that, but like having a second copy, yeah. I
Still going to be difficult, right? You and I are having the same emotion. We're like, it's cool that he had two imperm,
but-
that's not going to be
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
She could have waited though in order to summon Cartesia and then summon Kit immediately in order to have the Cartesia to play around the permanence. Obviously, you could not activate the second one because you had infinite permanence in the field.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this will be better.
Yeah. I think it was the only, like, if you really want to do that, that would have been the only
You play
spot
around
where you...
impermanence immediately. Have Cartesia,
Cartesia,
Kit
yeah.
effect of Cartesia to simple
Yeah.
Kit.
Brandon White summons Albion. So you have to use Albion's effect, as well as the effect of Brandon Lost.
But still, I think he managed pretty well to find a way around those two infinite permanents. Lubelon has been summoned and probably activates also the effect. And one thing that I love about Cartesia, it is, yes, her effect was negated, however, we can still utilize her in the next turn during our opponent's turn.
Yep, and here's the Mirror Jade, which is something you want to summon before ending your turn.
So with two cards in hand and the potential draw, Zhonghao it is in 3 cards right now. However, I think Norrentino is in a very good spot right now with so much follow-up and resources on the field.
But we do know, we saw this skill before, where a player used it to get Winged Dragon and Frost Spear mode.
And that really changed the tempo of the duel completely, and I count exactly not 1, not 2, but 3 monsters that would be great for tributing for an Egyptian god.
So I think we might see that happen again. Whether that'll be enough is a completely separate question.
Wow, so is that like the pick you just know your opponent's going to go all out trying to close this out, and you switch back to Odeon in order to tribute over their monsters? Because we've seen this twice now.
I also feel like, you know, you could think about maybe going for a line where you have only 2 monsters onto the field if you feel like, you know, your opponent is going for the Sphere mode later on, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we could use
Labyrinth Stovey It's a Labyrinth deck!
Wow.
I'm so excited!
Well, that's cool too, because last time we saw Odeon, it was all of the trap-based monsters. This is a completely different look.
Well, we didn't activate Cartesia.
You mean right away?
I mean, we saw that Jiang Hao
Took the
added
sphere mode, right?
You can activate Cartesia in order to have 2 monsters.
You can't respond to the skill, so once he got the
you
Sphere
cannot-
mode,
you
he
cannot
had no
do that. That's it.
opportunity to use
Yeah,
Cartesia's
that's
effect.
right.
All right, speaking of new
It's
cards,
not on an open game stage.
Nope.
Correct.
I flip over my set card.
So an immediate welcome Labyrinth thanks to Temple of the Kings.
it screams the brand, though.
So
That's the card you don't see every day.
Yeah, so that brings back the monster that was sent to the graveyard this turn. So I think we're going to see Mirror Jade come back.
Makes perfect sense. Trying to bring as much longevity as possible. Norrentino still fighting out, but now Zhang Hao goes ahead and gets Ariana the Labyrinth Servant, which will add a very well-decorated Big Welcome Labyrinth.
Yeah, it's great to see this deck in action, honestly, here. Especially, you know, in Speed Duel, it's something that, I mean, the deck has been around for some time as well.
Typhon, the perfect solution to Mirror Jade. We're going to see Ariana use its Onyx's material to summon it, and I assume we're going to see Typhon send Mirror Jade back to the extra deck.
It provides so much problem to Branded because you can not only activate the effect of Mirror Jade when it leaves the field, you cannot only not activate the effect to banish a monster, but also it's an easy access to deal with Mirror Jade.
And then, yeah, in the end phase, the Cartesia resolves along with the Albion, gets another engine, and then there's the Branded Fusion. And, you know, it's once again, although I feel like Jiang Hao really tried his best to deal with Norrentino's field, here there comes more problem. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
what fusion area!
The most Galaxy Brain play I've ever seen.
It's the perfect counter.
And it's a trap too, but yeah, non-fusion area. So that's the only issue is, though, he sure is taking up 2 of his 3 spell and trap stones. I mean, he just has that last face down. He's going to have to live off of that.
That I wasn't unexpected.
That was cool. That's cool.
The Mirror Jade's effect destroyed Typhon in the end phase, so he is defenseless in terms of monsters.
But he may only take 1,700 attack. Because he can't fusion summon. How else is he bringing in monsters?
Well, maybe does he have a Cartesia to summon? He returned it to his hand. I mean, that's still not getting him to 4,000. Or Albez may have been returned to the deck, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think he's getting to 4,000.
Just some really interesting stuff. Again, you know, we talked about how star-studded the lineup of this World Championship was going to be, but I didn't expect the creativity on display. You always hope for it, but wow.
Yep, 1,700. It's just a direct attack from Springin's kit.
And I think the set card is Welcome Labyrinth, right?
It's Big Welcome
Big
Labyrinth.
Welcome.
So, yeah, so...
It's not even going to hit because you've got the Lady.
If he goes for the Lady Labyrinth, returns it to hand, and special summons it. Nope, he's going for Stovey.
Interesting, he's thinking into the future.
Oh, but since, sorry, he went for Shangdraglier, but because a monster returned to his hand, he can special summon Stovey from the grave, which will block the attack, so his life points will stay at 4,000.
So he's thinking for the immediate future, got it.
Yeah. Now, and he can set the Welcome Labyrinth since a monster left the field by a trap card effect. Oh, I think...
That's great, honestly.
Yeah, I think Labyrinth's just running away with it.
It's back into it, you know, 100%. Yeah.
Well, we talked earlier about how, you know, Branded, it's a deck that the longer you play against it, the more it has a chance of winning. Labyrinth is that same description.
Yeah, perhaps even better at it. So yeah, I guess he used the Shangdraglier or the Stovey effect to set the Labyrinth. We know he has Welcome Labyrinth down, so he'll be able to add the extra effect of destroying a card to that Welcome Labyrinth with the effect of Labyrinth.
This 2-card combo provides so much for Labyrinth, right? Because not only you get monsters, not only you get trap cards activated, which is very crucial for your strategy in order to activate Sunlily and Stovey, for example, but also you get to destroy 1 card through the effect of the field spell.
And it's also non-targeting, so it forced the Branded Banishment to activate there before it got destroyed. Oh man, so he summoned the Albion, but then by banishing Big Welcome Labyrinth, it would just return to the extra deck. Lovely Labyrinth's effect is activating. Draglier's effect activates to return to the hand. Stovey Torby returns to the field. Oh, that non-fusion area was brutal.
It really was. And it's a card that is very high risk, high reward, because if you're trying to fusion summon, if you make the wrong call, you're just sitting on a trap card that does nothing. But he made the right call.
And maybe this is why you pair it up with, for example, Rush Fear mode, because even going obviously going first is very good strategy in the current format and meta, but when you go second, you just activate the Rush Fear mode and just set a non-fusion area and try to interact with your opponent. So we made Nightmare Phoenix
just for the attack points.
In order to find a way to have Rush Fear mode out of your fields, in order to open some space, and I think this might be it. And we go for game 5.
You love to see it. I mean, as many duels as we can possibly get, but Zhang Xiao brings it back. Wow.
Yeah, that was an
just
awesome match.
It's just so cool to see, you know, when you get to see the duelists in action, you just expect them to play decks that are tested, tried, and true. But the creativity, I think, is really like what's winning this tournament bit by bit.
Yeah, Labyrinth was not on my radar as a deck players may use.
Not at all.
And it's one of those decks that we talked about it at the beginning of this tournament today, that the 5th spot might be your deck of choice, the deck that really you have a lot of experience with it, and you are very comfortable on bringing on the World Champion stage. And as we can show, it totally proved it was the right choice.
We also had a statement, the Labyrinth bit, you know, branded, which, you know, I think we can safely say could be the best deck, you know, at the moment for Speed Duel. So it was great to see this comeback, to be fair. And now I'm curious to see the 5th deck.
Yeah. Like, both these duelists, they've showcased so much stuff, but you're right, we get to see both of the 5th deck, both decks they didn't want to bring in earlier. And that could be anything. It could be, well, I guess we'll have to find out in a second. I don't want to guess too much, but it's just so cool because, again, these are the best of the best of the best duelists, and now they're going in. Wow, it's going to be a team satisfaction match. And they're both using the actual legendary skills here, so I think probably Black Wings versus Infernity.
Wings to the heavens.
Yeah, that's Black Wings.
Infernity Revival.
Oh, wow. 5Ds. Let's rev it up.
It is the exact opposite match game than before, right?
Before.
Yeah.
But we didn't get to see Infernity go second yet, have we?
Yes, we have not. So I'm looking forward to seeing that because it is able to easily summon Trishula, even though it loses a lot of the power it would have by going first. So he fires off the skill right away, reveals a card, searches for 2 to add to his hand. That mentioned Blackwing Dragon, and then sends a card from his hand to the graveyard.
This was already a strong deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, you know, historically, but it's true that with all of the new Black-Winged Dragon cards added, that just pushes it over the edge. And this has been really reliable, but to hold it to your 5th and final deck, I mean, Zhang Hao's tournament life really depends on this.
Yeah, Blackwing decks were a top deck in the early days of Duel Links.
They were during 5D's era.
Like Black Wings, though.
Yeah, I mean, they're still good. There's nothing wrong with more Black Wings.
And I think that we want to experience how, because we have seen 2 to 3 times Blackwing combo off and trying to establish the full field with quite success today. However, it is 2 times that the player going second managed to play through that, and I want to see how Infernity, a deck that obviously prefers to go first, can manage to utilize this and try to go second.
I think it'll be extremely difficult, to be honest.
It's difficult, especially with Infernity, because like if you're able to put the Blackwing Assault Dragon and the Hot Red Dragon Ashvin Abyss, it's very tough, especially because of the amount of cards you really need with Infernity to get your engine going.
And Blackbird Close, which you're just going to grab with the skill.
Yeah, and that's the issue, is that's a confirmed card that will stop those effects. We've seen Infernity lose twice in this World Championship, both times because one of the monsters was stopped. But to show your opponent, don't even try it, I'm ready, that's a very commanding Game 5 start. So Zhang Hao may have made the right choice.
And what I like about Duel Links, for example, and how the format of the tournament is, it is how players choose what deck they will try to utilize in every game. For example, we are in game 5, 2 against 2 in the wins losses, and we see that Xianhao kept his Blackwing while Norrentino kept his Infernity. Maybe Norrentino, for example, in his mind has, I live as my last ace the Infernity. If I'm lucky to get the Toin cost, it's okay. Otherwise, I can still provide and try to find some ways going second.
Yeah, I feel like this is still an approach because we saw 3 times like Infernity now, and one of the times was in the last matches like this, and like Zhang Gao uses as his first deck. So it really depends on how you really feel like, you know, exposing and playing it as your first deck.
I think we've seen a lot of personality on display because even when they're playing very similar deck lists, each of these duelists not only is a different person, but comes from a vastly different background. It's the World Championship, right? Somebody from Singapore is not like somebody who grew up in Mexico. Not that there's any wrong answer to dueling, but there can be only one champion, and we're going to see a lot of different approaches. And remember last time when they set the Blackwing Squall and that prevented them from activating the Blackbird Close? I'm very curious to see if he uses that last spell in Trap Zone or if he just lets it go.
I think it depends what other trap card he has in his hand, if any, but I would think he would want to set only a trap card that's easy to activate as will to open up that slot for the Blackbird Close.
Well, the Simoon the Poison Winds effect technically will get rid of the Black Whirlwind, but that one time it ended up back on the field, likely due to Zephyros the Elite, so we'll see. But, I mean, he's putting up a very strong opening field here. Getting the Blackwing Assault Dragon, now there's going to be 350 damage each time Norrentino resolves a monster effect.
And yeah, as mentioned, he's going for the usual line, I feel like, because this is the angle of the deck, like having the Blackwing Assault Dragon on the field and being up against, you know, Infernity just for the amount of, you know, monsters gonna be using. The burning effect of 350 damage, it's, you know, matters a lot.
Oh, put in defense mode too, so really just trying to wall up. So the materials are 2 and 8. I would assume this would be the full Armor Master at this point.
Almost certainly.
There it is.
Does he have a level 1 tuner though to try to make Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss?
Oh, he's not going for the Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss. He's just going for a second copy of Blackwing Assault Dragon.
That's not bad. That means 700 points of damage every single time that the opponent activates the monster effect.
I think that Steven talked about is that how much he liked that Blackwing Assault Dragon can be played in 2 copies because it provides so much pressure to your opponent, not having to deal only with one 350 point of damage, but with 2, and it is so important against Infernity.
Yep. So here's the Infernity Revival skill, which sets the level 2, 3, and 4 monster from the deck. So he'll just flip them one at a time. As you mentioned, the Black Whirlwind did leave the field, so he did not have to make that choice of should I set or should I leave it in my hand.
It's the cost of dealing with Zephyros the Elite and doing those extra normal summons with no Thong, but now this creepy little punk is going to go ahead and be activated. And so here we go. It's time for Trishula.
And Michael said before that Trishula is so easy to summon going second with the defensive strategy, and it is the one to go trick that you have as an Infernity player in order to interact with your opponent and go for the Trishula.
Yeah, but I think he's going to lose it to Blackbird Close or something else.
But that gets the Blackbird Close out of the way, so you can use your real game plan.
That is true. That is what you need to do. You need to get through each of them.
Let's not forget, though, that each of the Blackwing Assault Dragons should be getting those Black Feather counters, and when they do, when they hit 4 counters, you can tribute the monster in order to destroy those cards on the field. Yeah. So it's a lot of pressure, not just with the 1, but the 2 of them. So it's not the effect damage, it's also the looming field clearance.
So there's a Blackbird Close. Now he's using the other effect of Infernity Revival. He'll send, it looks like only 1 card to the graveyard. 1 card back to his deck to send 1 card to the graveyard. It's the general.
Infernity Necromancer's effect activates when it's summoned.
Oh man!
Yeah, see?
Necromancer's effect.
Here's those counters.
Switch into defense position costs him 700 life points.
Only by putting him in defense.
Yeah.
Brutal.
It's an expensive defense position. And that's going to hurt as well. Yeah, because
that'll negate the activation of the launcher and destroy it. So that's 1 more special summon.
Is that going to be it?
We still have the effect to revive, I believe.
So handless combo activates.
Yeah, everything's in there from setting them to the field to make SHUEISHA.
Oh, but now he gets to discard it. It'll lose 700 attack. Not that that matters for its 0 attack, but its effect will also be negated.
He does have General in the graveyard, though.
The effect was negated, but not but still activated, so we still take 500 damage. And
yeah, the
You were-
700 of time is
yeah.
brutal. So he'll banish the General to special summon, it looks like Necromancer and Sage.
you were right, Steven. This is the best option.
I mean,
I
it
definitely
seems
agree with
silly. Not everybody was using it, but I just love this pressure that you're putting. It's such a every move you make is so heavy.
He has only 3 monster effects left. No, 2 monster effects left.
It's something that we used to see with Brandy with Masquerade.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's making Masquerade, huh? Oh, Sage's effect will activate. He gets to send an Infernity card from the deck to the graveyard.
I think he
But
knows
it's
he ain't gonna
caustic.
make it.
Oh, man.
He's already taken the headphones off. 350. Are we really winning by effect damage?
I mean, you only have 1 monster effect left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh,
he
wow.
just I guess he just wanted to do it. I mean, to a degree, if I was up on the stage, maybe I'd go out on my own terms too, Jaden Yuki style.
Yeah, just has to keep activating. I mean, you're not going to win by not activating
Oh,
effects,
and
right?
we got to see the effect here.
All right.
To destroy every card on the field.
Wow, the duelists are already packing it up, which means we know what's going to happen here. The field is cleared.
Yes, I believe right now it is just some seconds away from Jianhao to officially take the win. And Steven, you called it.
It's so strange. I remember when we were all on the road here talking about, you know, what kind of decks we expect to see. I'm like, maybe Black Wings will be okay. It's so good to see it. Man, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links.
But not only Black Wings, the exact same strategy as we just experienced, because we have seen that the community is divided. If we go for Hot Red, if we go for a second copy of Assault, and yet we just experienced that. You were right.
I mean, there's 2 ways to win, right? The people who are using the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend, please don't send me negative messages. It's a good card too. But it is good to see that this game is in such a healthy state that you can really express yourself as a duelist and be like, nope, this is how I'm going to do it, and that exactly is how Zhang Hao won. So just good stuff, good stuff. Wow. Okay, sorry, I'm going to let the vapors just calm down.
But we saw that despite going second, Infinity had a lot of hidden tricks in their arsenal. Obviously with the Triple, as Michael said. However, the double assault was too much.
I really feel like Blackwing, from the way it opened it up and then the double assault dragon on the field, just had so much value that you cannot really deal with Infinity because like you have so many different effects that are going to need to resolve.
That's what it was here. Infinities always string together tons of effects. So the 2 Assault Dragons were just absolutely brutal in this particular matchup.
I was not thinking about that, to be fair. I thought one would have been necessary paired up with the Hot Dragon, but if you think about that, it makes a lot of sense, actually.
You limit the amount of moves your opponent has, and like you're saying with Masquerade the Blazing Dragon, Despia did win a lot of matches earlier in the season, but it's really neat to see that that was a different approach. But on top of that, the effect actually of getting to the 4 counters worked, right? There's just no way to play beyond the 4 and then your field getting cleared. That's tough for Infernity.
It really clicked for me when the Necromancer switched itself to defense position, costing him 700
700
points.
for free.
It's like, oh boy.
Completely for free. Yeah, which
It's
like,
a
if you
lot of
think about
damage
it, it's just
for a low
insane.
impact
Yeah.
effect.
Exactly. Yeah, but once again, like Infernity lost, which, you know, we talked about it, right? I mean, it really depends on if you have an interruption, if your opponent is going first. By going second on the deck, I think it's still a solid choice. But, you know, against such an opener, honestly, it's I will be having troubles. Yeah.
This may be a weird reference, but you know what the Black Wings in this current format reminds me of? Tier Laments or Light Sworn, where the whole strategy is just, I'm going to play more stuff than you, and eventually you're going to get worn out no matter what. It doesn't matter that my card effects are good or bad, I just have more of them, and I feel like that's what Black Wings is for this tournament.
They also have good card effects.
Hey, they do have good card effects, they do have good card effects, but it's just cool to see the variety of decks, and we know that there's so many different duelists out there, but like Black Wings, well, there might still be a way to get to King of Games pretty fast.
Yeah, and on the other hand, Infinity have not shown such a good face. I mean, Alberto said have shown Infinity the whole day, potentially. But it is only one win that they have provided today.
1 out of 4.
Only in
At
round
least
one,
on
I
stream,
believe.
because there may be matches
stream,
other
yeah.
where we're Inferno. That's the only thing that's winning is Infinity. But I think you guys were right. I think it is just a little fragile. It's not a guaranteed win.
As a defender of Infernity, though, I do want to say, I do think that the players who lost did get, some of them got pretty unlucky, where they were disrupted by Infinite Impermanence, Ghost Bell, and then we just saw a player go second against a fully set up field.
Well, speaking of luck, though, we get to watch another duel here. It's going to be Sentiras versus Kagura.
So let's see how Infernity does this time.
Oh, that's true. We get another bite at the apple.
I think this is the best answer, right?
Now, this is going to be a replay. We're not sure if we're on game 1 or game 5 here, but I'm excited to see it. And it is Infernity going second. So we really get to see if maybe, you know, it's just about luck of the draw, or maybe Kagura has a different way of approaching this. But he's also fighting against Blackwing.
It's the same duel, same matchup as the last duel we covered. So let's see if it goes any differently. Let's see if he sets up 2 Assault Dragons.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see if he manages to do the exact same opener, right? To see if, you know, there's a double.
Yeah. I don't know if that's common. I don't know if a lot of players play 2 Assault
From what I've
Dragons.
seen, you know, from online discussions amongst the duelist population, I don't feel like the 2 Blackwing Assault Dragons were that popular. I really do feel like it's 1 and then the Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss. But there's a lot of other, you know, limit 3 cards you could use, such as Book of Eclipse or just finding something else. So we'll have to see it. I mean, we are getting basically to the same field here.
That's one of the beautiful things about the Blackwing deck. It's so easy to get to that field when you're uninterrupted, even interrupted, because the skill is so impactful and fixes the consistency of the deck. Just getting 2 cards from the deck, allowing you to discard a card and set up.
Because your extra deck is also tight, right? So
It
like,
is.
now that I'm seeing Blackwing Dragon, I think you need at least 2 copies.
Well, it does help the skill adds 1 to the extra
Yeah.
deck.
Yeah.
So you only have to use 1 spot. If you want to play 2 Blackwing Dragons, you only have to use 1 spot in the extra deck for it.
You do have to be careful how fast you use them, though, because if you're main decking a Blackbird Close, then you've used up one of your copies when you Synchro Summon it in order to bring out Blackwing Assault Dragon. So even though you do use 2 copies usually, including 1 from the skill, 3 may not even be enough sometimes.
And you know what I realized? Black Rose is the only 5D dragon or OG5 dragons that we have not experienced on stream today, because we have seen Stardust, we have seen the Dragon Archfiend, we have seen Ancient Fairy Dragon through the skill of the Stardust, and we have obviously seen Black Winged Dragon.
We may have seen it with Yusei's skill.
I think we saw with Yusei's skill. Yeah, it was immediately sent to the graveyard as Secret Material.
It was also Black Rose?
I'm not sure. Yeah, whatever was something was immediately sent to the
It
graveyard.
was Ancient Fairy for sure.
Yeah, but it wasn't. Mike is envisioning it beautifully across the screen, right, with the Aki voice acting and everything. But no, we haven't seen it yet. So let's see how this continues. And it is a little bit different here, though, right? We've got no Thong on the field and no tuners in sight, but I guess we'll get one shortly using Phantom Glimmer's effect.
That'll do it. Tribute a monster, summon a level 2 tuner. And his Blackwing Dragon keeps gaining Black Feather counters every time he would take effect damage, so he doesn't take that damage instead.
We haven't seen a good wedge counter setup. With all the Blackwing shenanigans we've had, the full Armor Master hasn't been carrying as much of the Blackwing tournament experience, but Kagura is up to bat here. And he's going to start it with the Hatronade just for that last card, but all that's really doing is opening up the slot, and he's actually going to activate the Squall as well. So Twin Shadow activates here. And there's the full Armor Master.
So he has the Close in his hand. Blackbird Close.
Blackwing Chinook the Snow Blast. From my hand.
Oh,
wow.
Eclipse. Look at the board-breaking potential here. No spells and traps, no monsters, except, of course, the full Armor Master who's unaffected by card effects, period.
You called it, Steven, that the only issue with double assaults it loses to cards like Book of Eclipse, and we just experienced. It feels like this replay, this match, it has been brought to us just for as a response to our equation before, right?
Thank you, great stream production crew in the sky. We appreciate seeing the exact opposite match.
Yeah, this is the perfect answer, because now you can go for Trishua. And, like, yeah, going second, you just get, you know, to banish even more cards. So
I think this is great too because you know there had to be some duelists at home listening to our voice saying, no, they're wrong. I wish we could see it. Well, look, now we are, and here comes Trishula back again.
He still needs to find a way to get rid of the full armor master though, because Trishula can't banish it.
Yeah, and you got to be bigger than 3,000 attack, and with those wedge counters, they eventually pile up. You don't want to lose your monsters.
We still have close in the hand, right? Though.
I can activate Trishula's effect when it's synchro summoned.
Or am I wrong? Centiras?
I think,
doesn't
no, I
have
haven't
close?
seen it yet.
We haven't seen it?
Infernity Sage activates when it's sent to the graveyard. I send Chinook
Oh.
to the graveyard to
And there's the Chinook again, yeah.
So he had chain blocked against the Blackbird close, but the Chinook doesn't need to be chained to the effect that you want to negate.
Yeah, very good looking out on his end.
And from Kakura, I was trying to clear out the potential close.
My tuner monster, Infernity Sage.
So it looks like we are going to keep the pace of play here up, and Reproducus is next. And you're right when you said this early, Michael, that there's never anything safe that happens when Reproducus is on the field, right? I mean, all's fair in the World Championship, but there's certainly some interesting stuff here. I wonder if we're going to see it get turned to a beast.
Yeah, I don't know that stripping a card from his hand is particularly effective at this point in a duel.
Could just be to get the monsters off the field or maybe thin down your resources. Obviously, Infernity needs to keep playing. Good looking out there, though, stopping the destruction of his own cards just now.
Infernity Archfiend. Infernity Necromancer. Special summoning Infernity Archfiend activates its effect.
And feels like Infinity just keeps generating resources. And
Yep, look at that creepy little punk. It's always an Infernity card.
we go for Goddess, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, that's the answer to the full armor master.
It's a really good card, I think, in every format this weekend, but I don't know that everybody's respecting it. But look at the results you get getting rid of your opponent's unaffected monsters. That's what it's used for in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game right now, too, because there's so many unaffected monsters running around.
Oh, it's Valor, but I think
there.
he has... Oh, no, he doesn't have the suppression. He used the suppression to negate the Blackwing effect. Oh, Necromancer stop, but this creepy little punk will just bring back an Infernity. That's what I like about this deck. It can keep pushing.
yeah, it plays through so many disruptions, honestly, from your opponent that it just gets out of control, because with 3 Infernity Launcher as well, it just, you know, you keep bringing back your monsters onto the field. And the Goddess as well is a card that I really like. I think has always been something that you don't really think of sometimes, you know, when you have to deal with, you know, big monsters or like link monsters of your opponent. And yeah, it was a very good solution.
Looks like we're trying to set up for a fusion summon here, and it's interesting to think about. Centiras doesn't really have a lot of defensive cards left anymore.
I don't think he's setting up a fusion summon. I think he's just trying to free up space to use the launcher.
Okay, that makes
Because
sense.
we don't have Beast anymore in the
Oh,
field.
that's true.
And,
that's true.
again, hitting the hand is almost inconsequential.
It doesn't really help
here.
anymore. No, you're right. You need to try to close out this game. Just getting excited to see the card effects roll.
Yeah. This is balls, right?
Wait, what?
Is
I
it?
think it is. Yeah, the link arrows are correct.
No, Arcane
it's a shame.
Abomination.
Okay. That's
That-
still good.
That's great. That's great at destroying cards.
So the goal, I guess, is to clear things out and try to survive.
Launcher,
Yeah,
activates
launcher, yeah.
again.
Come out, Infernity General. Special summoning Infernity Archfiend activates its effect.
Just going to keep pushing. I mean, you're absolutely right, Michael. There's just so many cards. And he got to the Infernity break, so he has good setup for next turn as well. But now we're going to the battle phase, so Unchained Abomination attacks.
Destroys Blackwing Dragon, and since Abomination's good at destroying cards.
Perfect, yeah, because you can use the Infinity Break that has just been set. And yeah,
This might be.
let's see if this will be enough to seal this one out.
Yeah.
It is.
No Karibos here.
Some B-cells maybe? I don't
Kite
believe so, but
No, no Kite The end. Wow. That was the complete antithesis of what we just watched, right? Exact alternate ending.
Yeah, the Book of Eclipse would have stopped the Assault Dragons too had he had Centiras.
It's still
Play
a
2
really
copies
powerful.
and summon them.
It's a very powerful card still.
so I
It is.
just got humble, I believed, because I was stated that Infinity doesn't feel like the deck to bring into this World Championship. However, we just experienced that they broke an amazing going second strategy. They managed to pull through the whole field of Blackwing, and wow.
I'm a big believer in Infernity for the World Championship.
I mean, it certainly is a popular deck, but I'm humbled too, right? We were like, you don't need a hot red dragon Archfiend Abyss. Okay, maybe you need a hot red dragon Archfiend Abyss. Whoops. Whoops. Wow. But it does show you that we just have such a great cast of duelists here from this international array, and every person even playing the same deck is going to bring something completely different to the tournament. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It really depends on your lineup. Like, depends on what you really want to get for of your entire field, and I feel like it's also a matter of understanding what your opponent expects from you, because I feel like cards such as Book of Eclipse are popular, like Dark Lure No More, for example. In this spot, of course, was one of the key cards that really helped him out, you know, to come back into this. But it was also interesting to see that it's not only about Trishula, because we're used to like sometimes get rid of 2 cards out of our opponent's hand, and Trishula was negated. There was the Effect Veiler, but as we mentioned, Infernity has so many resources that sometimes it's just very, very difficult to stop it if it starts, you know, come off.
Yeah, we saw it there.
Yeah, we saw it. I mean, the deck is super valid. Like, once again, it showed up on stream, meaning that our duelists are really playing Infernity. So it's...
Yeah, I don't think we've had a single round where we haven't seen it. Like, it's always in there. Like, there's some decks that are a little, you know, maybe they choose it, maybe they don't. For instance, like Valmonica doesn't seem to be on every person's list. Blackwing seems really popular. So I think the World Championship is kind of like starting to take shape. Is there any decks so far while we're waiting for the next match that like really stood out to you where you're like, whoa, this is incredible?
I think for me the answer is simple. For me, it is Brand. It feels so much powerful. I don't think it has lost on stream, right?
Not that I
know.
Maybe once.
Maybe, oh yeah, through to Labyrinth.
To Labyrinth, yeah, you're correct.
That was going to be my choice. Labyrinth. I was not expecting it. It was awesome seeing it beat Branded.
I love it as well. I mean, maybe I'm biased, but the deck also in the TCG, I remember it like very vividly when the deck was, you know, was released, full of trap cards, and then with the Stovey was just getting your engine going, just a different way of playing the deck. It was, yeah, I really love it.
So I've got to say, I probably think that Labyrinth is my pick too, but not because the Labyrinth card's non-fusion area is just incredible. But speaking of non-fusions, we're going to pause for now just to take a quick break, but we'll be back right after this. And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. We have had quite the undertaking so far. Those speed duel rounds were incredible. But it's time to switch gears because get ready for the Rush. We're going to be doing the Rush semifinals, at least one of them pretty soon.
And it is so exciting to see who is going to advance to the World Championship final. It is one of those moments that you are really waiting for when you are approaching such an event, and I'm thrilled.
Yeah, I'm excited to see which decks the players are using this time and how they end up doing in their matchups.
Yeah, I mean, especially because we mentioned this, you really wait a whole year to get to this point after numberless and countless of duels throughout the entire season, and it all comes down to this. Our duelists have really battled it out to get their spot in the semifinals, and they're one match away for becoming the world champions and getting a chance on the finals to play this one out. So I'm really curious to see our matchups and our duelists in action.
Yeah, there's also some decks we haven't seen yet. You know, off camera we were talking about the fact that we haven't actually seen the Worm deck, which is one of the strongest decks to play. And, you know, before somebody got a chance to pull it out, they happened to lose on stream. So maybe it's out there somewhere. I'm hoping we get to see it because it's such a cool, powerful deck.
It is.
And it feels like it is one of those matches that you're really preparing for, and I want to see how the players are going to approach in meaning of their deck series, meaning that which deck will utilize first, which second, which one there may be one lost behind, maybe two lost behind, and how they will try to mind game their opponent and find the exact strategy to bring in the table.
Yeah, I mean, it will also be interesting to know if our duelists played against each other during Swiss rounds, because at the end of the day, it's 8 duelists with 3 rounds of Swiss. So it could be, you know, it could be an option. Who knows? Maybe they tested together, you know. So we will find out. For sure, yeah, I mean, the deck that I'm really looking forward to seeing is Gradius. I don't know, I just love the deck. I don't know.
I mean, it's a great game. It's a great game. But it looks like, speaking of games, we're going to be going to the game quite soon here, and I am really excited to see whatever the gameplay happens to be because, oh, you're right about Gradius, but maybe we finally get to see Asaka Mutsuba. But here's our players. Looks like it's going to be Paco Wako Taco versus Shelmy. Shelmy, the 2024 world champion of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel Division. He had some complications and wasn't able to defend his crown during 2025, which means he literally got back to the world championship the hard way twice. That's an incredible record so far.
Some would say winning the world championship to qualify is the hard way.
I mean, yeah, a little bit, but he didn't get the auto in. You know, he actually worked his way back up here, and that shows you the caliber of duelist he is. Looks like he's using Tiger, and he's going to get a chance to go first. Let's see what that archive skill is hiding.
Like martial arts, rush duels are another form of combat.
You're the perfect opponent to let me shine on stage.
Let's see what you can do.
All right,
Get ready for the rush. Blowing you away is simple
So
to do.
we have one of those matches that I think that Steven is quite excited to see, because from the one side we have dragons obviously, but from the other side I believe, if I understand from the skill correctly, it is Dark Magician, right?
It might be, yeah. And if so, you know, we don't see a lot of this dragon deck. Even on the ranked ladder, you don't run into it that often, but it is still very powerful. And obviously, the strength of Ether is not only that you could pay life points to destroy cards, it's also a level 9 monster, which a lot of cards in Rush Duel only work on level 8 or below to make sure that they don't hit things like fusions or maximum summons.
All right, so he's ending his turn with 2 strong monsters, 2 back rows, and a card in hand, which is relatively ideal if Shiny Shady is one of them. And he's going to use the Shiny Shady immediately to stop the Amazing Dealer from drawing 3 cards.
Would you pass on 2 cards without being Shiny Shady and keep 1 card in the hand just for the bluff?
I think you would, in Illusion of Execution, keep it so you would keep Dark Magician Girl in your hand so you could reveal it for the skill, which is what we're seeing now from the opponent. But that's the only situation I can think of where there's a competitive advantage to holding onto the card without Shiny Shady.
Because you lose 1 draw, you mean?
Exactly. You want to keep that card so you can reveal it for the skill. And speaking of skills, looks like we're going to use that Monster Calling here to bring back the Dark Magician.
I also feel like this has been the threat so far, activating Shiny Shady on the very first move that your opponent does.
Yeah. It definitely did not work out there where he had the second Amazing Dealer.
Yeah.
And as we talked before, Dark Magician is not only good because it has powerful spells, but also when Dark Magician is on the field, it provides one scary thing for me, that it is not a threat to Shiny Shady, because you cannot target a normal monster with that.
Yeah. So here's the Destiny draw, Divine Dragons. Shelmy will get an extra card in his draw phase, and it's going to be that Dragon.
Oh, Ether, yeah.
As a dragon, yeah.
And so we did tribute summon there.
I summon a monster.
Paco seems like he's not too tilted. Shelmy locked in. I guess you're right. The world champion knows what he's up against.
Summon a
The
monster.
former world champion.
I activate my monster's effect.
But bringing back the Aether, very powerful there. Going to go ahead and tribute 2 monsters in order to, again, have this very powerful card. Oh, but it's different this time.
Yeah, well, it only costs
Okay.
1 tribute because of the skill.
That's right.
so
That's right.
if you see 2 tributed, it's something else. So there's the 1 tribute.
So we turn the Aether Dragon now, launch it on the field there. Curious to see what he would destroy if he pays those life points.
Oh, he actually may have special summoned it. Oh, I think he actually did
Oh,
special
yeah,
summon
yeah.
it with
Okay.
Volcano Black Dragon.
Yeah, but we still can activate the effect.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, it can.
So pay 500.
But he drew a card.
So we go for the Dark Magician. I like this because most of the spell cards are obviously, cycling around the Dark Magician, and you really don't want him on the field.
Yeah, also dealing some damage thanks to the Red Boost Dragon, inflicting 100 damage for every dragon in the graveyard.
And recycling 7 different dragon monsters, getting a lot of pieces of the engine back.
I'll blow you away. I attack with
That's a
my
big chunk of damage, by the way. They're 3,000 to
Oh, yeah.
0.
That is a lot of damage.
In fact, this game actually could be over right now, depending on if there's any trap cards down.
Maybe your favorite trap card, Steven?
Could be negate attack. I think we
Let's
probably
see.
have seen it earlier than now.
We definitely would have seen it on the first attack.
Yeah. Ooh,
No.
Wow, nothing.
Nothing. Not even a music princess recital. Haven't seen that card in a while, but yeah, unfortunately there, Shelmy just able to clean the clock of Paco Waco Taco very handily there, and he seems like he is locked in and in the zone. And good stuff for him, right? I mean, he has been up here on the stage before, being the 2024 champion in Seattle, actually. But it gives you not necessarily an advantage, just like emotional support. You know what it's like to go on this journey. You're just here again, not worried about it. But that's not enough to win. That's just enough to feel good about being here.
I think the familiarity is helpful.
Like an advantage, just that you're
Yeah.
comfortable, so you're just kind of swimming where you're comfortable in those waters.
Yes.
Yeah, it plays a huge role, and especially in the semifinals of the World Championship, right?
Yeah, I mean, sitting there in this spot, already focused and really know what you have to do. You have been already there 2 years ago, so you know how it feels like, and you really want to stay focused. Of course, this is only the first game, but let's see now what's up next.
Now we have 2 legendary skills.
Wait, a legendary skill on Nail Saionji? That's got to be something else like an Avaricious Draw. We could be seeing a maximum summon, could we?
It's probably Avaricious Draw, right?
Okay.
I think Nail has that skill.
I always get excited when I see Nail Saionji. I just, the Yggdrasil monster looks so cool. The first maximum monster.
I think
You don't want to see Gradius?
I mean, Gradius would be neat too. Okay, let's see what it is. I'll let the cards do the talking.
so. I hope it is Gradius because it seems like a pretty standard open for Gradius. Because Alberto will be definitely happy to see some Gradius action.
I'd love to, but we were also talking about this, in general,
And
one for sure.
It might be a Gradius mirror.
I mean,
It could be.
It
We
could be.
We don't know what Paco Waco
It could
Taco's
be.
using yet.
If that's the case, for sure it would be nice, to see also the approaches out of it. For sure, Paco doesn't have a shiny shady set, for sure. No cards in hand.
Also this.
Got the Big Viper Spread Bomb destroying the trap card there. So still no information about what the opponent is playing.
I really want Gradius mirror. Really.
Well, let's see. First attack.
It's a Gradius mirror.
It's been very interesting to see and how this one plays out. Yeah, I mean, we were mentioning this, I think, at the beginning of the day, how difficult it could be to play a mirror, just to understand all of the different dynamics.
That was an extremely underwhelming turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it really is
Yeah.
an underwhelming turn. Yeah.
No access to options means no access to fusions. Wow, that's shiny shady, by the way. It's seen some better days after the Chronicle.
Is that the glitch?
I think it's glitch level 3 with the star chip from the Pegasus event. Set sail for Duelist Kingdom.
And I think what's more to ask, Alberto, than seeing your favorite deck of the Rush Duel being in the mirror match in the semi-finals. You have almost a wish for that.
I mean, but I'm biased because I play it, so it's it's just I just like it. I like the mechanics. I like the contact fusion. I like the synergies of the deck. And the fact that you can do it over and over and over again is just too good. And then you have the pot of avarice just to recycle your pieces. But yeah, here also the Star Protector protection gets activated. So let's keep in mind that also there's only one attack this turn.
Let's not forget.
Yeah.
that did happen earlier. Our apologies. Our apologies.
That is helpful here. So he was able to avoid taking damage. He'll get another shot at the Avaricious Destiny draw.
So giving this another shot again. Still anybody's game. What's so weird is Gradius is able to turn the tide so quickly. So this could be the last turn, unless it's not. And then the next turn could be the last turn.
Super Dimensional Lord British Space Fighter gets to special summon a option. Gradius' option from the graveyard. Changes his name to Gradius. So it's one card gets both fusions. Contact fusion.
Based on another great game from Konami, actually.
So Paco Waco Taco has all of his monsters in attack position, which Gradius actually loves to see.
And certainly we're having a lot of fun here at the World Championship, but both these duelists right now are locked in because they made the same choice. That means they both believed that the right deck to play in the second match, given these circumstances, was Gradius.
Yep, there's Gradius in multiple turns. Gradius' option allows him to once again contact use Ripple Laser.
And this is what I was talking about before. I really want, because Steven, you made a really nice pass for me there. I want to see which deck players will want to bring. And when you play semifinals and for game 2 they both want to bring Gradius, it means something, right?
So he did summon Gradius' option, but lost out to the trap card. But Pot of Avarice allows him to keep extending. See if he has another Gradius' option, maybe to imitate the 2,500 attack points, which could potentially close this out.
You don't even need that many.
Well, Cyber Serpent isn't quite what he wants, unless he's going to get the power meter to get rid of it and replace it with something better.
No, it looks like we're setting a card. That doesn't seem like we're advancing plays.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. You are correct.
Always have that feeling once your opponent starts setting cards, you're like, okay, now they're done. But with that 0, that could have been anything. But since it's not a Gradius' option, it just doesn't have enough attack points. In fact, it has no attack points, so play will pass back over to Paco Waco Taco.
Yeah, I mean, although Shellman didn't manage to seal this one out, I feel like it's still in a good spot if he has some sort of protection. If there's like a shiny shady, if there's something to protect him at some point in time.
I see a card in the hand.
Perhaps. Gradius is pretty adept at destroying back row cards. If he has like Star Protector's protection, he knows he's safe, but no? Well, it doesn't look like Paco Waco Taco has much here.
Oh, wow.
Just another pass after setting 5 cards and still having 2 in hand. So, not even going to be able to draw into that many cards next turn. Just going right to the battle phase.
He had no way to get a monster on the field, and I guess nothing to set.
Didn't decide to turn it to defense mode, I guess.
As ineffective as it is,
Maybe trying to get that monster cleared off the field, offer it up to your opponent. You get to do damage to me, but I get a slot freed up.
That is pretty interesting that he left it attack. Oh, he has Star Protector.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he's sending it to the graveyard anyway.
He had me in the first half.
If you're done flattering yourself, make a move. I end my turn.
This duel is going as I expected.
Now, was it Paco Waco Taco last time that we saw that really long defensive play with the Dark Magician that went to like 10 or 11 turns?
Yeah.
I feel like he is the most defensive player in this tournament. He's willing to just hold out until it's the right turn for him to win.
Here's Spread Bomb destroys the Star Protector's protection.
My monster attacks.
He's definitely playing defensively. But
Super defensively, yeah.
Eventually you'll run out of resources though. If you look at the cards left in his deck, if he sets everything, he really only has like about 2.5 turns left.
Yeah, I mean, Shelby only has 8 cards in his deck.
But he has 4 cards in hand, so he draws less.
True. Summons in attack position. Maybe he's been waiting for the Spread Bomb to get rid of the back row card.
Oh, this has got to be the turn. I mean, if you're sending that many cards to the graveyard, it's time.
Yeah,
What was
he's pulling the trigger here.
Widespread Ruin. We haven't seen any widespread ruins the entire tournament, and it makes sense because so many cards are immune to destruction by card effects, but it's still a powerful trap card.
Lord British brings back Gradius's option. He once again has the materials to contact fuse for Ripple Laser.
Contact fusion. I activate my monsters.
The question is, how much more can he do?
I mean, we are only one Ripple Laser away from having the exact same field, right?
Yes, and since it's his turn, he has the advantage in attack points
Yeah.
because he can weaken 2 monsters by 800 for each Ripple Laser he
Here's the
summons.
card I set.
He
So there's
is
the
gonna do
power
it.
meter.
You know, the one thing we haven't seen is the final fusion form from the skill, but I guess since nobody uses the skill anymore, it's just not part of the equation. So I almost feel, obviously the Avaricious draw got him into the situation, but I feel like you could close it out if you had bigger Gradius fusions right now.
There's Lord British Space Fighter once again, bringing back Gradius's option.
Contact fusion.
There's either another Ripple Laser or the same Ripple Laser he returned to his
Yeah.
extra deck, because that's what this deck does.
So good, so consistent, and about to do even more attack point reduction.
But we can really see how difficult the mirror match is. It's really a matter of understanding where's the moment to push, where's the moment, you know, to just say, okay, maybe I need a little bit more of cards, a little bit more of time. It's difficult also to understand, maybe I can take another few turns, you know. It's just, it's very risky. If you're Paco that we saw, it's very defensive players. It's, you know, maybe easier, I would say. But for the strategy that the deck requires, it's, you know, really, it's very tense match.
Yeah,
this one.
Paco Waco Taco definitely knows the weaknesses of the deck, which is they can't destroy the opponent's monsters with card effects. So it can be difficult to break through a bunch of defense position monsters and deal damage. They do have multiple,
Summon a monster.
which can change the battle position of a monster, but that's not so reliable.
Now go.
We're going to get to another Ripple Laser here. Contact Fusion continues, almost getting to good numbers, but not perfect numbers to do 6,000 damage. And you're right, this matchup really illustrates what is so different about Rush Duel format from Speed Duel format. It's this momentum back and forth.
Wow, now he's using Pot of Avarice. If he just gets Gradius's option to copy the 2,500 attack points, he'll win.
Yeah.
We're not away.
That would
Yeah, we're not away from the win right now.
No,
We're
it's
not
not
away
far.
from the win
It's
because
not far.
yeah.
Yeah, he just uses
Obviously-
Gradius's option.
Yeah, because if he has
Exactly.
Gradius option, he copies, it becomes 2,500
Yeah.
attack, and that's 7,500, that'll be bigger, yeah.
I think
So
that's 61 total, right?
what did he draw?
It all depends on the draw, to be honest.
There's only 7 cards left in the deck. He just drew 2 of them, so he's down to 5. He may actually have this. But based on this long pause, it does feel like he didn't get it.
He said a back row, like you said before. That's a bad sign
It's
for him.
weird. It's like a strange telltale when your opponent's like, okay, now I'm setting cards. You just know.
Yeah, I
You got to
guess-
set cards a little earlier just to throw your opponent off the rhythm.
Well, also here I think it's also a matter of, sure, you pushed hoping to get the last final draw, but if you do not manage to seal this one out in this turn, it's becoming difficult.
He's in bad shape, I think, if
Yeah.
you can't seal it here.
Yeah.
Because Shelmy can do the same type of stuff that he did,
Mm.
reducing the Ripple Laser's attack points and attacking over it for damage, and he only has 1,800 life points left.
Instead of 6,000.
I still think that Paco Waco Taco did the right thing because at the World Championship, you can't play not to lose. You have to play to win.
Oh no, that was definitely the turn to pull the trigger. He
Yeah.
really had no choice there. It was just unfortunate for him that he was able to use the Avarice. and
Oh,
didn't
but
get
look
it.
at that, saving himself.
I don't know that it's going to
That's
help.
true, that's
because
true, but-
if he weakens, if Shelmy weakens the Ripple Lasers, he might be able to deal 1,800 with a single attack.
That is true.
But we'll see. We'll see. It's all
Depends on
about
what the 5 cards
yeah.
have, yeah. Anything's possible in a Rush Duel. Man, Shelmy's demeanor, he's so just steely, just locked in. Again, the World Championship difference, right? He knows what it's like to be a world champion.
Oh, I think 2 Ripple Lasers are gone, and I guess he no longer has access to the Avaricious draw.
That's true.
So he actually, it might be hard to really weaken that Ripple Laser. It's possible he could summon 1 and send it back with Power Meter. But, maybe he can't close it out this turn.
Well, Paco Waco Taco has nothing to do but just hope he made the right moves. Sometimes that can be nerve-wracking, right? When you've just done everything you can and you have no traps or monster effects to protect you. You're just finding out if you were right.
Well, yeah, he has a Star Protector's protection. That's protecting him a little bit.
But that's it.
Yeah.
At that point, it's up to him and his opponent, and to a degree, Shelmy, if Shelmy decides to like set some cards, then in all likelihood, with only 1,200, the exact attack point of a Gradius, right? If one of those attacks gets through, that's it.
Right. I like that he activated the Star Protector's protection right there on the draw and didn't wait.
Yeah.
Because he knew he was going to have to activate it this turn, and he didn't want to risk it getting destroyed. I think that makes a lot of sense here.
So you have done the same. You would have done the same to preemptively activate Star Protector's protection.
For sure. Because I also think he thinks if he survives the next turn, he's going to win.
So it feels like it's more who gets to survive in order to find the correct spots, in order to make the last push, since both of the duelists have not so much of life points.
Right. They're both so low on life points now. It's in the end game.
So we use Cyber Serpent just to change Vic Viper Spread Bomb into Gradius, no spells and traps to destroy. It looks like we are going to go ahead and send that to the graveyard as well, paying 100 life points there, reducing ourselves to 1,100 to bring out even more monsters.
Yep. Gradius option for each card sent.
This is the last one out of the extra deck. Contact Fusion.
I don't think he has a clear path to victory because he spent a long time thinking about it.
Yeah, it really took us some time, especially because now they're both left with 5 cards in the deck, so their resources are very scarce.
Oh, wow.
He has 2 Gradius' options. He can bring them both up to 2,500.
But that is
But you have to be careful. You can't play a single more card or you will deck out.
Yep. So all he could do is attack, trade, and end his turn because only one monster can attack because of the protection.
You can only attack with one.
Oh,
this
wow.
is a close one.
This is it. This is what a semifinal's about, though. The grand finals are on the line. And he sets. I think he didn't get it. He could only set the 2 as well.
He can only set the 2. He has the same problem.
Don't make the mistake of thinking you've already won.
Oh, wow. What a match.
So, but think about this. The Gradius option can't use its effect because there's no top card of the deck to send to the graveyard.
That's true.
So he's hoping that maybe he could still win this.
He could.
He just has to pass it. His opponent will deck out. Unless Shelmy can win this duel, he'll deck out.
Viper beginning. Is that going to be helpful?
Time for mercy. I summon a monster.
Maybe just to replace the monster so you don't have...
Oh, he doesn't have to summon something.
He doesn't have to summon. Yeah.
Every one of those is going to be 800 defense.
800. It's 800.
Yes.
Wow, really? So Paco Wako Taco doing a great job of positioning himself for 2 forms of victory, but unfortunately for him, Shelmy is the winner of this duel.
Wow, that was so close.
And nice catch from Steven that you cannot activate the effect since you don't have any more deck in order to send the top 2 cards from the deck to the graveyard, so you're potentially without the monster effects available, right?
I think Paco Wako Taco did a really good job. You could tell he knew every single possibility, but to a certain degree, you just have to like find out what your opponent's going to draw, what they have left in the deck, and unfortunately, he got those cards. So good stuff. But again, the semifinal isn't over. We still have plenty of games left.
Yeah, he really needed that Gradius' option off the Pot of Avarice on that one turn that he drew for it after sending 5 cards back into his really small deck, and missing it there really hurt him.
I think he really passionately waited for the last very moment, and I mean, it was a little bit unfortunate that he didn't draw the card he needed, but it was well played, and we also saw that he really tried his best to stay in this one, but also Shelmy was, I have to say, was like, you know, taking his time to consider his options, trying to understand how to deal with the field, and then taking his chances, and then at the end of the day, he paid off. It was, I think, the closest match that we saw today. It was like a super tense, you know, like game 2, unbelievable, and now 2-0 for Shelmy.
Absolutely.
So 1 step away from the final.
You have said at the start of this of today that Gradius Mirror, it will be very grindy. However, we go to the game 3, and potentially the one that will set the first spot for the final.
Much more. I won't let the best fans in the world
Oh, we have
down.
Shelmy with an archive skill,
You can defeat me
and
in a
SHUEISHA
rush
with
duel?
a legendary skill.
Prove it.
Probably Void Bell.
Probably Void Bell.
Swine Joe's Will Belgear.
Get ready for the rush.
Go rush!
Watch this.
This is interesting. I wonder if Shelmy brought in a strong deck to try to close this out, or is just trying something experimental in order to burn a game if he needs to.
Looks like we're not finding out this turn.
Yeah.
4 face down cards.
Got so excited, but I guess we'll find out next turn. Unless Paco Waco Taco does the same.
I summon a monster.
That's not typically what Void Dog does. All right,
Yeah,
Chaos
it
Cool
does not.
Stars.
Watch closely.
Gets rid of a Requiem to draw a card with its effect.
Here I go. I
guess that
contact
was,
fusion a monster.
Dark Matter.
You sure you want to
Oh, there's that shiny shady used as fast as possible. And it makes sense in this particular situation.
It would be destroyed if he didn't activate it here.
And what do we discard because we can understand? It was,
It was a spell, but didn't catch it.
I think it was start, right?
Yep. To bring back a fusion, excuse me, a copy of Fusion and a normal monster, which kind of dictates to me that this may be Hero.
Could be. Oh, here's Void Dog Requiem. And he already has on the field Pale Rider, so he can contact Fuse for Forbidden Requiem.
Powering up the last Dark Galaxy monster that may save Paco Waco's life in this tournament. He's got to win this duel or Shelmy is going to the finals.
I activate Void Belt Requiem's effect. Chaos
Selmy really proving himself by almost being one game away from achieving another World Championship final in his career, and that says a lot about this duelist. However, at this moment he's quite behind in meaning of the game stage and so losing the life points, and Paco at the moment has the upper hand.
It's interesting he declined to summon the Forbidden Requiem, I guess because he didn't have a third monster to summon, so he probably figured this was more damage.
Because I feel like here you're super exposed, you know?
Yeah, I think I think he's in better
monster.
shape having the 3 monsters on the field and dealing with 3,400 points of damage. That's Hero Descent. He gets to special summon normal monsters from the grave.
Trading one fusion for another. Gonna go activate that so we do get access to the Flame Wingman. I wonder if we're just going to attack the Requiem now or if there's any other cards he's going to use. Because Shining Flare Wingman, not exactly impossible to beat in this deck, but definitely could get some big damage in itself.
You forget about this card.
Yeah.
I activate a spell card. The King
Star
requests
restart.
your presence. I special summon a monster.
We had another copy there.
And we keep getting fusion on the hand, which is very important. Exactly.
Curse of the Rising Light changes the battle position of Pale Rider, so it'll be easily destroyed.
Monster attacks.
So it's going to do some big damage here. Another 2,500 off the top.
Yeah. Good use of Flame Wingman's effect. Reciditrix will destroy the face-down Pale Rider with its 0 defense.
Another great
But
turn
this is
comes
enough.
to an end.
I think this is likely to come down to what Shelmy's back row is.
Yeah, it really depends on the back.
I mean, one set and one card in hand.
There's
Showing shades of Shiny Shady, right?
Oh, he got a monster on top of his deck, which means he gets to bring Requiem back from the graveyard to his hand.
I activate my spell card.
Oh, Dark Hold Device. Oh, if he has 2 normal monsters, he's immune to Shiny Shady. There's 1 Pale Rider.
Do you have a second copy?
I mean, he's able to put it on top
He's
of
bringing it on
yeah,
using,
wow.
using the once per duel draw to get it. He's playing around Shiny Shady.
That's genius. So Paco Waco Taco survives.
Very well.
And showcases why he's a semi-finalist of the World Championship 2026. And right now, I think that Selmy is quite on the corner. Obviously, yes, it has 1 win more, but it's quite tough because you feel all the pressure right now and anything can happen.
I think Shelby made a good choice though with the Hero because that's a deck that could win really fast, but you don't give up the biggest, decks in the room if you play it.
Yeah. Well, for Shelmy now, he's either going to win or he's going to use all of his decks.
True.
So at this point, I don't know how much it matters what he chooses.
Do we get to see the Destructor Worms?
If it's in his
I
lineup.
hope so. But also, are you surprised that we haven't seen it so far? Like, in between the first 3 choices of our duelists, right?
Oh, interesting.
Not only in this match, but also in the previous one.
I agree. I think it's the strongest deck. I don't think I would want to lose without having not played it.
Exactly.
Lose having not played
Exactly. Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well, maybe it's Shelmey's last line of defense here, but right now he's going to use Zwaijo's Will Velgear, while his opponent Paco Waco Taco is using an archive skill with Yuga Odo.
Like you're ready for the rush. Here we go.
Zwaijo's Will Velgear.
Get ready for the rush.
Here we go.
I'm gonna speed up this duel. It's my turn. I draw. From my hand, I activate my
Oh,
spell
it's Elemental
Okay.
Hero again.
Heroes.
Elemental Circulation.
Okay.
Heroes are such a strong deck for really closing out games fast because of the effect damage and also making those perfect numbers using the hero skill in order to reduce the attack of your opponent. So it makes sense why both of these duels made the choice. I just wonder, it's funny too, this is the exact opposite of what we just watched.
Yeah.
We watched Hero versus Void Velg, now we're watching Void Velg versus Hero.
But this time, Paco Waco Taco wants heroes to win.
Ah, that is true. Good important point. I want my cards to win when I'm playing them, not when you're playing them.
Exactly.
And the difference is also that Selmy started with 2 set monsters and 2 set trap cards, while Waco Taco has been advancing his plays and trying to find his way in order to advance the game state. And now we see the summon of Elemental Hero Voltic Wingman.
You're right, this is a very different start.
Here I come.
Well, as Jaden Yuki always says, luck's a part of skill, and it is true that just by luck of the draw, he's had a much more powerful opening here, making the Flame Wingman now.
I'm loading my road to victory.
He wants to get rid of his attack position monster, so he's going to have to weaken one of his monsters to do so. Gets Fusion.
Oh wow, what an opener.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Even he's
especially,
smiling.
especially if one of those is Shiny Shady with the card in his hand.
Yeah.
Exactly the same as before.
I feel like he was pushing really hard for Miracle Fusion there. When you think about the materials that are on the field or will be in the graveyard if we lose Flame Wingman, we might finally see Shining Flare Wingman on the field.
Oh, he missed with the White Rider effect. Oh, Universal Storm's pretty good. Oh, destroys Trap Hole, Legend.
Oh, wow. What a hit.
Especially when he was going to tribute summon a Requiem at some point in this duel.
Contact fusion.
But we're going to Contact Fusion first.
Void Velvet Beyond Probe will be able to destroy another face-down card. Star Restart is the last card Shiny Shady. Is he that lucky?
Do you believe that that 50-50 was Shiny Shady or not?
I don't know.
And could decide who is going to the final?
I mean, depending, he may have been lucky just to destroy that spell card because that could have been used to get Fusion and Elemental Hero Sparkman back.
The Cataphract sent a spell to the grave. I don't think he had a level 8 in the graveyard anyway.
He didn't.
But so he's used the skill to put Pale Rider on top and do his once per duel draw card.
Kind of an interesting setup. This is kind of dangerous with Void Velvet Cataphract in attack mode. The most with the current field is you could just attack twice with your respective monsters, but oh, it's tribute time. Never mind. Stop everything I said.
Okay, so now we're either going to find out what the back row card is, or where he's not going to flip it, and it's not going to go great for Paco Waco Taco.
Yeah, because if he doesn't have any interruptions in this, and then the Trapple being destroyed by the Universal Storm, that might have been huge.
So just
It would have been huge.
It is the Shiny
yeah.
Shady!
And we waited for the last moment in order to activate it and to try to generate as much advantage as we can.
This might be a chance to bring us to a game 5 here. Paco Waco Taco really actually could bring it back here with a powerful Shining Flare Wingman.
Yeah.
Maybe get some effect damage out.
There's a lot of cards he could draw to be in really good shape, maybe even close it out.
And he has a full knowledge, which is very important.
That's true.
Yep.
He knows both face-down monsters.
No secrets being hit here.
Oh, he gets 2 cards!
Wow. All right, little pause here.
Yeah, 2 cards with Origin, but maybe not the space to play them.
That is true.
He does have the skill, so he can send his monster to the graveyard if he needs space.
Oh, but he's turning it to attack mode so he can then reduce its attack. That's cool. Because it does have pretty high defense, but now that it's face up, the skill will reduce its stats.
Yeah, it's 2,000 defense, so now it's 1,900 attack instead.
Here I come. I summon a monster.
Maybe he's aiming to go over it with Flame Wingman?
I summon a monster.
Well, it's a Sparkman for now.
I activate my spell card.
Oh, the Voltic Wingman, and then we
Another
can use
one.
Voltic Wingman for a fusion summon. Finally, okay.
Fusion summon.
Oh, he has Sparkman and Flame Wingman in
He
the graveyard.
does,
It's going to
yeah.
Shining Flame Wingman.
All right, Paco Waco Taco is no slifer slacker here, maybe running it all the way back.
I'm gonna fusion summon a monster.
Really showcasing what the heroes are really capable of. And
I'm gonna set a call.
Wow, look at the attack
Shining Flare
stats.
Wingman has been summoned.
4,300 attack points with Shining Flare Wingman.
And then you'll take 2,500 points of effect damage on top of that.
That brings it to 11, but he actually won't be able to close it out.
It's not enough.
Attack!
Yeah, what a turn for Paco here. Honestly, it's just an impressive show off of what the hero deck, is capable of. And now he's on Shelmy. Let's see if he can really find out a way to deal with this impressive field from Paco Waco Taco.
It's going to be tough, but not impossible. Forbidden Requiem, if it's in his extra deck, he can use it to destroy up to 3 monsters on the field if he's lucky enough.
Yeah, but the set card, it could be the one card that we're talking about all day. It could be Sunny Shady because Paco has still 2 cards in the hand. However, just be 2 monsters because he didn't have space to summon them.
Globule's going to send the fusion back to his extra deck, which is limited to 1, so he'll be able to resummon it to destroy the back row so that it can't get in his way.
Yep, that's exactly what we're doing.
Here I go.
He really could make it all the way back. This is so exciting. Whoever wins, we either get a game 5 or we figure out half of our finals for Sunday.
It all came down to Shelmy's 5-card draw there. But we're about to find out.
I mean, we still are only on 700 life points left, so even if we find some way in order to try to play around the field of Paco and try to empty the field, we still are in a very disadvantageous spot.
Yeah, I think it's now or never to wipe the field and score some direct attacks to win. The 700 life points isn't going to keep him in the duel for long. So he's going to Contact Fuse Beyond Probe thanks to Dark Matter Explorer. And Shiny Shady, I think, is just... I think just ends it here. I think that turns this into an impossibility for Shelmy.
It is one of those cards that really showcased how powerful it is. We are talking about this the whole day, how Shiny Shady has shaped how Rush Duel is played and how the players are approaching the game.
Oh, Curse of the Rising Light could change things. He gets to draw 2 cards since Shiny Shady was activated.
And we know that one of them will be that Requiem, so maybe I don't know if he's going to make it out this turn, but at least he can get rid of that Shining Flare Wingman to stop his opponent from just winning right out. But the problem is with only 700 life points left, it's kind of hard to fight back.
He needs multiple Requiems, so he can tribute summon 1, fuse 1 for Forbidden Requiem, and wipe the board.
Yeah, he needs to list it
With a very lucky activation of its skill. That's the only way I see this him winning, with a very lucky Forbidden Requiem activation.
But he at least can try, given the fact that he's got 1 game left, right? Even if Paco Waco Taco wins this duel, Shelmy still has another chance. So maybe you just go for the gold, but it doesn't look like it's happening. He's not seizing this moment, so I don't think he drew it.
It's possible he can't even get to the Forbidden Requiem.
Yeah. Very difficult. It's thinking about it, actually. It's...
I think, again, we're showcasing another turn that it is now or never, right?
Yes.
Shelmy needs to find a solution right here in order to seal the game. If not, Paco is in a very good spot in order to manage to go to a game 5, and it's very, very tough if you go from 0-2 to 2-2. It means that all your emotions are there. In the other hand, Shelmy will be very disadvantageous and feeling that he might be behind, and Paco will be in a very good spot in order to approach this game 5. But let's see. For now, we are still trying to decide what's the best move for us, because we have not yet finished game 4, and if we have seen something the whole day, is that you can never just decide who is going to win, because everything can change. It's always back and forth.
Certainly an exciting world championship for that reason, that I think every time we've thought the way the duel was going, it goes the opposite way. And let's see how this one goes, as Voidveil Requiem is tribute summon. Of course, 1 tribute because the skill was used this turn.
Oh, he just sets the monster. He's in trouble. He has to destroy the Shining Flare Wingman, because if he didn't, it would just flip up, destroy the monster, and inflict damage. equal to his attack to end it. So I think he's in a position where he's hoping for something to happen that's unlikely to happen. The skill alone will reduce the Void Veil Requiem's attack points so he can destroy it.
He can put it to 2100, and if he's got the materials for another Flying Wingman, that's game, as Jaden Yuki always says. Oh no, and Hero Descent would put exactly those two monsters on the field.
Oh, yeah?
Here I come. I special summon
I don't know why I sounded down. That means we'll just get another duel. Right? Right? That's fine.
good to go.
So, Fusion's activated. Here comes Flame Wingman. I think we know exactly which direction this is going.
Surely now we'll see at least one worm deck, right?
Maybe two.
Oh, yeah.
So there's the Flame Wingman. We know, yeah.
Maybe a mirror of that. Like?
I mean, I would expect so, honestly, because, like, you know, it should be the last remaining deck of our duelist if they brought Worm, but now I'm also having doubts, because so far we haven't seen any of them today, so it's, we will find out, but, you know, from 2-0 to 2-2, now it's gonna really be on the wire. It's, you know, I can't wait, to be fair, but we also gotta give it to Paco, because, like, game 3, he also read the Shiny Shady perfectly, swinging attacks with the two 1600 monsters, and then also this one, Heroes. You know, we mentioned it, the deck is incredibly good. So
Yeah. The Shiny Shadies were key there.
Yeah.
Those were so critical to his win.
Yeah.
Really skillful reads from Paco Wako Taco. If I had to give like a judge's award to a particular duelist in the event, just the way he's able to predict the way everything's going. Now, it didn't work out in his favor, but you could tell he was just so locked in, he knew exactly what was coming.
And I think right now it is one of those scenarios that are really going to see what decks both duelists have kept as the last options, because we have not a full knowledge of in the round before that we also saw Paco of what is the fifth deck that he's bringing to this tournament, and are really going to see how they are going to approach the last game of the semi-final, the last game that will decide who is going to the grand final of the World Championship. And right now we see a mirror. Could this be Wyrm? I think it's Wyrm. Let's see together.
The honor of Mutsuba Heavy Machinery. This duel will prove why I'm the boss of Mutsuba Town. Asaka Mutsuba, go rush! I'll start by laying the groundwork.
I think we're going to see it. So let's talk about this deck, since we're going to see a lot of its moves. It is a powerful deck involving maximum summons, but you also have a lot of mismatch pieces, almost like if you're running a bunch of pieces of Exodia, you've either got to draw it in the right combination or use the skill by revealing your card to add 2 cards from your deck to the hand and then discard 1. But now we're going to draw 2 here with the Destructor Worm Volkar.
That's with a Hawkins effect.
Oh, Hawkins, excuse me, yes. Oh, maybe Fusion Summon time as well.
But now Shelmy can only attack with one monster this turn because of his Hawkins effect.
So
Primal Howling takes care of that back row. Here's the activated Worm.
oh,
Black Metal
okay. So you're going to go ahead and reveal the Destructor Worm helmet and get the Bakhmut and the Fusion Summon based tribute monster there. That's interesting that we went that direction, but fusing from the graveyard feels pretty good.
And we see what Wyrm are really capable of, and why they were kept as the fifth option for both duelists. Would you do the same, or you would utilize the deck faster in this scenario?
I think it's important to hold it till the end because this deck is so reliable. You want to use that to keep you alive in the tournament so you can at least see one more round. And both these duelists did exactly that, right? They both qualified for the semifinals, having a 2-1 record. They both played some of the same decks at the same time, sometimes alternating fashion. But it shows you that when you put the best duelists in the room and they make the same decisions, maybe there's some truth to that.
Oh. Tribute Summon for another build you're doing. And using its effect to fuse together. It's Bakhmut with, I assume, Helmet? Yes, it must have been Helmet because here's Explosive, Destructor Worm, Dangerous Bakhmut.
You got every line right except the go part. But jokes aside, there's just no joke. I mean, look at the capabilities that he's got on the field here, and he's also really just a moment away from either maximum summoning or fusion summoning again here. So when you use those effects, destroy 2 monsters.
Is it mirror?
It is.
Yeah,
it
it is.
Yeah,
It is.
because that's the maximum piece.
You can only attack with the one monster to the Hawkins effect.
Well, you did get to destroy the 2 others to do damage, but now we're going to see the Ghost Cyclone here. Now at 1.
Nice, and he gets the draw.
It goes A spell card, not a Science AMB.
Yeah, I mean, I really like that the deck can afford to play cards such as also Primal Hauling, you know, just to get rid of your opponent back row. And I really see Paco in a very good position now because it's, you know, now without any set cards from Shelby, we could see Worm's power in action.
And Steven talked about it because Selmy had set Primal Howling as a bait to be considered as a Science AD potentially, but we see that we had the Ghost Cycle in order to deal with it, and now we are one draw less, which is very important in the mirror state. And Steven, you were right about it.
And you can tell that Paco is laughing. He cannot believe it.
He might win this turn, I think, because Dangerous Worm Bakuma's going to wipe the board, and if he has a couple more monsters to summon, he wins.
Oh my goodness, he knows he's got it at this point.
Yeah, he summons a monster. We're going to see Dangerous Bakuma wipe out his own monster he just summoned along with the two on the opponent's field, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's
it.
That's
he could attack with both monsters. He hasn't taken.
Of course he should be cheering. Paco Waco Taco is going to the finals representing America, doing a great job running it back completely from 2-0 to 3-2.
And this is a world championship mentality in order to go in the semi-final against a former world champion and being 0-2 in the beginning and need to calm your nerves, find your emotion right, and try to establish such a strong entertainment for us, going from 0-2 to 3-2 and advancing to the final of the World Championship 2026 here in Japan.
It's incredible.
Really good stuff.
What a show off, honestly. I was impressed. Like, congrats to Shelby anyways for making it to the semi-finals, you know, coming back 2 years later, you know, it's gotta be feeling good anyways, you know, like, you know, in the semi-finals of the World Championships. And on the other side, like, Paco really showed us what an amazing performance, you know, he put on show, like, for like being 2-0 under a former world champion. And then, you know, a really calm player, knows his card, knows the decks in and out, and what a performance, honestly, it's been. Yeah.
It was an awesome match.
Yeah.
Every single
match.
duel.
Every single duel was like super different from each other, but at the same time, I think the click from Paco was reading the Shiny Shade in Game 3. You know, that was the turning point of the whole
You
match.
like that move a lot, huh?
Yeah, I liked it because like he sealed the game, and then from that moment on, it was just gaining confidence and confidence. And of course, like it gets to your nerves because like you are only one game away from the finals, right? Although you are, you know, the former world champion, you know how to deal with the situation and everything, but still, you gotta feel some pressure,
You
right?
feel the pressure on the shoulders,
You
yeah.
know? So it's congratulations to Paco Waco Taco to advance into the finals. It's gonna be, you know, I can't wait to see his opponent, honestly. You know?
Yeah. But unfortunately, we're only going to be casting one of the semifinals for Rush Duels today. But don't worry and don't go away because we still have two semifinals and we're casting both for Speed Duel. And if it's anything like that, just incredible stuff. You know, Paco Waco Taco, even if you don't make it to be the world champion, that was an incredible performance. That's something to be proud of. And you notice he had that moment where he's just like, oh, I made it, I did it. Oh, good stuff. Inspiring.
Yeah, it is one of those scenarios that really you're waiting the whole day to see how the players will interact with each other, because as we said before, obviously here in this room knows exactly what he's doing, he's very capable of as a duelist, and they both have all prepared for this event, and the whole group that has attended this World Championship has prepared for this event. And for me right now, the most crucial skill is trying to be calm and trying to find the mentality in order to advance. And as Michael said, with his experience, that you need to leave every loss into the past. And we just experienced that. Paco just did that.
One duel at a time.
One duel at a time.
One duel at a
He said
time.
it.
Oh my goodness, my heart just beating so hard on that, because it's true when you think about everything it takes to get here, right? You know, you think of the world champion, and obviously they're one of the greatest duelists, but in Duel Links, you know, going through either the World Championship qualifiers or, you know, if you happen to be the world champion from the prior year, so many hours. But when you're physically here, there's not that many duels, right? When you think about it, there were 3 rounds, which means maximum each player could play up to 15 duels to decide that they were going to get to the semifinals. And then after that, we just got 5 more duels. So at a maximum of 20 games, when we know these duelists are capable of playing hundreds, it's just humbling to see all of it pay off. It's just humbling. It's inspiring.
Very cool. And for viewers at home who maybe aren't so familiar with Rush Duels, I think that match was actually a fantastic display of what some of the top decks can do, because each of those decks were played well and pretty much performed the way they're supposed to perform. So if you're thinking about building one of those decks, maybe take a look at what they were able to do and what playstyle fits you.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about for sure like Worm. For me, the best match we saw out of the 5 was the Gradius mirror match. It's
Not
just,
biased.
I'm not biased. Not biased. Just saying. Just saying. There's a little. Just a little.
biased.
But it's very complicated. It's just very difficult to understand where is the time to push, when is the time to try, and when it's time to close the one out. At the end of the day, I feel like both of our duelists mastered the decks differently because we saw different interaction for heroes, for example. It didn't work out for Paco, but it didn't work out for Shelmy. So it was a little bit of, distinction that we had in terms of like not only deck choices for our duelists throughout the tournament, but also in terms of when am I going to play this deck first, second, third, and so on. So I really like the idea of approaching the tournament and maybe changing, like you start the tournament having an idea and then you adjust it depending on how it's performing. So it's also a matter of, understanding the patterns of what maybe the other duelists are playing if you get the chance to. So it will be very interesting to see if Paco Waco Taco will follow the same ether essentially on the Sunday in the final. So very curious to see that.
Interesting though that considering that he was so defensive through that first couple of rounds that we saw him in, obviously in the semifinal. Wouldn't it be so strange if when he comes into the finals, like, no, just go and fight as hard as you can? Because when you're on the world champion stage, that's the closest you're ever going to get to being the world champion, unless you actually make it to being the world champion. So I wonder if the hunger will change his play style.
I mean, Paco has showcases that he has a mentality, right? He showcased that despite being 0-2, he was there, he found the solutions that were needed, and I think he goes to the final, approaching the final with the best mentality right now. He has so much confidence, right? When you are behind against a former world champion and yet you find the way in order to beat him, you understand that this is your day. It might be your day.
No, absolutely, I agree with you, but especially because he's no stranger to the World Championship. He was also here last year, he competed, and as we all mentioned, it's very, very difficult to make this far and qualify for the World Championships. It's like it takes you hours and hours of testing and continue testing to the World Championships because, like, for example, if you qualified a few months ago, you still have to keep up to date and testing and understanding what the best decks could be. And at the end of the day, what are really fascinating about duel links in general is not only the decks you bring, but as we mentioned, the way you really want to approach the event. Thinking, for example, it would be very interesting to see why Worm was the last choice, because both of our duelists had the same idea, pretty much, So if you really think that Worm may be the best deck of the event, why would it be the 5th choice if there may be a 5th game, So it will be really interesting to see if this will be the case on the Sunday. Maybe we'll show up and play Worm on the first duel, who knows, So
I think he may want to vary his deck order just in case his finals opponent saw the deck order he chose and anticipates him using the same one. I don't know. We'll see. But you also made a great point that this metagame is different from the one used in the qualifier in that Bakhmut wasn't even in Duel Links a couple months ago when the qualifiers took place. So these players not only needed to dedicate a lot of time to qualifying, but in order to succeed this weekend, they also needed to continue dedicating that time, continue practicing, continue testing, and really prepare in order to succeed this weekend.
Yeah, it feels like it is one of those scenarios that you really want to see and how those players will approach the final, because the rotation plays a huge role. And I think that obviously the potential opponent of Paco will definitely go to potentially see the stream and try to find some tricks that he utilizes in order to understand him better. But I think that the final on Sunday will have some uniques in the rotation, and I think it is one of those key areas that you want to approach when you have such a format in this in Rush Duel and in the Speed Duel accordingly. And it is really those mind games that will determine the champion.
I can't wait for the finals, but we do have some speed duels to watch first.
I love how we're just like,
we're not there yet.
We know we're ready for the rush. We can call it. What's interesting, though, you know, Alberto was talking about like the deck order and everything. We haven't seen the same level of uniformity in terms of deck order in Speed Duel. So, for instance, there's some people, you know, we were talking about how Infernity is very powerful. They'll start with Infernity just to try to get that early win. There's other duelists who are like, no, I'm going to try to. I've gotten my first 2 games. Now it's time to play Infernity at game 3. And there's other duelists who have held it off till game 5. So Speed Duel seems to have a little bit more variation in terms of like the looks and everything, where it's almost like bare fundamentals on the Rush Duel. It's just like, okay, I'm going to play this deck now, I'm going to play this deck then. But many of these, you know, our semifinals were making the exact same choices. They knew what they wanted to do. So it'll be interesting to see if that carries over for our Speed Duel semifinalists as well.
Yeah, I mean, out of the matches that we saw so far on stream for Rush Duel, I feel like there's at least 3 decks out of the 5 which, you know, have been brought by all of our duelists on stream. And then for Speed Duel, yeah, maybe there's Branded and Infernity for sure. And then we have seen sort of a variation with, which was very nice actually, because the meta, of course, is, I would say, very well defined. But at the end of the day, as we saw for Labyrinth, we talked about it before, we were like, I don't want to say shocked, but like super surprised to see how good the deck is, especially because he won against Branded, which should be considered the best deck of the format. So talking about format, I really feel like throughout the entire year we had a different variety of decks. We talked about Stardust Dragon, which deck is still super valid. Some of our duelists still playing it. And I really like the approach of coming to the event and saying, you know what, I really feel like the Blackwing also has a solid chance and I will bring it up. And we saw that the deck is very, very powerful.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about Speed Duels. One, the card pool is so large that you do have, I think, more variety. Building 5 decks, making players build 5 decks, you're going to have more variety than you have for Rush Duel decks, which has a much smaller card pool. But also the skills are so powerful and so good at just increasing the strength of specific themes that they're enticing to a lot of players, and they tempt them to experiment with these themes that maybe players would otherwise never touch. And I think as a result of that, we get so much variety. And the Labyrinth deck is a perfect example of that, just using Odeon with his skill that lets you get the Winged Dragon Raw Sphere mode to break the fields of the most powerful, of what is perceived to be the most powerful decks in the metagame. And instead, here you have just Odeon, you know, I'll get Sphere mode, break it all, and now I'm doing Labyrinth stuff, right? Like, so there's, I think, a lot of times the community has an opinion of what the strongest deck or decks are, but the reality is that there are so many really powerful skills and so many high-impact cards to use against them that some of the players who are really, really good have ideas that other players have never thought of. And I think that was an example of that for Speed Duel.
Well, speaking of Speed Duel, why don't we take a quick break so we can get our energy back up so we can enjoy those Speed Duel semifinals. But man, we got 2 back-to-back. It's going to be good, so don't go away. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the World Championship again. This Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship has been something special. We got through some great rush duels, but I think it's time for some speed duels, right guys?
Absolutely.
And I mean, it is one of those moments that, as we said before, that obviously we're waiting for Rush Duel to see how Paco is going to advance has already advanced into the finals, and we're expecting to see great things for him. But now we need to focus on the speed duel and see which duelists will advance to the grand final.
And I'm incredibly excited because you've seen a variety of decks so far, but now it really comes the moment where the stage really goes like this. Like, both of our duelists want to make it to the finals of Speed Duel, and I can't really wait to see our duelists in action. I'm thrilled, to be fair. I'm really thrilled. Yes.
This has really been like a fun World Championship, which is a really interesting dynamic considering this is the byproduct of all these different duelists from all over the world working as hard as they can. But they are smiling while they're playing, and they are having a good time, and that's kind of infectious, right? So sorry we're having a good time, but the duelists are too, right?
And now we're going to see the best of them, because these are the duelists and decks that made the semifinals.
Yeah. And speaking of the best of them, let's kick this off. Again, semi-final one, we're going to be casting both of them. But your first one is Zhang Hao versus Eto Sato.
We already got the chance to see Zhang Hao in action, so let's see Eto Sato also.
Now, he's got such a cool nickname. It is Hakuga no Seiryu. Do you know what that means in Japanese?
No. What?
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
Haku White
amazing.
Gone Eyes of the Dragon. But let's see, it's going to be Ashu starting things off. And he's going to go ahead and discard his Bestial to grab another Bestial at Saranir.
Started off with Beast of the Abyss.
Yeah, and that's
Is it
interesting.
Branded's Mirror, or am I crazy?
It might be, actually, because we have seen Hakuga no Seiryu before, also affectionately calling himself Kisara, just loves blue eyes. But strong opening here, getting both that Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, and getting to the Branded Fusion off the kit.
Here's the Branded Fusion.
Right off the top.
Ash Blossom and Kyoei Spring is not available to use in the
It is not a Duel Links. If you're a longtime Duel Links fan, you know that. If you're just joining us, don't worry, it's not going to get ashed.
And Branded Mirror in the semifinals. First of all, we talk about the rotation of the deck that you choose to bring, and I think Branded is one of those best decks, arguably one of the best decks, if not the best. And it clearly showcases that both players are here to say, I want to win this, I will bring my best strategy directly in the first game. And what's the best way to start the semifinals for the Speed Duel with a Branded Mirror match?
Yeah, pretty bold move from all of our duelists, bringing Branded as the first choice. And I mean, as mentioned, also the mirror match is quite complicated because of all the many disruptions that you could put out on the field. Sometimes it's just a matter of maybe having the key card that is missing. But yeah, this is so far pretty much what we have seen throughout the day, just setting up the album with the Mirror Jade and having also other access to the graveyard in the end phase. It's pretty much consistent, and you know, there's no interruption so far from Jiang, so... Oh, the Filia Regis. It's very interesting.
I believe it will be decided on who is having more Bestials, because they play such a crucial role in the mirror match. And Filia Regis, it is one of those cards that you really want to have on the mirror match, alongside obviously with Mirror Jade and an Cartesia to be there just to provide more interruptions.
And he has the Mercurial in his hand for an additional interruption.
Certainly filling up every single zone on the field, and Branded is known for being able to go the distance during the end phase, so going to go ahead and search with Bestial Magnamut and grab the Bestial Druis Worm. But you're right, Mike, about having multiple Bestials, because Saranir is a choice, right? Druis Worm and Magnamut are at limit 2, so you have to figure out a combination that you're going to run. But you can add those extra Saranirs just to be able to get cards out of your opponent's grave.
So one could play that Eito can potentially provide us with. It is to summon Druis Worm, and after that utilize the effect of Filia Regis and have Cartesia's follow black to fusion summon into Chaos in order to generate more and more interactions.
Starts off with Beast of the Abyss from the Abyss skill, so he does add a Bestial to his hand. It looks like he got Magnamut.
The only card that I would be scared of right now would be Super Polymerization alongside with Following of Albas, because it's one of those cards that you cannot respond to. but I think that Eito has again some cards in his arsenal that, despite, for example, potential super polymerization, can utilize and provide some key interactions in order to advance from a potential threat of super poly.
Yeah, super polymerization would be brutal here.
Looks like we're going to go and add. We still haven't resolved the skill yet, so it's going to be Springen's Kit and the Bestial Lubellion.
Use it a second time after getting that Bestial.
My monster's effect.
So pitching away the Bestial Lubellion, maybe to get a copy of his own. Nope, just going to be for the Bestial Saronir. No Magnemite, no Druid's Worm.
So it's either both already in the hand, or it can mean that maybe Jiang wants to bluff, but I don't think that with such strong cards like Druidism and Magnum, you can afford to not utilize those and go for Saron instead at this point.
Oh, he's got the gift of Santa Claus for that Mirror Jade, which is now in the graveyard.
It's true that Santa Claus is certainly a powerful card in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game right now, but seeing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links doing much the same work, right? Just being able to get rid of powerful cards. We're seeing so many kaiju-like effects, whether it's Lava Golem or the Winged Dragon of Raw Sphere mode, but sometimes it's just easier to get rid of that one monster.
Spring Kit will activate the effect to grant Brand Fusion and return one card from the hand to the bottom, and I think that with Lost on the field we can activate the effect of Brand Fusion and potentially go for Mirror Jade and threaten to activate the effect on someone in order for Eito to not have a response due to Lost.
Yeah, I mean, for sure the Santa Claus gives a little bit of, you know, advantage of getting rid of the Mirror Jade. The thing is that it's never easy to navigate through the Brandes field, especially because here, yeah, exactly, there's the Filler Aegis on the line.
I really like this play because otherwise there will be no open game state in order to activate the effect of Filler Aegis, because potentially Jiang would go for Pure Shaman into Albion, then into Lubellion, and later into Mirror Jade in order to activate the effect of Mirror Jade on Summon. And as we said before, if Lost is on the field, you cannot respond to with a monster effect when monster is fusion summoned.
Right about Albion, that's the first fusion to hit.
Yep. But it looks like they're just playing very carefully. We've seen the branded mirror match in multiple formats of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game, whether it's Master Duel, physical cards. But in Duel Links, it's a little different because, you know, Michael, you were talking about this earlier, there's not a lot of zones on the field.
Yeah, and the skill gives it just unmatched consistency.
It does, it does. Having the Bestial Albalos in the graveyard, which actually has come up this tournament, and being able to get the Bestials and putting Albas in the graveyard so that you can get all of those different cards, it's very powerful for sure.
I fusion summon.
One more fusion here off of, oh, and it's that Chaos Star Source Dragon. I feel like it's been kind of the MVP for these Albaz-themed matchups.
Yeah, we've seen it a lot.
Oh, wow, okay.
Eito has super polymerization.
Well, there was one from Eito. Yeah.
So we're thinking about Jiang could potentially have a super poly and threat Eito. However, we saw that Eito has super poly, which is very, very, very strong when going first. And having also an extra interruption in the form of super polymerization, it provides so much consistency, so much interruptions into the brand strategy.
Wow, he wiped the field and summoned Dragos to Pelea. That's a brutal play.
Certainly is, but again, both of these competitors are vying for their chance to be in the finals of this championship. You can't leave anything left on the table. You got a super poly.
Oh, so he's going to get rid of the Bestial Lubellion with Druid's Worm before he's able to send Saronir to the graveyard to summon it.
And now has also another interruption, not only in the form of the Sapelia, but also in the form of Druidism that can be sent to the graveyard through the effect of Cartesia at any time to fusion summon and activate the effect of Druidism to send one special summon monster from the field to the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell the Jang is, trying with Beastials to get back into this. The super polymerization for sure in the mirror match has an incredible edge. It's just too much.
We're actually seeing the Bestial Albalos. Sorry to just jump in there, but it is so nice. Now, we have seen it before in that matchup against a Yusei Fudo Stardust Dragon deck, but wow, was that a concession perhaps?
I think so. The Albalos wasn't enough. Couldn't even protect itself from the
The duel has ended, okay, so he decided he wanted to concede there. I think that may be the first concession we've seen all tournament, but that means Ashu is your first winner here. And that was a very decisive win, right? If you're not able to get Albalos and really do anything with it, why keep it? So
yeah. I think the super polymerization kind of sealed it.
It did. And being able to make the Dragostapelia, you still were able to place that Predaplant counter wherever you needed to.
Yeah,
so
it wasn't just about clearing the field, it was creating that extra threat to use against your opponent on their turn.
And I mean, we have to give the props because he waited first to summon the Albalos and then concede the game.
He wanted to show some style and some flair, right? It's still a really good card, and I think it is a good pick for this matchup. So I imagine that maybe when you start the duel, you pick out that card just to figure out whatever your opponent's on.
Nope.
But starting the duel, are they both on Blackwings?
Well, they're both on Crow,
yeah.
with a legendary skill.
Yeah, for sure.
So they started with Brandon, and now they're both moving to Blackwings. It means everything we said about maybe the choices being different is completely wrong. I think these are the right choices no matter what.
We talked about the rotation and how the duelists will approach it, and I believe that it's not by accident that they both brought the same deck for Game 1 and Game 2 of the first semi-final of Speed Duel in the World Championship 2026.
Well, you have to feel pretty good because you know your opponent doesn't have that Albalos, so I guess you can start synchroing and you don't have to worry about super polymerization anymore either. So it makes sense, but looks like we're getting rid of a Dark Ruler no more.
Yeah, with the skill, he got 2 cards that named Blackwing Dragon in the text. He got rid of the Dark Ruler no more because he doesn't need it going first.
You do not need it going first. I wonder if we're going to see 1 or 2 Black-Winged Assault Dragon. All right, so Vada, the Emblem of Wandering, going to allow a special summon of the Black-Winged Dragon here. It's been so nice. I hate to say it, I'm an anime fan, right, and I wear my heart on my sleeve, but Crow Hogan is one of my favorite characters, so even though it's the best deck, or one of the best decks to play here, it's just humbling to see Black-Winged Dragon over the moonlight there.
Love the animations.
But it's also just a really fabulously good card based on this skill. Getting access to Blackbird Close or being able to bring out quick access to level 10 synchros, it's good stuff.
Here also is a very different start that we see from different Blackwing starter, especially because I feel like it being a mirror match, you just want to focus differently on how to approach it. And we're just using the token being summoned, which is, I think, the first time throughout the day that we see this, so it's very, very nice to see how the deck plays out and the Northern Starlight just being synchro summoned.
Yeah, there's a lot of paths you can take and different end fields that you can build. So I'm curious to see what he deems the best in this mirror match.
So Blackwing has the same issue with Inferno. When Gospel has been activated to defend of Northern, that potentially might be a quite nice option here, but if I was going for an Enfield in the mirror match, I would not go for the hot rate, to be honest. I would go for the double assault, and I would just hope that my opponent doesn't have an out in the form of No More or Book of Eclipse.
The one thing that's different, though, about Black-Winged Assault Dragon against a Black-Winged player is that if they get to Black-Winged Dragon, they can use those counters in order to prevent the damage. Now, honestly, the attack going down isn't going to help, but it's just not quite the same. But it looks like we're still going that same direction to try to punish the opponent and take their life points.
That is a great point. That's an interesting interaction with Black-Winged Dragon against Black-Winged Assault Dragon.
Yeah, it doesn't worry about the damage. Like, oh, free counters. Thank you, sir. But it looks like we're going that direction nonetheless, as it's time for Synchro Summon here. 4 + 6 is 10, so maybe it's going to be, oh, it is, yeah, Blackwing Full Armor Master.
Full Armor Master! Black Feather Whirlwind's effect activates. My Synchro Tuner, Blackwing Borea Storm, the Wicked Wind.
It feels like Blackwing has so much not only skill expression, but also provides so much, and the one that I like a lot is that you need to be prepared beforehand. As Michael said, you need to have decided which Enfield is the best option for you, which strategy are you going to follow, and as we can see, Hot Red has been summoned into the field.
Maybe he heard us talking earlier. That's a joke, of course. The duelists cannot hear us, but it does make sense. We saw what can happen if you don't have the ability to negate a powerful spell or trap, and perhaps that's going to be the difference between this duel and previous duels. But we haven't seen a Blackwing mirror match, I don't think, so this is going to be a fun one.
No, this is the first. And now he's using the skill. He got the free Armor Master and the Blackbird Close. I think the Blackbird Close gives the player going first a pretty big advantage.
Yeah. It does, because you know that your opponent has to push through that no matter what. Even if you don't summon the extra Blackwing Dragon, the negate and destroy, very powerful.
He did summon one Assault Dragon with its alternate summoning condition.
Oh, Spiritualism,
Oh,
wow.
that's one to start things off with.
Reveal the Shamal to get Sugri and Shangra.
All right, now we're going to go ahead and commit an Armor Master face down on the field.
Take that Blackbird Close.
Yeah, you're going to need it.
Blackwing Armor Master. I activate my monster.
And now that Blackwing Armor Master is face up on the field, Close can be activated in any time to provide some extra interactions.
Yeah, that is useful, especially against the Hot Red Dragon Archfiend Abyss.
It looks like we're doing, oh wow, but instead using Chinook there.
Okay.
Not going to waste the Blackbird Close. Not waste necessarily, but just not use now.
He might have plans for that Armor Master.
And Yang right now has one unknown card in the hand, because the other one is the Close that can be activated anytime since we have Armor Master on the field.
One good Chinook deserves another, as unfortunately Ashu turning Hakugan no Seryu's same moves against him.
Yeah, and he destroyed the Whirlwind using the effect of Shangra.
Which could have been very good to add other cards into his hand, but yeah, here. There's also
battle phase already.
Wind Shadow will let him summon another Synchro Monster.
By returning the cards, allowing him to use the Boreas Storm again later. This may not be going Hakugan no Seryu's way.
Oh, Silverwind the Ascendant.
Very, very powerful card here.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Do a little bit of damage on the way here too.
I banish Shamal from the graveyard to activate its effect.
I love how the Blackwing have evolved. Ascending used to be just a target for value in order to be summoned, and now we can see it synchro summoned through the effect of the trap, the twin, and now I think that Eito is just some seconds away from granting his second victory in the semi-final and being one victory away from providing the ticket to the grand final of the World Championship.
So close he can taste it, but still at least 2 games away. But now he is up 2-0. We've seen this before, though. Doesn't mean he's going to win. Last time on the Rush Duels, it went 2-0 to 3-2.
We have. Would have been tough to fight through, that turn 1 Blackwing.
Would have, yeah.
Field.
So, what mirror match do you expect next?
I guess Valmonica, perhaps. That's another very popular deck. But it's interesting because both these duelists are really making the same decision. I'm going to start with Brandon. Okay, now there's no super polymerization or Albaz. Okay, Blackwing time. So maybe it's Stardust, maybe it's that. But that shows that, like, these duelists are onto whatever wavelength of the best deck is, because it's very hard when there's so many different skills and you have to make 5 decks of choices. I don't know. Maybe we'll see something weird. Maybe they're both running non-fusion area. Who knows?
Imagine.
I'm teasing.
So I believe that we will definitely see one Infernity at least.
Yeah, and
oh my God,
Mike, you called it. Good stuff. So this is incredible. Like, you always love to see these sort of fights where people are throwing the same exact punches and they're pairing each other. That's what these two duelists are doing as they both run Infernity.
I think this is probably a huge advantage for the player going first.
Oh,
yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it's going to be Ashu, actually, who could close this out. It's not like Hakugan no Seryu has chosen the wrong thing. He's choosing the same deck.
Yeah. I think this is the first time that happens to me to see 3 mirror matches in a row in Speed Duel, honestly. It's just...
He's using Hatred on his own card. I guess he
Oh,
wants to reduce the number of cards in his hand.
Wow, that's clever.
Then use the revival. Well, that's interesting. He didn't want to just set it.
Oh, perfect.
Oh,
Because
he
he would
want
lock
to
his
set.
zone.
Yeah.
Not lock his own.
Yeah, it would have had a card in hand and could have not been able to then use the Infernities. Yep, pretty clever. Yeah.
Did it so naturally, too. You can tell that's something he practiced.
I mean, he's at least a semi-finalist of the World Championship. He knows exactly what he's doing.
That's true.
Yeah. So Necromancer's bringing back the Archfiend, and now Archfiend's effect will activate to get an Infernity card, and he gets the launcher.
Looks like Hakugan no Seryu's got no cards he can interact with, no infinite impermanence here, no Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, maybe he's saving it.
Well-
We've seen these decks get stopped, though.
Yeah, that's the type of card that's dangerous to play in Infernity, because if you play a lot of cards like that, they can get stuck in your hand.
And maybe the infinite impermanence you could use, but other than that, you're right.
I think that we have gone through the Bell check and the Infinity Permanence check and potentially Valor check. So we might see a full Infernity combo going off, and from Xiang's body language we can see that he's not very happy. However, if it is one deck that faction under no cards in hand, it's definitely Infernity.
That is true. It
Yeah.
is interesting that he's trying to help his opponent right now, right? As Ashu tries to reduce the number of cards in an Infernity player's hand.
Well, I feel like if there's a matchup where you want to win the coin toss, it's the mirror.
This is
mirror
definitely
match.
the one.
100%,
Yeah. And he turned the Necromancer into a beast, so perhaps we're going to see that Proxy F Magician fuse his Necromancer with the Fiend.
So I want to see if there is any card in Xiang's hand that can potentially help him right now. Otherwise, he's in a very, very bad position. But he definitely needed to take the bet here in order to find a solution in the form of Infernity and just go, I want to win the Toinkos, I need to be lucky in order to advance to the final. If I win, it's okay. If I don't win the Toinkos, I will find a solution.
So there's the Chimera. That'll cost Xiang a card at the end phase. Now he's using Barrage to get Necromancer and Archfiend back, and he'll be able to use the Archfiend's effect. I guess he foresaw that he would have cards in his entire back row, so it was better to just use that.
This definitely seems rehearsed.
Yeah, we're just seeing now the payoff of that play.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, especially because now here is just free to continue, and gotta feel good, especially because at the end of it, he could be able to get either the Infinity Break and the Infinity Barrier. And then here also the Abomination being summoned.
Yeah, Abomination with the break is a lot.
Yeah.
And not even mentioning Barrier.
Yeah.
He's going to special summon Archfiend with the Necromancer. Let's see what he gets with the Archfiend this time.
So the Patriarch's coming out now.
Since it's the only card in his hand.
Oh, this has got to be the Abyss Dweller.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's pretty good against Infernity.
So just doing everything he can to close this out. Ashu wants to be in the finals, wants to be at Ariake Garden behind that stage, performing and trying to do his best to win the World Championship in front of all those fans of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game.
That Abyss Dweller looks like it was played a lot.
Yes, yes it does.
It seems utilized.
Great card.
It's a little damaged. It may have been destroyed in battle a couple times.
How are we gonna access our Trishula right now?
Well, that's a question.
It's going to be very difficult considering the field that's set up. You know, we've been having a lot of fun here, but as you get serious, you know, how do you come back as Hakugan no Seryu?
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to
No,
summon
I don't
Trishula,
think
No,
so-
at this point, no.
I feel like he really wanted to prioritize this setup rather than going for Trishula, so that like he wanted to be sure to having the protection he needed rather than just getting rid of one random card.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
a grenade! What a card to get rid of.
That is incredible because that would have forced him to use the Infernity Barrier to have other cards, and now he doesn't have to do
100%.
that.
Yeah, that would have required it. Well, here's the Infernity Revival. Let's see which part of the skill. He's going to set the levels 2, 3, and 4 monsters from his deck.
But he still will enter an opportunity for his opponent to chain because he still has to flip summon each of those monsters, so this is a chance to activate a card.
Something like
Oh,
Infernity
interesting.
Break.
Gonna go ahead and synchro summon level 6.
Infinity Doom Archfiend, is it?
2+4
likely.
is 6.
That could be it. Yep.
Yeah.
Infernity Doom Archfiend.
Infernity Doom Archfiend.
I think that's the first time we've seen this up on the featured match stage.
Infernity Doom
Yeah, we don't really see this card very often in general. I mean, it's just there just in case, I would say.
Activate my trap. Infernity Suppression.
Yeah, suppression is there. I think we didn't know about it. There's no knowledge about it.
Yeah.
It only negates the Archfiend. And now that Necromancer and we have Launcher also activated. And we can interact with Abomination, I believe, and Break if we want to.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the IP Masquerade. Oh, clearing out both sides of the field here. And I feel like this has been such a powerful play in the speed duel section, being able to use IP Masquerena and get out your Goddess.
Yeah, that's been really strong in Duel Links for a while. It was strong in the TCG too.
It was, it was.
And we still have... So, I really love the fact because Goddess has also a second effect that negates an effect that special summon from the graveyard, which can be utilized, and Abomination can be accessed through the effect of Chimera in order to banish itself and bring back Abomination.
Yeah.
Very well played from Aito.
I special summon a monster.
Would expect nothing less of somebody who's trying to fight this hard. Obviously, with 3-1, he's beaten some of the best people on the planet. Now he's just a game away from getting to the grand finals.
He's going to finally use his Infernity Revival skill to send his entire hand back to his deck and send 2 cards to the
I think we break here and then we do Abomination and then we have barrier for anything, for the punk, and we win.
Makes a lot of sense.
Oh, and there's the barrier, yeah. Hadn't used it yet, just trying to slow down Hakugan no Seiryu as much as Ashu can.
Still has the launcher and that creepy little punk.
We have Goddess for Lancer, and we need to break
The
an Abomination for the Trap and the Necromancer.
Is that last card an Infernity Break?
Ah, I thought so.
Believe so, but even now we're negating the effect of a card and destroying it. So technically, if you're destroying it, then that means you can use the effect of the Unchained Abomination already.
Oh, that's true. The battle triggered the
Yeah.
Unchained Abominations effect. Oh, that's going to be... Oh, the Patriarch protects it.
Oh, so that's smart. Protect it from being destroyed so the effect never comes up. This is some very high-level play. Because we're saying this out loud, they're just thinking this.
I forgot about the Patriarch in the graveyard. Yeah, he stopped 2 destructions.
Yeah. It's fascinating, too, how interesting this duel is, considering that neither player has any cards in their hand. You know, it's intense for either player having nothing.
If that's a break, though, he could still trigger the Abominations effect. I don't know that it's a break face down.
That won't work. I activate my monster's effect.
There's the Underworld Goddess's effect.
Makes sense.
It provides so much, this card.
The spell card, this creepy little punk.
Can he stop this creepy little punk?
All come down to this.
Yeah?
He may not be having the break. It was one of the 2 cards that is set after doing the Hatronate, right?
Yeah, I don't think we know what that card is.
No.
So, could be nothing.
Could be nothing. I mean, there seemed to be like a long pause there. I don't know if that was from Hakugan no Seiryu making a choice or Ashu thinking about activating something and then not.
Oh, targets and destroys the Abomination. It's destroyed since he has no cards in his hand.
It's my turn.
Oh, but that's
just
just past the
that's
turn.
nice.
Doesn't want to destroy the Infernity Archfiend because it would just get revived again.
I was just thinking that. I guess he doesn't want to destroy it and give him the opportunity to revive
For
it.
what, 400 life points? That doesn't feel like a fair trade.
Yeah.
So, wow, gonna set a card. There's not really a whole lot that Ashu can do right now.
Oh, he has Infernity General.
He does have the General.
So now he gets special summon 2 of them. That's actually
never
huge.
mind.
And he hasn't Trishula yet, right?
Yeah,
he
he
still has
does.
the
He still
Trish.
hasn't used the Trishula.
So
Commentator's curse. You think it's going one way and it completely goes another.
Yeah, so the Sage is a level 2 tuner, so we could tune that with the
Oh,
Necromancer.
no, and then being able to banish stuff. I wonder if he's actually just going to banish the monster in defense position so that he can just try to do the most life point damage possible now, possibly even closing out this game.
I guess that would have been
Makes
a reason
sense.
to attack the Archfiend to prevent this play.
True, true.
The monsters are summoned with their effects negated.
And I think when Trishula has been summoned in this current game state, it is just to seal the game.
It's devastating. It's just
And
devastating, yeah.
to provide the ticket for the final of the World Championship.
Love the special processing on that Trishula.
Oh yeah, putting the name in blue there to match the water attribute. That's some good stuff, Ashu.
It just gives the premium, you know, look.
Yeah, we're raising our hand. I think this duel is closed out. That means that Ashu, as he works his way through these attacks, that's game. Ashu is going to the final stage of the World Championship. It's got to feel good.
Wow, in 3 mirror matches.
3 mirror matches, but he won every single one of them. I mean, Ashu really showed he was good. Great work by Hakugan no Seiryu, but this will not be his championship. Wow, though, incredible stuff.
And I mean, when you are attending a semi-final of the World Championship and you play 3 mirror matches, and as you mentioned, even you managed to win all 3 of them, with what confidence do you even enter the final, right?
I mean, what a performance, because like, I mean, you not only must be confident about your choices, but also like you're prepared about the mirror matches, and it showed us how honestly you can, you know, showcase and prepare for this kind of matchups. The Blackpink one was the one that really caught my attention. It was beautiful, honestly, to see a different kind of lineups, how to play, and yeah, I mean, I'm very, very, very happy to see this duelist in action. Still, congratulations to you know, his opponent for a great run, semi-finalist here at the World Championship this year. But on the other side, Ashu is going to the finals.
He is.
Yeah.
Wow. So that means that there is at least one Japanese player that's going to be playing in Arayaka Garden. I'm sure it's going to get real loud during the Duel Links finals. Whoever is in there, they at least have one champion that local, you know, a local legend they can cheer for.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's great to see.
I mean, this is one of those scenarios that you're really waiting for your whole life, maybe, in order to finally reach the final of the World Championship. And what can happen, it's only in the fate's hands. And right now, we are just waiting for the opponent of Ashu, and we'll like to see how this matchup will be, because if it's going to be against some mirror matches, which I'm really excited about, because I believe that mirror match in every scenario has a lot of skill expression, I was really thrilled about this semi-final.
Yeah, and for winning that match, you must be thinking, I'm the best with this deck, right?
Yeah,
right.
you gotta feel good.
For some reason, it feels better to win the mirror match because you didn't get like some exceptional luck on your matchup. You just played against the same type of deck you're using, and you played it well.
Yeah.
So he played well in the top 4, and now he'll be in the finals.
I mean, you gotta feel good, especially because after a long day of duelings, like, you enter into the semi-final and you win 3-0.
Yeah.
So, like, you have tomorrow just, you know, to free your mind and think about Sunday, about the final. And I'm really curious to see if, you know, the choices that were made about the deck choices, what deck to bring and stuff, will actually be reflected, because this is what we were talking about for Rush Duel as well. Because there clearly was a pattern to understand, you know, take Branded and Blackwing and these other decks. So thank you very much for watching. This was the first Speed Duel semi-final, but don't go anywhere because we will be soon back with the second semi-final for Speed Duel. Keep watching.
Alberto. And welcome back to the World Championship. Hey, you want to do it? We can all do it.
No, I'll make it.
Okay, jokes aside, we've been having a great time here, but it is time to get serious because, again, the semifinals are here. It's going to be the second semifinals for Speed Duel, and we get to find out who fights Ashu in the World Championship Finals for Dueling Speed Duel. Oh, goodness. I can't believe it. I need like a few more matches. Can we just keep doing this all day, guys?
I hope we get more than 3 duels this time.
That is true. What a shutout we just watched. I mean, no slight on Hakugan no Seiryu, but unfortunately he did not get to put a single game on the board, so we only got 3 games last time. I want 5 too.
And I cannot be more excited than to see the second semi-final of the World Championship here in Japan. And I'm very thrilled because we have 2 very, very strong and wonderful duelists that will definitely showcase an amazing match. And I really hope that we will get to Game 5, as you said, Michael, because it is very, very, very bad to not experience those players into action. And speaking of action, now we're going to the first game of the semi-final.
Going to be Yol versus Sniffus. You might recognize Sniffus. He is the Duel Links Speed Duel World Champion from 2025 in Paris, France, and he's here to defend his title with 4-0 undefeated this tournament.
What a record.
So this guy has not lost since 2024 almost.
Yes,
right?
just keeps going.
Both players are using Beast from the Abyss, so we have another mirror match to kick off the
wow.
semi-final match.
I know. It's my turn.
There is something in the digital cyberspace here. But we are going to activate Beast from the Abyss. No Signet Codex, unfortunately, but here comes Blazing Cartesia. Going to send Albas to the Graveyard, add Bistilu Bellion, and Springen's Ket.
I activate my monster's effect. Come out.
So Brandit, it is one of those strategies, as we saw in the previous semi-final, that you want to bring into the semi-final as your first option for Game 1, because it is one of those decks that really showcase no weaknesses, in my opinion at least, and you want to establish your first victory just to take a breath and to be able to play in the next games more comfortable and knowing that you have the option to at least take more risky options and possibilities for your deck rotation.
Yeah, I think it is commonly perceived as the most powerful deck right now.
And this is going to be the pattern, honestly. Also curious to see what will be after this match, because if both of our duelists are following this pattern of bringing more or less the same decks one after the other, also curious to see the approach to the second game. But let's focus on this one for the moment. And Yusei Tomita started things off very well here with, you know, once again one of the standard opener of the deck, just trying to put up on the field the Mirror Jade setup with a Branded Blast. Doesn't seem like Sniffus has any pistols in his hand so far. No interruptions.
Doesn't seem like it. Or he's saving them. He is the world champion, so obviously he knows when to play his cards. It's just whether or not he has cards to play.
And another thing that we have not mentioned, I believe, is that it is the 4th game of the semi-final that it's actually a mirror. We have only seen mirror match in the semi-finals, and this is showcases that all the players are prepared with the exact same mindset that they want to have their rotation, because as we have said plenty of times, the rotation and which decks are you going to utilize in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3 are very, very crucial.
Definitely been the story this weekend about when to play the cards, but you're right, the duelists who made it to the top cut of the tournament know exactly what to do. It's just funny that they agree on exactly what to do.
So we see the exact same setup as we saw in the first game, with the exception that we now have Redemption, which is extremely crucial in the Mirror match, and Yosei has established Philia Regis alongside Mirror Jade with Cartesia on the field, with Lost, with Mercurial, with Redemption, and I mean, is in the spot that he really knows what he's doing and how he feels.
Yeah, that's an incredible start.
Yeah, I really feel like maybe the best branded start that you can ask for, to be fair, especially in the mirror match without your opponent I think. Oh, well.
You said the best branded start in the world, pal. No, because
I'll take it
that's the
back.
best branded start. To super polymerization any of your opponent's cards there. Of course, it is limited to one in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links with reason. Those two monsters are going to go in and spit out Predaplant Draco Stapelia.
Yeah, if there's a way to break that field, that's the way to turn this around.
I don't see it as breaking the field. He just it's a starter for Branded. It feels like he's starting his combo. And now we see Stapelia, which is also very strong in order to actually counteract with Cartesia, also providing more interruption in the form of Sniffus. And right now he only needs to take care of Redemption. And I think we have two fusion with Fallen Albaz and Material Engrave. We have Mirror Jade and Albion, right?
Yeah.
I don't miss anything, I believe.
Yes.
But if we activate Lubellion and find an access to the Bestial, we can threaten the Albion, for example, or the Mirror Jade even better because it's only one copy, in order to threaten and the Redemption and force USA to activate Redemption in the effect of Druid's Room, and then we have so much more to things to do with the example of Kid to bring the Brand Fusion in our hand.
Yeah, I mean, the Super Poly alone is just doing so much damage, meaning that Sniffus is able to do and, you know, continue with the Bestials and get the engine going, because otherwise I really feel like this would have been a lot of trouble for him. I mean, what we mentioned, we talked about Super Polymerization. I mean, although the card being a 1 every single time it's being drawn, it causes a lot of damage. Yes.
Sniffus is using his Saronir's effect to try to banish the Albion.
Now's the time.
No, it's not going to happen, though. Looks like it is time to jump back in for Yol as he goes ahead and activates the trap card. It's going to be Branded Banishment, targeting the Philia Regis, actually.
Yeah, because we want Philia Regis, one of the strongest cards that Branded has it's in arsenal in the extra deck. It is one of those cards that you really want to bring because it can also play around Bestials in a sense, can also potentially be a threat on the field to banish a card from the field or the graveyard, and it is one of those cards that you really want to have. I really want to see how Sniffus is going to interact with Yosei, because at this moment we need to remember that we are just waiting for the right spot to activate our card. We have only utilized Super Polymerization and the skill in order to take Lubellion in the hand.
Oh.
And we find our own copy of Stapelia.
Yeah, he did use the Banishment's effect to fuse the Philia Regis with the opponent's Gargo Stapelia.
Certainly a great move there. Now we're getting access to Tri-Brigade Mercurier. It's not quite online yet, but it may be soon as the Bestial shows its face.
Yeah, good catch here, just activating the Bestial Druismore right ahead and banishing the Fallen of the Albas from the graveyard. I think it was a good catch from him without waiting any longer.
Yeah, Bestial Rebellion's effect gets the Magna Hut.
Yeah, but we cannot special summon Kit at this point because at the moment we don't have an Albas, but we will find eventually with the effect of Saronin. And I want to see how the things are going, because we have Mercury, but we don't have a fusion monster with Fallen of Albas material, and at this moment Mercury doesn't provide much, and we don't have I think for Redemption, but we find access to Lubellion, which provide the requirement for both Mercury and both the Redemption, that is the last two interactions that Yosei has.
So the Saronir's effect will still trigger, but I think this is a fair trade, using the Druisworm to get rid of the level 6 or higher dragon, so you don't have to worry about the Bestial Rebellion. Always great to see the fusion animations too, though. I think we're going to see two different sets because obviously Playmaker and all the Reigns characters have their own set of animations. But speaking of which...
Yeah, well, he might have to worry about that Lubellion because now the Druisworm's hitting the field.
Yeah, the Druisworm is a better target sometimes to use to get rid of Bestial Rebellion to get it on the field.
So I think we activated...
Oh wow, having the Tri-Brigade Mercurier activate now is going to be huge, preventing two monsters from getting on the field, so we're not going to see the Bestial Albalos out of the graveyard just yet.
So Stapelia was activated on Druid's Room in order to not be able to bring Lubellion from the graveyard, because we also changed the stars, and we have Magnum in hand, which was answered with the effect of Mercury and Cartesia to summon, normal summon, activated the effect of Fusion Summon, and Retribution was activated to negate the effect and destroy the Cartesia.
Yo's doing a really good job of pushing back. If that super polymerization felt like a shutdown, this is great. Here's Branded Fusion.
One after the other. Honestly, I mean, I feel like Snifus might have played through mostly of Yusei's interruptions here.
Yeah, I mean, he broke through a lot of them with the super polymerization, but then the Branded Banishment was problematic for kind of countering that. It kind of reset the field in Yu's favor. I mean, Branded Fusion's a powerful card later in the turn after after Yu has used several of his interruptions. But is it powerful enough here?
Maybe not. We're using that Chaos Source Dragon, so it looks like we're going to target Yo's biggest monsters. Leaves only a Blazing Cartesia on the field. And
That is a strong play.
Yeah, oh yeah. And with the Springen's kit, that's already big enough to get through the Blazing Cartesia with no monsters on the field. Our current world champion may take this game.
It looks like it. He got Branded in white, which is going to enable another fusion summon. I don't think the Cartesia is going to be enough.
Not by itself.
To survive the turn.
It's not going to survive this phase.
And I mean, how, as Michael said, it is one of the scenarios that even if you say that not lose, he will be in a very disadvantageous position. But we see that Snifus can handle this and seal the game at this moment and provide with the first game win of this semi-final.
Just explosive. Now, I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of what we saw before. After Branded, maybe Blackwings. Because it is true that once the Albalos is gone, it's certainly a strong play to be able to bring in those Synchro Monsters. But now Snifus is one game up. We might have our back-to-back world champion. We haven't had that in a lot of formats in a long time.
And yeah, I want to see if it's the 5th game, as you mentioned, Steven, that will actually again be a mirror match. Imagine.
That would be honestly insane. Like, we can't really expect it. But who knows? Maybe we'll find out. But, I mean, of course, the super polarization was there, but I really feel like Snifus managed to navigate through a number of disruptions, honestly.
He did. There was a lot to deal with. The Branded Banishment was kind of interesting as well for kind of evening it out with his own super polymerization-like effect. But it was interesting that the Branded Fusion ultimately brought him to the finish line.
So here's the change. Not a mirror match this time. It's going to be Snifus with the same move before, playing the Blackwings. But Whispers of Good and Evil, it's going to be Valmonica being played by Yol.
And we can see that Snifus is completely copying the exact same rotation of the previous semi-final and goes for Branded to Blackwing. And Yosei has chosen to go for Valmonica probably, as you mentioned, Steven, and we want to experience this matchup, how it goes, and it's very turn cost dependent because if Valmonica finds an access to the Dimension Fissure.
So he starts with the field spell.
Are you going to say
Valmonica, the
Agatha Cockological field spell.
Thank you. I can't believe I fumbled it.
Agatha Cockological voice. I fumbled it too. But it's a great field spell, and it really kind of puts him in the right position because Blackwings don't necessarily have a lot of cards they can use to interrupt the opponent's plays, but that Droll and Lockbird was very strong since you do have to add cards to your hand with this deck.
Very, very strong Droll and Lockbird here being activated by Snifus. Let's see here how Yusei can play under Droll and Lockbird because, as mentioned, he needs access to his deck.
Yeah, that is rough.
It is one of those cards that you really don't want to face when you activate the field spell, which is it is 3 Greek words: Agatho, Kako, and Logical. Agatho, Logical.
Well, this is strong here.
It does help that you are Greek, by the way, but go ahead, sorry.
This strong here is able to use Angelo's effect, discarding Creation, which places the Pendulum Scales, so it doesn't add them to the hand, so it gets around Droll. And since he discarded Creation, he immediately puts 3 Resonator counters on one of his Pendulum monsters, and he put it on the Light Fiend.
And that's going to be perfect timing because whenever you've got those 3 counters, all of your effects are online now. Perhaps he ends up taking one of his opponent's monsters, maybe Link summoning it off. We'll have to see.
And we can see that Yoshi doesn't have any cards in the hand, which is very crucial in Valmonica because it means he has not found access yet to Dimensional Fissure. We may see something in the form of Tugares in order to provide some extra draws, in order to dig in the deck to find these cards that against Blackwing it feels amazing, but under draw it cannot be a solution. And right now we can see Snifus smiling potential because he knows exactly what is going to happen if Dimensional Fissure is not there.
Oh, this Steel
That's
Swarm
interesting, yeah.
That is so good against Blackwing.
It actually really
wow.
is, yeah. And that's one of the great things about Valmonica is you can use some of these niche use cases of these rank 4 Xyz monsters. And I don't think I expected Steel Swarm Roach. Remember, that is not a turn. There's gonna be that can be used more than once per turn. And well, we're definitely going to see more than 2 level 5 or higher monsters. We'll see how this goes. Blackwing Armor Master getting flipped up from the skill.
Can't stop that with the Roach, since
No,
it was
you
just set
can't.
onto the field with the skill. He navigated that Golden Lockbird very well. It didn't hold him back too much.
Maybe he's down a card or two, but honestly, he did a great job. And the Steel Swarm Roach may be huge here.
Oh, the Armor Master is also weakened by the Resonance counters.
It is, it is. So it's down to 2,200, but it can't be destroyed by battle, so that's not as big a deal.
And the fact that we have close to deal with the roads, it is very, very crucial in this scenario. So we can deal with one interaction directly, and I believe that since we have already found a starter, it is very Sniffus is in a very good position in order to try to navigate through the field that Yosei has established.
Well, Shaduk's going to be a problem because it can immediately negate the effect of one of those monsters.
But not as worried about the Steel Swarm Roach?
I guess not, because he did choose the Link monster.
Certainly has some protective effects that you may not want to deal with at this time. Especially if you're going to commit a lot of monsters to the field.
Oh, and Vada's effect uses the chain, right? So he can't be stopped by the Steel Swarm.
Correct. It's an activated effect. It's not a summoning procedure.
All right, so he's navigating around the Steel Swarm Roach quite well. Maybe it's not as threatening to him as I anticipated it would be.
Given that we know who won the first semifinal, these are the last 2 out of 3 duelists out of a 16-person tournament that they all had to fight through thousands of duels to get to. I think he can play through anything at this point.
He'll bring back the Zephyros with the effect of his continuous spell. So,
and what is the option right now? Probably we go for nothing, I believe.
I would
It's
think
be a 6.
so.
Based on the summoning chant, that does not sound like Boreas.
I think the Steel Swarm Roach will probably negate this one, since it's the
Oh,
first.
yeah, and the extra, yeah.
It's an actual synchro summon of a level 5 or higher monster, so this is the first card it can actually stop. There's 2 synchro monsters on the field, and this is the first one that the Steel Swarm Roach can stop.
Maybe the chain blocked that. I believe Steel Swarm Roach may be a win effect, and that wasn't the only thing to happen there. And it is going to be when a level 5, yeah.
He actually chain blocked it. He was right to ignore that Steel Swarm Roach, I guess.
Yeah, just like not worried about it. As long as you're activating effects, and you typically are, considering you have things like Black Whirlwind, even Orochi the Squall right now could be used to change the battle position of a monster to stop the ability of Steel Swarm Roach from being able to be used.
So here's Raikiri. Is there an effect he can chain to it to stop the Steel Swarm Roach? There sure is. There's the
yeah,
Orochi you mentioned.
Yeah, sorry. I play a lot of Blackwings, my bad.
And Raikiri is one of those cards that you want to summon going second in order to deal with the opponent's field. And I think that by any time soon, even if Sniffus, which I doubt, doesn't find a way to win on this turn, he's definitely in this advantageous position, and he advances to game 3 with potentially 2 wins.
Well, he's very, very well positioned now. He's just, managed to deal with his opponent's field. Tough spot.
Yeah, that was beautiful navigation
Really?
around the Steel Swarm Roach. I really thought that was going to be a lot more devastating.
Yeah, it turns out no. You just do more Blackwing stuff.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
What a show off. What a show off. Honestly, I'm impressed. Because, of course, the Jordan Lockbird helped out a lot. Because usually you go with the Zebufera and then set up at least a couple of trap cards if you really, have the chance to. But 2-0.
2-0.
Yeah.
We might see like 2 3-0 finals. That's mind-blowing.
He showed a lot of technical knowledge in that match because he had to know how to navigate around the Steel Swarm Roach's effect, and that's not easy. That's usually observed at higher levels of play among stronger players.
I mean, in official tournaments like World Championship, this guy is undefeated for 2 years, so I think he definitely knows exactly what he's doing. I really like the fact that he's showcasing why he was the World Champion in 2025 and potentially 2026. and he's one game away from getting that ticket, that golden ticket for the final of the World Champion.
Yeah.
It's wild to think that, you know, he may be the 2026 World Champion. We don't know. We'll have to find out, obviously, on Sunday. But can anything stop Sniffus? He has to, Yo really has to, like, dig down deep. Because Sniffus, even if he loses the next duel, there's another one, and there's another one. So he still has 3 chances to make it. That's going to be hard, but here we go. Looks like we're going to bring out Infernity. We got to get this going.
And it's very important, as we have said plenty of times, who is going to win the Toikos.
I think Sniffus did.
We must keep dueling.
If he gone with Valmonica, I believe it is, the Toikos against Infinity, and he finds access to his Dimensional Fissure,
But it's still with me.
things are going to be very, very difficult
Let's
for
find out.
you.
Go for it. It's my turn.
Oh, yeah.
From my hand, I activate a spell card.
So going right into the Valmonica cards here. Sniffus playing against the Infernity, and you know, he can't obviously win in the same way that Infernity can set up by discarding all the cards, but I'm sure he knows what to do in this situation.
Here's Valmonica,
Say it again.
Say it.
the Agatho-cacological voice.
I'll
That's
take it.
perfect. That's perfect.
Thank you.
Only took the whole tournament.
Fully Greek now.
All right, well, the Senatrice Valmonica is added to the hand here, and the pendulum scales are set. This is a very strong opening for Valmonica, maybe even the strongest opening we've seen throughout the tournament here.
I think it is actually for
Yeah.
Valmonica.
You really want to set up the field spell, having the 2 pendulum scales, and then going. I think we can really see that Zebufera with the 3 trap cards, which is the ideal opener. It doesn't really happen often because sometimes you get stopped throughout the combo, but playing against Infernity, which we know doesn't have any interruptions, which, you know, I think it's quite likely that we're gonna see this.
You have to wonder if Sniffus kind of knew it was coming. If your back is against the wall, if you're up 2-0, then my opponent's probably going to play Infernity, which gives me the opportunity to play a combo-heavy deck like the Valmonica deck without worrying about any cards that activate from the hand at all.
Yeah, it is dangerous though, because had he gone second and lost 2 cards from his hand, it would be difficult to function.
And I wonder if Sniffus right now is going to go for the Dugaris play in order to find eventually access to Dimensional Fissure, which is devastating in this matchup.
If he plays it in his deck, of
Yeah.
course.
He got the Valmonica creation from its deck, and then there's also, yeah, now the Ereditare.
Some Italian, no?
Some Italian, some Greek, you know, we like to mix, you know, that's how we like it.
We're an international bunch here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship. But speaking of worlds colliding, looks like we're actually about to take this Pendulum Monster and Link Summon, because that's what Valmonica does best.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of the best Link 1 monster of speed duels, like the Zebufera.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, there's no
It
doubt,
is like
right?
the strongest Link. Every time I read it, I can't believe there's a Link 1. But it's hidden behind this unlock condition where you have to have the 3 resonance counters.
Yeah.
It's deceptive,
Yeah.
because Link 1s are typically so easy to summon,
Exactly,
but
yeah.
this has an extra barrier attached.
It's a fascinating deck. Let's see what Yol does against it with his Infinities.
Yeah, this is for sure the star that the deck wants to have.
That's a great start.
Nade is the perfect start.
Hey,
Hereditary will negate it.
But it gets that Hereditary out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good that it forces it, but obviously it would be better if it resolved.
True, true. Good for Yo, and obviously good for Duelist too, because we wanted to see everything. But he's not out yet as he goes ahead and sets his monsters in Verdi Sage for a Necromancer, and here comes a Verdi Archfiend.
And I think they'll all flip up to make a Trishula if Sniffus doesn't stop it.
I believe this is one of your favorite plays going second, Michael, to trying to find access to Trishula in order to find this threat in the name of Trishula to banish 3 cards from field, graveyard, and hand of your opponent.
Yeah, but it looks like Sniffus is going to do something to try to...
A 1 card. Oh, because of course he could make it, because you only need an effect monster as long as you have the resonance counter. So he's able to make another copy, and this one can't be destroyed because of IP Masquerade's effect.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff here. It's a very high technical deck. You have to think about all these things you can't really see in front of you. And now he gets to take a monster. He took the tuner, so no synchro summons.
Thanks to the Agatha cacological voice.
Yeah!
That's perfect. You have mastered it.
So, yeah, with no tuner,
Oh,
you
well,
can't
it's-
synchro summon Trishula.
That's really tough. And if he attacks, remember, he can even use that monster as material for a Link summon. So you can't even get it back to the graveyard to try to revive it. This is, if you're a fan of Sniffus, maybe because he's from your country, maybe because you like his dueling, maybe because he's just a cool guy, this may be going your way. If you're a fan of Yo, you need to cheer as hard as you can.
Sniffus actually has no monster zones that he can link summon into if he uses the Sage as a link material.
That's true, that's true.
So that could
But
be
there is a
something
Link too. You do have the Velmonica Link too.
Oh, he does have the 6 resonance counters.
Yeah,
now.
he does have them.
You're correct.
I flip over my set card.
Yeah, here activates the rhythm. I mean, it's very well played here by Sniffus. He's just trying to prevent the Trishula being summoned in every single way possible. So.
Activate the continuous spell, Infernity Launcher.
Yo showing a little bit of emotion there, activating Infernity Launcher. I mean, I'm on the edge of my seat too. This is very
Sure you wanna do
much
that?
a duel or die moment. Oh, but here we
Oh,
go. Yeah, copies
copy
the
the
effect.
rhythm.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Wow. Wow.
Relentless.
It's
Oh,
this is a show off. Like once again, showing how powerful the deck is, but like mastering it at perfection. To be fair, it's just you can tell that Yusei is just thinking if somehow he can continue this, but like the 2 monsters now in hand are not gonna help him out.
no,
really
and he already
aren't.
used both parts of his skill. He really has nothing.
And I mean, he's one game
Yeah.
away
End
from
my turn.
getting
Now
this
what
golden
would you
ticket
do?
to another World Champion final. He has now the upper hand and he's managing to go to pilot. He needs to stay focused. He's some moments away from gaining another golden ticket to another World Champion final. He has not lost for 2 years. Sniffus is here. Is he going to be in the World Champion final of 2026? We will find quite shortly.
Yeah, with the Duraloom, it just sealed the game because once you get some onto the field, you destroy, and then it's just free to attack. And
Yeah, he has 5,000 attack points on the field before he does anything, and
Yeah.
he's still going.
Yo put on an incredible performance, but I think our finals are going to feature 3 duelists, or excuse me, 2 duelists who went 3-0 in the semifinals. Everything's going his way unless there's some card in his hand that we don't know about.
We know his whole hand.
Oh, that's
They're
right.
2
That's right,
monsters.
because
Oh,
they're
yeah.
bounced back. That's it,
Yeah.
yeah. At this point, oh, goodness. Yo, an incredible duelist in his own right, but I think this may be the end of his road to Worlds and beyond.
Activate a spell card.
yeah, it's just gonna show us like how the deck, works and what the deck can do. And yeah, I think both duelists know that, this is just about some next move in about a minute. So.
By the way, 14 resonance counters. Not 3, not 6, 14.
That might be the most I've ever seen.
I think so too. TCG, Master Duel, or otherwise. So looks like the duelists are kind of unwinding. We must have already seen the attack. So Sniff is raising his hand. He's going to the Areake Garden on Sunday.
I attack you directly.
It is incredible to experience such a win, such a performance from a duelist, having crowned the world champion of 2025 and being here in 2026, again trying to compete for another world champion title, and he's only 3 games away for another crown.
As you mentioned, Steven, I feel like we haven't seen a back-to-back.
It's been a
finals
long
in
time. There's very few in the history of
years.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you're always wondering, like, who is the king of games? But there is no Yami Yugi, right? Because all these great people are so good at Yu-Gi-Oh! But we may find somebody who's so good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Dueling, Speed Duel, that they are the king of games. Wow.
And I mean, right now, we need to understand what is happening. We saw two semifinals, but before those,
Yeah, so if you want to go ahead and pick up your own great Velmonica cards or Blackwings, etc., there is a great deal at the Coda web store. If you'll scan that QR code on your screen, if you can look at the screen, you'll notice there's a bunch of extra gems you can get, whether you get the 6040 crystal package, the 2310 crystal package, or the 1130 crystal package. Remember that those crystals can be used for more than just getting packs. You can get some of the special deals, including the ones that come with the amazing Chronicle card upgrades. Talking about the earlier ones, I know, Mike, you love the Luminance. I think I'm really partial partial to like the Inferno Fire one or the Ripple Water. There's a lot of really good ones. But again, the Coda store has a lot of great accessories that you can get with those crystals, so go ahead and scan that QR code now. But oh my goodness, what a tournament. And it's not even over yet. That was just the preamble.
Yeah, and we have two players who won 3-0 playing against each other in the finals. So.
And who do you believe has more pressure now? The one that faces the current world champion of 2025, or the Sniffus that needs to maybe prove himself that he can do it back to back and has all the pressure on his shoulder despite having the know-how in order to find the crown of back to back that no one else has done in the history of dueling speed duel.
I mean, knowing Sniffus, I really feel like, you know, he would have never expected to be back in the final. I know also his brother, he competed them last year, lost in the Master Duel semi-final, and 5-0 record, honestly, sitting in the finals of the Speed Duel 2026 must be an incredible feeling. What a day it's been.
Really has. Mike, do you have any final thoughts before we get out of here?
It was an incredible match, and now I can't wait to see the two 3-0 duelists face one another on Sunday.
Yeah, speaking of Sunday, make sure to follow all the Yu-Gi-Oh! SNS channels so that you can get that schedule, because when Sunday arrives, the world champion Sniffus is going to be fighting against a local legend from Japan, Ashu. Who will win? Well, I guess we'll have to find out. And don't forget, there's also the Rush Duel finals as well. This is going to be a good Sunday, and there's also the TCG stuff. But thank you so much, and thank you guys. It's been such a great time. So thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.